Nuruddin Haji, if you look at the history of his father was called Mohammed Yusuf Haji. He was a long time provincial commissioner of the Rift Valley province. If you look at the Akiumi report, if you look at the other Truth and Justice report by Justice Kriegler from South Africa, all of them mention and cite, mention adversely Nuruddin Haji's father. Nuruddin Haji's father was a perpetrator of war crimes and genocide, forceful eviction, internal displacement. He particularly targeted communities like Kikuyu, like Luhya, like Luo, like Kisii, forcefully evicting them from Rift Valley at the instigation of Daniel Arap Moi.
In the highest, biggest, and fastest growing economies in the world, they run their businesses 24/7, day and night, from Monday to Sunday. There's no resting. That's why they're beating us. They're showing us dust every day. And do you think that this kind of system should also be implemented in Kenya? Listen to this.
Sahi ni saa 9:30 niko Nairobi CBD. Angalia. Huku watu ambao wameamka peke yake ni wale watu wana travel. Wana biashara wamelala. Na hii ni capital city. Jeffrey Musiri ulinyima permit. Watu wa Nairobi kama mtaki kufanya biashara mpea wale watu wenye kwa jobless. Muwape hizo mabiashara zenyu. Saa 9 na bado mtu amelala kwa nyumba. Muamke mwache mchezo. Watu wa Nairobi nyinyi.
Living in Kenya, you seriously need to have a PhD in self-control, anger management, and toughness. Even in the most expensive neighborhoods in Nairobi, Kilimani, the residents there are suffering and crying every day to the government because of the poor state of the roads. And yet, what is the government doing? And I'm also wondering, what is the county government of Nairobi and the Kenyan Urban Roads Authority doing to fix this issue? Take a look.
This is Kilimani, and you heard me right. Yes, this is Kilimani, and this is the sad state of roads in Kilimani right now, and it's even getting more and more worse every day. It's very unfortunate that a real estate neighborhood like Kilimani will have this kind of infrastructure. The county government of Nairobi, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and the government as a whole has failed us in Kilimani and in so many other parts of Nairobi as well. And especially unfortunate for Kilimani because Kilimani is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Kenya. For an acre in Kilimani, you have to part ways with over 400 million. Otherwise, guys, this is my one-bedroom Airbnb in Kilimani. If you're looking for one of the best, beautiful, clean, well-finished, well-furnished Airbnbs in Kilimani, just call or contact me on this number. It's well-finished, it's very clean in a serene and clean area, far from most of the noise, but still close to all the malls, shopping centers, Chandaria, and the rest. And also, you get amazing view from the 13th floor. I also have 2-bedroom and a studio, so call me if you need one.
Even our own airport, our own international airport, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, is also not spared under this regime.
Anyway, Jomo Kenyatta looks like a warehouse. Tell me why Jomo Kenyatta looks like a warehouse, my lord.
The National Committee, tasked with refining the university funding model, they have failed miserably since its inauguration in September 2024. And currently Kenyans, frustration is mounting among university students. And the students have said and have declared that this useless committee is ineffective. Just take a look at how comrades injected.
Power! Power! Congress, wisdom! Wisdom! Comrade man is not a boy! Yes. Comrade power! Power! Comrade power! Power! We are tired with this committee. This government don't have priorities. Yes. If education is the equalizer and everywhere they go they are talking about education, yes, then they should put funds to this committee so that we can finish all these things. Yes. Because till today, this is the 8th week, we are still planning for the program of everything. Yes. And online meeting. This committee is incompetent and is not showing any seriousness. Congress power. Power.
At Bunge la Mwananchi, I believe it's in Jacaranda grounds, Nuru Okanga has endorsed Raila's pointman or motion hour, declaring that he will be vying for current MCA ward seat. In that statement, underline the word Raila. Anyway, just listen to this endorsement.
Nataka nishukuru Moshi kwa sababu pia yeye ameamua jinsi nilijitoza kwa kiwanja 2027 pale nyumbani, majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwa Raila Ward na iendea, na pia namshukuru kwa kuamua kwenda pale Karen kupambana na wale matajiri. Mimi nataka niambie wana Karen, ya kwamba uongozi si pesa na si masomo. Uongozi ni hekima. Ukipewa hekima utaongoza watu kwa njia mzuri. Ukiangalia katika Biblia, Suleimani alipoulizwa na Mungu, ungependa nikupee nini? Suleimani alisema, akajibu kwa unyenyekevu akasema, I need wisdom. Wisdom ni hekima. So sisi kama bunge la mwananchi ama sisi kama vijana Kenya mzima, licha ya kukosa masomo, licha ya kukosa nini, lakini tunaamini ya kwamba Mungu ametupea hekima na ametupea akili na maarifa, ya kwamba tukipewa nafasi kwa serikali ambayo inakuja 2027, sisi tutaenda kudeliver.
After their endorsement speech, Nuro Kanga, Kennedy Songasonga, and almost 1 hour, they were allegedly abducted and dumped inside the bush. Let's listen to how they narrate their story.
Tulikuwa pale Kenyatta tukienda kutetea wa Kenya, tukiangalia mambo ya SHA na SHI kama inafanya kazi. Na from nowhere tulipoenda pale, attention ikawa juu, tukachukuliwa tukaweka kwa masubaru. Mimi sikuwa najua niko kwa Subaru gani. Pia tuka hapa na Songasonga, tuka hapa na Omoshi, na tuko na huzuni kwa sababu kama tunaweza tokea kwenda kuangalia venye maisha ya Wakenya inaendelea, tunafika Kenyatta tunapelekwa mbio. Sasa hata hapa mimi sijui niko wapi. Na mimi nataka nishukuru watu wa media kwa sababu wale watu wa media tulikuwa na wao, kumbe walikuwa wamefocus. Na tulikuwa na mmoja wetu alikuwa pale na gari, walikuwa pia wamefocus na walikuwa chonjo. So venye ile gari ilikuwa inaenda, walikuwa wanajaribu kutufuata na ikashindikana. Na tumetupwa na tukapiga simu kwa sababu simu zetu pia zilichukuliwa, lakini wakaangalia wakaona hawa vijana pia walikuwa wanakuja kuangalia mambo nayo. Ya Umoshi ndio wameenda nayo, but yangu imewashinda kwa sababu yangu ni ya mkopo.
Later on, Nuro Kanga was live addressing his followers, but instead of him ignoring and not arguing with a fool, he decided to go head on with Oscar Sudi, exchanging words on live. Let's listen to this conversation.
Mwanamke, kila siku natokeanga mimi ni mwanamke.
Msenge sana wewe.
Wewe ndio senge.
Usitukane rais wewe.
Wewe ndio senge bwana. Tumeona marais wangapi?
Rais ni mama yako.
Tumeona marais wangapi?
Rais ni mama yako.
Tumeona marais wangapi?
Wewe tafuta pesa usindie familia.
Na kuuliza tumeona marais wangapi? Hata Moi alikuwa rais, Kenyatta alikuwa rais, Kibaki amekuwa rais, Uhuru amekuwa rais. Kwani huyu wenu wa Sogoi ndio gold ametoka juu akaanguka chini? Mamina zenu nyinyi.
Kama ni rais,
kwendeni huko.
Patie rais
Huyu wa Sogoi ndiye amekuwa rais wa kwanza Kenya. Ama Kenya imepata uhuru jana, Ruto akaingia kuwa rais.
Sasa ndiye rais.
Tumeona rais wengi bwana, acheni ujinga mnatusumbua nayo hapa. Acheni ujinga. Utandike mama yako. Mimi ni bibi yako, utatandika.
Mimi nitakutandika vibaya sana.
Utandike nani? Bila alishenzi wewe. Mimi si bibi yako. Nitakutandika.
Kenyans are giving the government sleepless nights every day. The people decided to shut down Mumias West Member of Parliament Johnson Manya in Ruto's presence after he decided to call for Ruto's re-election. Let's take a look at this video of how Kenyans rejected and injected.
Watu ambao wanasema Ruto 2027 mkono juu. Mimi sipigangi siasa, mimi napiga kura. Na Mbuyu anarudi bunge 2027.
It is quite clear that Kenyans are not boarding and there will be no re-election that will be taking place in the year 2027. And this is the only message I can leave you with. Listen to this.
This is what I urge Kenyans. Kenyans, I want you to know one thing. This one thing you must know. God will not choose your president for you. God has never chosen a president for Kenya. Every time you've been told God chose a president, later you cried. It is these very unscrupulous leaders, useless leaders, wicked leaders who pay prophets. They buy prophets to prophesy they are from God, yet they are not from God. If they were from God, why do you cry after they assume office? God will not choose your president for you. Rise up and choose your president. You are first a Kenyan. The politicians have made you believe that you are first a Luo before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kalenjin before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kikuyu before you are a Kenyan. Kenyans can change it. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Luo. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kikuyu. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kalenjin. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kamba. Please, don't see yourself with your tribe. Identify with your country and help heaven take this evil politicians from the leadership of this nation. May God bless Kenya. May God bless Kenyans.
Let us all not be threatened that politics is a dirty game. It is upon you and I to make the right decision in the coming election in the year 2027. Anyway, take a look at some of these Gen Z skits.
I'm a Gen Z in corporate. Of course, my work day is from 9 to 5. At 5, laptop closed. I'm a Gen Z working in corporate. Of course, I can't take any job that requires me to work in the office for 5 whole days. Kwani what's remote working? I'm a Gen Z working in corporate. By now, you need to know that I'm going to take mental health days. Probably 3 or so in 1 month. I'm a Gen Z working in corporate. Of course, after every international trip from the management, I'm going to expect the gifts. So you better bring those chocolates.
Kijana, do you know why I pulled you over? Miss G is how... What's happening? Oh, these other policemen are so boring. Gosh. Tumestopisha matatu hapa nyuma. Guess what? Wait. 12 people kwa 5-seater. Sherehe iko wapi? Okay, anyway, mtanisho sherehe iko wapi? So, I was saying yesterday matatu. So this matatu guy is speeding. Like, I mean, this guy is taking off. And then so he's like, let me give you some moolah, then you guys let me go. Yeah, imagine he said that. Guess what this guy removes from his pocket? 100 shillings. Like, hata ningetaka kuchanga mzinga. 100 bob. Are you serious? Do I have a gun? Yeah. Jokes. No, kita. Anyway, I just wanted to tell someone about my day. It's been quite boring. So, yeah. Mnataka nisahau, najua mnaenda sherehe, mnisonge.
Na by the way, Ruto ako karibu kukufa. Unajua kenye namaanisha? Alikuwa anapeangwa damu na akaambiwa na daktari zimebaki 3 months. Hakuna damu nyingine atawekwa juu mwili imekataa. Kama si pesa angekuwa alienda kitambo sana. That's why unaona ana ruin maisha yetu. Watoto wake amewaweka kwa business, ameweka mtoto wake akona hizi ma forward. Yani anaweka familia yake kwa mali yote. Ndio maana anatutesa. But namuombea akuwe salama.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Afande Deno arresting a thief,
najua Afande ni Deno siku zombo na ni utumishi kwa wote,
to overhaul of Kenya Forest Service.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat?
When does the president work?
I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get?
Kenyans turned into beggars.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. The question of today is, What time or when does the president of Kenya sit in office and work? Listen to this.
My problem with this presidency is I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get? There's always something that he's saying. Like, bro, even as a man, you can't keep that many promises. Do you understand? Like, how about you have 3 days where you actually, we don't know what you're doing. Maybe you're in office chilling. You get? Because, bro, every fucking day, there's something. There's something, brother.
I think this guy is not stupid. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. This, of course, is way above my pay grade. I'll say that. But the optics don't look that great. But he knows what he's doing.
Just as G was saying, bro, you can't be tone deaf to what's going on,
Yes.
right? We have a medical system that's not
I'm
working.
with you, bro. I'm with
you understand?
I'm with
My
you.
friend was telling me about the mom needs to go for operation, and they were supposed to sort it out, and they've refused because there's a lot of, and that's a lot of people going through this, right?
Yeah.
That system is a priority.
Yes,
you get?
Yes,
like if I was him right now, I would fix that. Fix that.
Yes.
On a serious note, Kenyans, when does the president really work? Or do we even have a president in this country? Listen to this.
When is Kasongo working? Kasongo has been reduced to become his communication and PR team. Kasongo is always responding. Why are you explaining to us how Taifa K is working? Sawa, you're the PS, you're the CS, you're the in charge of health. You are in charge of youth innovation or youth creativity. Sasa umeenda Grammys. You're in charge. Why can't you let the respective ministries and the respective people who've been appointed to do these things, let them do? You preaching how something is working, talking about it in churches yesterday all over the country, endorsing people to talk and retalk, and now our kids, when we take them back to school, they have to what is it called? We have to be on board your project. I don't know if it's Shift, Sha or Taifa Care. I really even don't know how it works, and I don't even have the time to do it, because if it's not working, why am I boarding? Why? Somebody please explain to me, why are we boarding on things that are not working? You cannot be reduced constantly to responding and responding and responding. Can you do your work, and the relevant people in charge of this ministries or dockets will do the responding, and you have a communications and PR team that clearly you're also in charge of, because it is failing you miserably, because they should be the ones painting your tainted image, and they're not doing it because guess who's in charge? You are in charge.
As Kenyans are baffled, asking themselves, where is the president and what time does the president really work? I want to show you guys of a rare video of how the president, your president, spends most of his time. Take a look.
Ruto ako wapi? Ako hapa. Ndio ule. Kasongo yeye.
A well-known and great police officer by the name of Afande Deno has made headlines after he caught a criminal stealing solar panel from a billboard owned by AdSite, an advertisement company. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Tunasema shughuli ni gani? Uni Afande Deno, na kila siku mnambiangaje makajana usipojituma utatumwa, si ndio? Bazenga tumempata juu ya billboard huko juu, top of the top, tuko juu na billboard na believe ni ya AdSite. So kijana alikuwa anapiga shughuli pale hivyo, ilikuwa imefunguliwa, nilikuwa nataka kuingia ndonyo, si ndio? Tumemshika, tumemweka machengerezi, tuko shughuli, tukomboka kila siku hapa na kijana kwangu anatangwa dash, kijana kujituma, si ndio? So mimi naambia kama kijana waondokea crime doesn't pay. Unaona Bazenga aina kulala tu ndino, si ndio? So wase wangu wa AdSite, hii billboard yenu iko hapa from GM Mombasa, from GM mumeka hiyo whatever ya Jambo Jet, advert ya Jambo Jet. Hii shughuli ni yenu, tumetoa hapo. Bazenga alikuwa hapo juu, alikuwa anajaribu kusongana. Najua Afande ni Deno siku zombo na ni utumishi kwa wote. Tumeamua kutumikia nani? Huyo kijana unaona vizuri, hatujamguza, hatujampanguza, tumemshughulikia vizuri. Hiyo ndio utumishi kwa wote, ndio community policy. Na pia wase wa AdSite advertisement company tumewapigia shughuli moja safi. Hii kitu haijakufa, wamulikia cameraman, karibia, usiogope kitu. Unaona vizuri hii haijakufa. Jamaa tumemwekea makachengerere, tunaenda pale kumbuku, tumweke into books.
We need more police officers like Afande Deno serving the people of Kenya, protecting our communities and fighting crime in our communities. I want to show you guys of a video of a young man who was conned, and just listen to how he narrated his story.
Kumeenda aje?
Ndio kumeenda aje? Napanda hivi. Mseko mbele. Mseko mbele yangu anaangusha makapa. Mwenye kunyuma wangu anakuja anachukua anishow aje. Simseti kwetu ndio tugawiane. Sisi tunaenda hivyo. Mwenye ameangusha anakuja anatufuata anasema atushuka. Sisi tunamwambia kuna mmoja mwingine basi amechukua anarudi. Mwenye kaoneza makapa ananipei. Ndio mwingine anakuja kukujia. Sasa tunajifanya.
Watu mbili.
Nasema aje? Naambia mjamaa aje? Huyu ni fundi aenda kutengenezea simu. Sinamwekea password.
Ati nikutumie.
Mwenye ameangusha ndio anashua aje tuachanishe tuache shughuli tumeona kugawiana ndio. Sisi tunaachana hivyo tenje inaenda.
Tenje yako sasa?
Tenje yangu sasa.
Wameichukua aje?
Nimempea nikamwekea password.
Kwa nini umempatia password?
Tulikuwa tumeagana aje aseme yeye ni fundi ameenda kutengenezea. Ndio mwingine achaina. Mwenye ameangusha ndio achaina sisi.
So umepatia na simu yako bure? Ndio wamekupatia nini? Wamekupatia nini? Onyesha na hiyo kitu. Hii. Ndio ume-exchange la.
Hapa ndio tume-exchange.
Okay.
Ndio umefunga. So mimi
sina simu yako. Unajua police station? Ya Kilo? Ndio wapia askari hiyo story. Walai. Bye.
A conservationist by the name of Dr. Isaac Kalua Green, he has called for the overhaul of Kenya Forest Service, citing that they have failed to protect the country's forests. Listen to what Dr. Isaac Kalua Green had to say.
The trees that are cut in our forests, the timber that is produced to do the biggest construction, just because someone is in authority as a chair of Kenya Forest Service, conservator being misused. In fact, I should be calling for those people, sincerely speaking, to resign if we have to change the culture of our country. Because all that these people have been doing is known. It is bare. Charcoal is moving from different places every single day. Teak wood and trees that are so precious for this country of medicinal value are being exported out of this country. Just because it is your time, inakuwa ni wakati wako wa kukula. I think this has come to an end. I started this war when I was a young man, and I think time has come. At my old age, where I am, I determined it as old. I think we must just do what is right for God's glory.
Dear Kenyans, our forests are under threat. This means that the indigenous natural vegetation, even the animals that call the forests home, are all under threat. Deforestation without afforestation. Just listen to this.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water, supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat? A road.
A road called Mau Mau that has been approved by the government of Kenya will be passing through the heart of Aberdare Forest. This means 286 acres of indigenous and natural vegetation will be cleared. How does this align with the initiative to plant 15 billion trees?
Endangered species will face a greater risk. Increased human-wildlife conflict will disrupt their habitats, pushing them to closer extinction.
It will further expose the forest to development, land grabbing and logging, compromising the water sources and offsetting the irreplaceable benefits of this ecosystem.
Let us know what you think in the comments.
A video has been trending from Kisii County, where the residents there lined up to receive unga for Christmas from their governor, Honorable Simba Arati. Kenyans, just take a look at this nonsense.
Mtu abiwa anaona samba tanga. Mtu abiwa anaona samba tanga aba mata, biko tebanga mbire tiyare wochi. Mitai bimbi go eta ngaba na Simba Arati to bwata. Eta ya busi.
Bujamono. Abana batata. Simba Arati agenderere Nyasaye. Aba malaika watana kalitu aba nainwe. Masata we. Wana masata yosimba no masata maramu.
In this video, I don't see the youths there. I don't see the Gen Zs there. What I am only seeing is the beggars. Like, this clearly shows you that the leaders are not the problem, but it's the people, the citizens who are the problem. We seriously need more civic education in our communities.
Kuna uzingiri fulani nimeona kwa hii nchi. Yani politician wanataka wa turn into beggars ili muweze kuwawashi. Kiangalia uzingiri mkalenjini hata mwenye hajesoma. Anatumia hiyo opportunity ya watu kuwa maskini kufanya watu wa glorify. Jamaa amefanya wamama wazee bwana, wamama rika ya shosho yake ati wanapanga line ati wapatie food. Sasa hiyo ni uzingiri gani? Yaani ama politician wanatakanga tubaki poor ili tuendelee kuwa beg. Lakini ukiangalia countries zenye ziko led tu vizuri, country kama Japan, unapata kila mtu ako na do. Hakuna mtu anaenda kupanga line kwa politician ati apewe food, alafu ndiye aanze kuwa praise akiwapigia makofi kila mahali. Hii nchi yenyewe Zakayo ametani nchi into a country of beggars.
While the beggars are receiving unga from their governor, let us all go to Nairobi City, in Karen, around Bomas Galleria, where a road has been flooding and has flooded for several days, and yet nothing has been done. The gross oversight has not yet been rectified. Like, where is the governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja? Where is Kenha? Where is Kura Roads? Like, what is happening in Kenya? Take a look at this video.
Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni Karen. Sakaja Bay. Manze. Enye Nairobi jo. Nairobi za ghetto. Na hii place kuna ngata footpath. Unangangana tu na magari katikati ya barabara ndio uvuke barabara. Hapa ni Karen.
Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, the fear is gone. The fear is totally gone and the clouds are gathering.
William Ruto, that somebody is stupid, somebody is selfish, somebody mwenye anajipenda yeye na tumbo yake. And then you have your girlfriends like Kimani Chungwa na Kithure Kindiki wenye mweka mbele are supporting everything stupid that you are saying. And you are calling yourself a president. The worst nightmare that this country has ever faced, the worst nightmare that we have faced as a country in Kenya is having William Samoei Ruto as the president.
That you're gassing us, these Ruto boys. Hey, we'll find you in 2027, Ruto. We'll be there, of course. We are fighting for our own generation. We want all the taxes to be removed. We don't want any tax. We don't want any tax. Mkate mnapandisha juu, ng'ombe mnapandisha juu.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
from Ruto's new abduction squad.
In early 2023, he re-established a similar unit.
To City Mortuary becoming a crime scene.
There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is.
Was Raymond Otieno murdered?
Was murdered, and these people who murdered Raymond are well known.
Is the state responsible?
Mnafanya abductions, watu wanapatikana City Mortuary. Wale walishikwa huko ni Mororongo ama ni wapi? Walipatikana mortuary wakiwa mortuary, and they are believed to be abducted by the same forces. We are coming for you.
Five Kenyan police were arrested or literally abducted by the Ugandan police.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Dairy. Abductions has been a daily occurrence in the Republic of Kenya, and Kenyans are tired of hearing their brothers and sisters have been abducted, their mothers and fathers, their neighbors, and some of them they end up being found dead. So Kenyans, who is responsible for abductions in this country called Kenya? Listen to what Free Kenya Movement Chairman Bob Njagi had to say about this.
First, I want to confirm and say it here on live TV that I do believe that it is the state that is responsible for our abductions, without any iota of doubt. The handcuffs that I was put on my hands for 32 days, the handcuff number was 11DC 1892. That's a handcuff number. 11DC 1892. That's the number of my handcuffs. Okay, it's only the state that has these instruments that can be used to incarcerate somebody, right? Since our release from abduction, we've not been asked by the state to be investigated. We've not been asked by the DCI to go and record statements for investigations. If there is other people outside the state that are abducting people, then the state has the instruments of investigating to find out who then abducted us. I was not abducted alone. On the same day I was abducted, there were two other gentlemen in the same fashion that were abducted in Kitengela. That is Aslam and Jamil Longton. And we happened again to be released on the same day. This is after the Inspector General of Police had been found in contempt of court for having not, presented himself to court for 7 times. The same thing is happening with the new Inspector General.
I'm just wondering, where are we heading to as a country, Kenyans? Raymond Otieno, who was very vocal in the political arena, fighting for good governance and a better future for this country, he was murdered in Nakuru County in cold blood. Let's listen to what Honorable Babu Owino had to say about this case.
On this matter of Raymond Otieno, I want to state that Raymond was murdered, and these people who murdered Raymond are well known. Before Raymond's death, Raymond on several occasions posted on his Facebook handle, social media, posted on his WhatsApp groups within Molo, Nakuru County, that his life was in danger. Raymond was attacked in November, around 23rd day of November 2024. Raymond registered a complaint, had a P3, filled a P3 for action. The police failed to act on the P3. The police failed to arrest those who attacked Raymond, and Raymond stated clearly that he knew them. Raymond stated clearly that he was being threatened by the area member of parliament, Kimani Kuria. And he stated, and there are those screenshots, and even on his social media handle. And even the wife came out and talked clearly, having known those who were threatening Raymond. Why can't the police act on those who attacked Raymond, on those who killed Raymond? Yet they know very well the person who killed Raymond.
A government pathologist by the name of Johansen Odwor, he came out to reveal some disturbing information on how Molo activist Richard Otieno was brutally murdered. Kenyans, just listen to this.
The late Richard had several severe injuries. There were multiple slash wounds on the back of the head, which led to fracture of the skull and the extensive bleeding of the brain. There were also some slash wounds on the frontal area of the skull, though this one did not fracture the brain, the skull, and there were also bruises on the face. What also we found was also more bruises on the arms, which looked like someone who was trying to defend himself. So from these findings, we can say that the late Richard died as a result of severe head injury, which was caused by a sharp object, which could either be a panga or an axe, which was used severally on the head. We've taken some samples for analysis because you know that Lockhart principle say that when two people meet in a violent way, there's exchange in DNA material. So there's some samples we've taken from the body, which can help us see whether we can apprehend people who did it, their fingernails for DNA. We're also taking samples for toxicological analysis to find out if there's something which was given to him to slow him down prior to him meeting the assailants at the place where he was.
I am just speechless and shocked after hearing what government pathologist Johansen Odwor has said about this case. This is very barbaric and very inhumane. Kenyans, I'm just wondering, is this the country, is this the future that the Kenya Kwanza government promised the people of Kenya during campaigns? Many Kenyans have accused Molo Member of Parliament Kuria Kimani for taking part in Richard Otieno's death. But Molo MP Kuria Kimani has also come forward and promised the Kenyan people that Richard Otieno will get justice. I'm just wondering, will justice be served? Listen to this.
May I assure that my constituencies that I have been in communication with the Rift Valley Regional Criminal Investigation Officer, the Nakuru security team, and the Molo security operators, demanding that there should be expeditious investigations into this. And whoever is involved, and I repeat, whoever is involved must and should be brought to justice.
5 suspects who were implicated in the murder, in the gruesome murder of Richard Otieno, Molo human rights activists, were arrested. And Nakuru court has granted police 21 more days to hold the suspects until the conclusion of the investigation. So Kenyans, take a look at the faces of the murderers, of the suspects who were arrested in Nakuru court.
For the state.
Yes.
Your Honor, we are seeking for 30 days to enable us conclude the investigations into this matter. The investigations will involve Safaricom, collection of Safaricom data. We are yet to record statements of crucial witnesses. Post-mortem is also yet to be conducted. Or it has been conducted. We are awaiting samples that were taken to the government chemist analyst. We are yet to receive that report.
As the investigations continue, Molo residents, they turned up massively in large numbers in Siaya County to bury their comrade, Molo activist Richard Otieno, also known as the Molo president. Take a look.
Watu wa Siaya, sisi hatujui kuandamana, lakini tuliandamana. Warudisha mkono. Hiyo maneno wanafanyaga ya tochi, ya nini, waende wafanye mambo hayo, tujue hao ni ya kila nani. Sisi kule Elbagon tunajipanga na nyuki. Na hivi karibuni mtaona matokeo. Kwa sababu leo ni Richard, kesho ni wewe, kesho ni mimi. Haki ya Richard lazima ipatikane. Tunasema hivi, Richard, tafadhali don't rest in peace. Haki yako ipatikane, mapambano bado yako.
In Mombasa County, things were boiling. The judges there went on to call for a press briefing, calling to an end to abduction, urging for citizen action towards this mass murder of unarmed civilians, disobedience of court orders, and also subversion of the constitution of Kenya by the rogue regime. Take a look.
Tumeungana pamoja na Wakenya wote nchini kukemea na kupinga na kuonya ubaradhuli na ubepari ambao unaendelea nchini. Hali ambayo iliyoko sahihi kulingana na haki za kibinadamu ni hali ya kutisha, ni hali ya kusikitisha na ni hali ya kutamausha. Vijana wanauliwa left, right and center. Leo kama mwanaharakati kuzungumza, it is like signing a death sentence. Kenya leo, there is violations of human rights of the highest order. We lack a vocabulary to describe this. Wanaharakati tunanyanyaswa, wanaharakati tunatishwa, wanaharakati tunapigwa, wanaharakati hatuna uhuru wa kusema jambo lolote. Hivi hapa tulivyosimama, hata tunaogopa tunaweza kushikwa tukaambiwa this is unlawful assembly. Tunasema hali hii ikome, na sisi kama wanaharakati hatutatishwa. Sisi kama wanaharakati tunapinga mauaji ambayo yametokea Nairobi. We shall give them a 7-day notice and we shall serve them legally and appropriately. And we are calling upon all the Gen Zs in Mombasa County. When we call for action and demonstration, we want you to come out. This is your legal right constitutionally, na haufai kutishwa na mtu yoyote kwa sababu kuandamana ni haki yako.
Kenyans received heartbreaking news regarding the discovery of 2 dead bodies, that of Justus Mutumwa and Martin Mwau, who had gone missing since December 2024.
Kenyans, let's not forget Kitengela 4, who were brutally murdered after they were suspected to be livestock thieves. They were heading back home from a birthday party, and none of their motorbikes developed a problem. So while they were fixing their motorbike, some guards descended on them and beating them to death. And I'm just wondering, who gave you the power to take somebody's life? Who gave you the power to kill? Is there not a police station around there where you can take them and they get charged or booked? Let's take a look.
The family of 2 brothers, Frederick Mureithi Wanjiru and Victor Mwangi Wanjiru, arrived at the city mortuary for the second time this week. They were here on Monday to identify bodies of their loved ones who went missing on Saturday last week. Thursday morning, they assembled here yet again for a post-mortem examination, and the results revealed the gory details of the attack.
Post-mortem inasema ni kuchapwa hii jari kidogo ya mwili, halafu na kudugwa na chapo object. Lakini mimi nilikuwa huku nikaona hiyo mili vile imeuliwa, kwangu vile niliona hao watu walikuwa wamedugwa na kitu chapo hapa. Shimo ilikuwa kubwa, imeingia badani kwa ubongo.
The distraught family narrating the Saturday incident that occurred a day after the 4 friends reportedly left their homes in Syokimau, riding their sports bikes to celebrate the birthday of one of them, 25-year-old Victor Mwangi Wanjiru.
Kenya is becoming a lawless country that even killing, murder has been normalized. Those guards who killed the Kitengela 4, they should be arrested and charged and locked away for good. We cannot have murderers walking among us. Chief Justice Martha Koome, she now pretends to condemn President William Ruto over the abductions, as the number of those who have been killed is rising day by day. Take a look.
I, as a mother, and now as a grandmother, I put myself in the shoes of that parent whose child was abducted, and for days on, months on, they do not know where their child is. What I have to say as the Chief Justice is that Kenya is a country of the rule of law. We have the Constitution, We have other statutes, the Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, which define every crime.
As the number of abductions and murder rises day by day in Kenya, if I may ask you, do you think that President William Ruto has an abduction squad, and even worse, a killer squad that is freely operating in Kenya without repercussions? Listen to this.
After Ruto disbanded SSU in early 2023, he re-established a similar unit within DCI. Retained some people from the SSU and recruited others. Those were people being recruited for a new unit that replaced SSU. It is called Operation Support Unit. So Operation Support Unit is the one which replaced SSU, and it is doing exactly what SSU used to do.
This has been so normalized that even armed men using fake number plates walking around, they can simply just abduct a Kenyan citizen if they want to. Like Kenyans, it is time for us to raise our voices. Let's put an end to these extrajudicial killings and enforce disappearances in the Republic of Kenya. Listen to what activist Hussein Khalid had to say about the Mlolongo 4.
We have the 4 families. Just to clarify, Mlolongo, it's Mlolongo 4, not Mlolongo 3. These 4 who were abducted, they all know each other. They were actually friends. So 3 of them were abducted on 17th, and then they came back and picked Mbisi, the 4th one, or the day after. So it's Mlolongo 4 colleagues, not Mlolongo 3. 2, Justice and Martin, their fingerprints were taken, and of course the message was sent to their rural home. As Wakili has said, that information came to light yesterday. The other 2, we have information that the other 2 might be here, but the morgue attendants have asked us for time because there are very many bodies. So they are trying to locate on those dates those 2 whose features might resemble these other 2 colleagues. But the 4 families are here together. We are hoping that once everything has been confirmed, then we'll move to the postmortem process. The bodies are not in very good shape. They appear to have been mutilated. Even you can't really tell from the look on the faces only. You can't really identify who they are. It's the fingerprints and probably the DNA.
A citizen TV journalist by the name of Odi Francis exposed that a body which was booked at City Mortuary alongside with other 2 Mlolongo victims went missing. This makes City Mortuary a crime scene. Let's take a look.
I want to go on record so the country may know that actually there is a body that was brought here, and it's on the record, alongside the body tagged 2390. There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is. It's on the record, but nobody knows where the body is.
Tumebaini kuwa tarehe 18 Disemba mwaka 2024 mwili uliopatikana eneo la Njiru ulifikishwa katika makafani ya City saa 11 jioni na maafisa kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Obama eneo la Kayole. Siku moja baadaye maafisa wa polisi kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Ruai wakafikisha mwili mwingine tarehe 19 saa 12 jioni, na baada ya dakika 50 mwili wa 3 ukafikishwa katika makafani hayo ya City saa 12 na dakika 50 na maafisa wa polisi kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Molem wakifikisha mwili ambao uliorodheshwa kupatikana mtaa wa Molem Dandora.
There's some collusion here between this institution and the police to hide bodies here, and victims who have been abducted, they too will be summoned to court. They will answer. Like
seriously, where are we heading to as a country? The Kenya government should be held accountable for the murders and the abductions that is taking place in our territory. A member of the Kenyan Senate by the name of Edwin Sifuna, he came on and said that Nairobi City Mortuary, its management and the county government are complicit in the abduction and killing of Kenyans. How is it the bodies of the men from Mlolongo have been there since December 18th, and when families visited the facility, they couldn't find them? It is quite clear that the management is in cahoots with the abductors and they must be held accountable. Just listen to what the ground is saying.
Hii mambo ya kutuambia stories za jaba hapa Kenya hakuna. Sisi mnafanya abductions, watu wanapatikana City Mortuary. Wale walishikwa huko Mlolongo ama ni wapi? Walipatikana mortuary wakiwa mortuary, and they are believed to be abducted by the same forces, the same people that we pay with our own taxpayers' money, and then wanachukua hawa watu wanaenda kutupa kuua watu, wanapatikana mochari. Kama mliua Brian, mulete mwili tuone, tujuage kitendo yenye ilifanyika, lakini msitufiche, msijifanye hapo ati nyinyi ni werevu sana. Hakuna werevu mko nayo. This time round tumetoka kwa hiyo level ya kubeba kwa ufara na kubeba ujinga. Kama DCI mjafanya kazi yenu, I will promise you, you are turning Kenya to be now, yeah? Kama ile shughuli inafanyika huko Congo, mtaona vile tutainuka kinyume na polisi, because we cannot be watching ati mtu anabebwa alafu anadisappear.
Even our own police officers are not safe from abductions. Malaba border was closed after Kenyan police officers, they were abducted and repatriated to Kampala from our own Kenyan soil. Can you imagine that? Just listen to this.
Hii ndo hali ilipo pande ya Malaba. Mimi mwenyewe nazungumza, niko katikati ya mto pale juu ya bridge ile imegawanya Uganda na Kenya. Niko katikati ya hiyo bridge nikielekea pande ya Uganda. Vile mnapoona hakuna gari yote inafuka kuelekea Kenya, na pande hii nyingine ya Kenya mkiangalia hakuna gari yote inayofuka kuelekea pande ya Uganda. Hii ni kufuatia maneno ya jana yale yaliyosemwa kana kwamba kuna polisi wa Kenya alishikwa na polisi wa Uganda na wakampeleka anti Kampala. Jana walijaribu wakafunga boda kwa muda wa nusu saa, lakini baadaye wakashirikiana wakaona wafungue boda lakini wapeane masaa. Ikifika asubuhi ya leo kama huyo polisi hajaachiliwa, boda itafungwa mpaka ile siku huyo polisi ataachiliwa. Na ndiposa mnaona hali ilivyo.
How can the Kenyan government allow such treasonous acts by allowing foreign powers to perpetrate treasonous acts within our borders? But who are the Kenyan people? The Kenyan people decided to go and inject the occupied, and they protested against the abduction of our Kenyan police officers. Later on, the police officers were released, and the crowd, the masses, they cheered in support of our police officers. Just take a look. These stories of abductions and murder did not just start recently. It has been here for quite some time. Kenyans, do you remember a Kenyan billionaire by the name of Jacob Juma, who was assassinated for turning into a whistleblower? Before his death, he said that President William Ruto is the one who is planning to take him out. Let's take a look at this.
The late Jacob Juma, at 12:34 p.m. on the 10th of December 2015, tweeted, and I quote, "The person who is obsessed with plans to kill me is William Ruto. I know that my assassination was discussed on Tuesday." My question to you is, did you have anything to do with that, as the late Jacob Juma claimed, as Jirongo claimed, and why you?
Well, I think we lost Jacob Juma. That he would be best placed to respond to your question, and maybe you should look for some time, get Jirongo here, so that he can tell the country what he means. But I am sure as the sun is going to rise tomorrow, that the killers of Jacob Juma will be brought to book. I am hoping that they will be brought to book, and they will be known. I want to tell you, and to tell Kenyans, and to tell the country, that I have nothing to do with anything to do with the life or death of Jacob Juma.
Investigations are going on. Have the police questioned you since Jacob Juma directly?
When the police want a statement from me, I will give it freely. Any day, anytime, anywhere.
It is quite clear that President William Ruto cannot handle criticism, neither can he handle to be held accountable. Not unlike Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, who has been in the political game for quite some time. He has been criticized for decades, but yet he has learned to know his boundaries. Listen to what Fanya Mambo Kinuthia had to say about this.
If there is a politician who has been insulted in this country, by the way, let me tell you, if Raila was a bad-hearted man, Mimi sijui kama kuna mtu Kenya ametukanwa kuliko Raila. Raila has been called Kehe, he's been called uncircumcised, he's been called
Mchawi, mganga.
There is no word you can imagine that Raila has not been called. I have never had him send his boys to go and kill, abduct or mistreat the people who've called him names. Raila ameitwa Kimudu Kiguruki. He's been called all sorts of names, and I usually say hats off. I respect him for the fact that he has the thickest skin I have seen in Kenyan politics.
That is why he's Baba.
He has a strong aptitude. He can take up so much. I personally don't think I would have the strength to take up what Baba has taken in. He has really been demeaned and insulted, all in trying to help this country. When he keeps quiet, it's a problem. When he speaks, it's a problem. When he leaves the country, they have a problem that he has left. When he returns, they say, kwa nini amerudi? When he supports Ruto, it's a problem. When he leaves him alone, amenyamaza sana. So it's hard to be Baba. It's hard to be Baba.
The Law Society of Kenya, led by President Faith Odhiambo, have called for a nationwide condemnation of the abductions and the killings of the Gen Zs. Let's take a look.
And what that means that the abductions that are going on are either committed by some of the security operatives or with the connivance or sufferance of the security apparatus, and that must be called out. And it's not an excuse to say that the Gen Zs or some of the people in Kenya have taken to abusing social media. That is true, but there is no way an abuse in the social media can call for death. And that is why when Faith Odhiambo asked me yesterday, the other day, that the LSK is going to sue on behalf of all those who have been killed, either during the demonstrations or subsequently, I told her I will support that. And I'll be very glad to lead the team without any apology.
We need the National Police Service to give us tangible answers. You can't deny and say you don't know what is happening. It's not you who has arrested. It's not you who has abducted. And yet at the very same time, it's your same police officers who are saying they have found the body, yet you're saying you do not know. Or you need to tell us who is the person killing Kenyans. We need to stand firm as a nation and as a people. Our country is a beautiful country. We have beautiful laws. Let us bring life to those laws. Today I saw a clarification by IPOA saying that they have not said they cannot investigate. I hope they will show us by action. We have not seen any arrests arising from the Gen Z protest to the current abductions. Nothing is going on in our country.
Frequent abductions and killings have really affected the Kenyan people psychologically. And I'm just wondering, when will all this stop? Just take a look at this skit.
Wale tushike tumgote.
Imeweza.
Wewe Ken, ni sisi bana. Kumbe ni nyinyi. Wewe umeenda? Hebu usikia. Wazee nilikuwa dhaini hapa. Sisi. Unaepa wewe Ken. Wewe rudi. Sawa, nakaa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
5 Kenyan police were arrested or literally abducted by the Ugandan police.
from farmers being charged.
Another bill has been presented in Parliament, the Horticulture Crop Authority Bill.
To pastors and opposition leaders put on blast.
Sa ile sisi tunaenda kudemonstrate, hamukwa anywhere.
Do you trust the leaders in power?
Gachagua anataka munagawana nusu nusu. That is the only fight they're having.
Say no to sympathy votes.
Raundi hakuna kitu kama sympathy vote. Hakuna.
We're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? My fellow Gen Zs and Kenyans at large, welcome back to ShowNewTrend, and I'm your host of the day. My name is Elvis Derry. I know many of you are wondering, like, where did this guy go? But in short words, this is how my week looked like. Back to business. Bills are being passed in Parliament left to right. And some of those bills, to be honest, are very, very evil. And the question of the day is, why are they legislating on all our food crops? Listen to this.
My Kenyan people, focus. Okay, focus. Stop the side shows. We are up for an auction. Wake up, guys, and see what is going on. Another bill has been presented in Parliament, the Horticulture Crop Authority Bill, that requires even a farmer to be registered to be able to plant crops, to plant vegetables, skuma, terere, cabbage. You must be registered. For you to be part of the chain process, the buying from the farm, supplying to the market, down to the consumer, you need to be registered to do that in a county, in a county government. Guys, they're coming for everything. Let me tell you, the day GMOs were legalized in this country, a floodgate of bills were going to follow. All these bills you're seeing that are happening, they are happening to take over food sovereignty and food security in this country.
A billionaire like Bill Gates, he's using all his money not for good, but for evil. Our farmers, not only in Kenya, but in Africa, they're under attack. Listen to this and just open your eyes and open your minds and just listen to what this man had to say about this.
He got a hold of the regulatory agencies in African countries and forced them to to change the nature of agriculture. You know, there's 20,000 generations of agriculture of people growing crops like sorghum and plantains and yucca and all these plants for subsistence. And he said, no, we're going to transfer them all to these, GMO monocultures of corn, and then we're going to bring in the companies that he owns, Kraft, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, these big food companies, processing companies, to buy that, and that's going to be the deal. And then, of course, during COVID, all of that shut down, and you had, there's 30 million Africans now as a direct result of Gates' policy, who are now on the edge of starvation.
And if we don't be vocal about these things, like, things are getting worse day by day. Right now, like, people are supposed to pay, like the farmers are supposed to pay. Gone are those days where you can just wake up in the morning, go to your farm, take some fruits, some vegetables, go and cook in your house, or go and sell in the market. Just listen to how people are being extorted in this country.
So, have you had the latest? Farmers will be needing 5,000 shillings to get certified to practice farming in Kenya for fruits and vegetables. Now, the 5,000 shillings is not even the big deal. The big deal is they'll need to pay another 2,500 for soil tests. They'll need to pay another 4,700 for water tests. They'll need to pay 60,000 Kenyan shillings for pest control board. They will also need to, for them to get this 5,000 bob certification, they will also need to go through a 2-year training where they will pay 15,000. Now, where do you come in? If you buy from a farmer who is unlicensed, who has not gone through all those steps, you could get jailed. So they want to criminalize the fruits and vegetables enterprise, and that could affect about 3 to 4 million farmers in Kenya who are growing the fruits and vegetables, because it's not possible for them to pay all that, especially when it comes to the 2-year training where you're paying 15,000, 60,000 to the pest control. I mean, that is too much. And knowing how nepotism and tribalism in Kenya works, when you apply for these 5,000 Kenya shillings to get the license, what are the chances you'll be amongst the farmers who will get the license in the first place? Now, we are going back to the days when colonialists were here, when they would determine which Africans were worthwhile to grow tea, coffee, any farming that was large-scale in income. The white people had, or the colonialists had put in a bureaucratic system that made sure that Africans were not licensed or were not allowed and did not meet the criteria to grow the cash crops. Now we are doing that with our food.
Not only our farmers are under threat, even the same they are using to plant our foods here in Kenya are also under threat. Listen to what Martha Karua had to say about our lands in Kenya.
Cases of land grabbing are also on the rise, with both private and public land being targeted. The state appears to be under the control and capture of corruption cartels.
That is why currently everybody in Kenya are very vocal about Ruto must go and Gachagua must go. Listen to what our brother here had to say about these two individuals who are in power.
Adani Airport, he can be taking 250 billion, yeye anachukua maybe 200 billion, then anapea Gachagua maybe 1 billion. Hapana, Gachagua anataka kama munauza Adani, because both are equal, hapo munajua venye nasema, both are equal, bad guys. Kama munauza Adani Airport 250 billion, Gachagua anataka munagawana nusu. That is the only fight they're having. The formula of sharing the root. That's the only problem they're having with Gachagua. And even Ruto knows that even if he comes 2027 back, he will not have a comfortable time again with Gachagua. Because kama watauza KICC, wauze maybe 38 billion. Gachagua anataka 19 billion, Naruto achukue 19 billion. Naruto does not want that. There's a guy in Jacaranda, akiongea, alisema, mufanye mistake kidogo hivi, murudishe Ruto 2027, mutakuwa. And that is the plan.
Nini nawaambia 2027 Ruto akipita, na anajua ni tamu yake ya mwisho, atatuchinja sisi wote.
Kenyans, do you see where tribal votes and sympathy votes take this country to? It is taking us straight to the gutter. And it's time to say no and let us vote with wisdom and understanding. So listen to this.
Raundi hakuna kitu kama sympathy vote. Hakuna. Munakumbuka 2018 mkikuja hapa mkisema nyinyi munajua kuhaso ni kusema nini? Munajua venye mtu anaunguaka na jua akiuza, munajua venye mtu ananyesheagwa, munajua venye mtu anahangaika akihaso. Tukafikiria tumechagua wetu mwenye anajua shida. Lakini si mulienda huko juu mkatusahau sisi wenye tunahaso. Mukatutupa na mukatutenga na mukatusahau kabisa. Raundi hakuna kitu kama sympathy vote. Endeni mukapigania huko, mulikuja hapa mukasema mumetengwa, tukawahurumia venye mulikuwa munalia. Sasa tena mumekuja tena mumepigana. Piganeni hata mkitaka kuuana muuane. Lakini hatuwahurumii. Hata ukuje kama umejipaka mafi useme wewe ndio unakuwa mwaga siweji zote Kenya. Ama unaoshaga mtaro, hatukupei kura zetu bure, hata ulie machozi ya aina gani. Raundi hakuna sympathy vote. Munaenda huko juu mnatusahau. Hebu ona venye tunateseka, hebu ona venye tunangangana na maisha. No.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
Henju 以前我姐妹来以为牛孩，朋友我告诉你，那时候我真的好帅。然后我就问他美女，你今天怎么样？然后他告诉我，帅哥我爱你怎么办？我就笑，然后我加他的微信，他给我他的手机扫描他的微信。晚上我在家跟他说话，跟他聊天，我们一起谈谈。他是摩他，以为摩他，我爱摩他，以为摩他，他是摩他，我爱摩他，摩他摩他。
tuko sawa. Nikawajibu Kenya tuko na disaster. Watoto wetu wanazidi kuzikana. Na Tomboya ameshika tama. Alituacha kama angali kijana.
This man is awesome. Oh my God. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
Our Kenyan farmers are being punished by this corrupt regime, even though they strive every day from morning till evening on their farms, but yet their efforts and hard work are not being appreciated. Listen to what the Village 254 had to say about how our farmers are being oppressed.
By the way, something is very wrong with our country. Can you imagine? They will charge farmers almost 10,000 to give them license to farm fruit and vegetables. They will charge farmers 60,000 to get license or permit for pest control. You're being punished to eradicate pests. Why are you punishing people providing food for this nation? What's happening, by the way, in our farming industry? Because from yesterday, we've been talking about this over legislation of farmers and farming and seeds and everything, animals and so on and so forth. What's happening? I can tell you what is happening. Globalists. And it's only globalists who want to control. They've been controlling business for the longest. Now they have gone down to the farmers. Who has done all this? President William Ruto. He has sold our country, its soul and everything else, to the globalists.
Not only our farmers, our foods, and also our lands is being attacked. Even the affordable housing that Kenyans are being promised every day are also not in safe hands. Listen to this and just listen to what this woman had to say.
Hapa ni nyumba ya affordable housing opposite Kariako. Nimekuja kuchunguza ni akina nani waliuziwa kabla ya nyumba kukamilika. Nimepata report hii nyumba imeuziwa. The majority people are able people, rich people. And the houses were made for middle class and lower. And now I'm here to record of what is happening. Wakenya wanatoswa levies za housing. Hawajapata any unit, but kupitia uchunguzi wangu Park Road iliuziwa Matachiri, na hii ya opposite Kariako imeuziwa Matachiri. And this is the report I've gotten through my investigation. Serikali inafaa isimamishe wale wote walilipa pesa warudishiwe, ili Mkenya wa kawaida yule alikuwa ametoswa levies apewe unit. That is my report.
During the protest, so many people lost their lives and others even got damaged severely. And later on, you saw like some pastors and some bishops, they went to State House to meet the president. And those same people, they never demanded justice for our people. Listen to what our brother had to say about some pastors who are not walking in God's light. Listen to this.
Kenyan pastors, unaona vile mmenyamaza hivyo? Nyamaza, mnyamaze kabisa. Unaona vile mpotea hivyo? Potea na mpotee kabisa. Hataki kuwaona tena, hataki kusikia anything from you people. Nyinyi ni mafala na nyinyi ni wajinga namba moja mmekuwa mnatumia sio Kenya. Sasa ile sisi tunaenda kudemonstrate, hamukuwa anywhere. Tukakuja tukapiga kelele, hamukuwa anywhere. Then after that, nyinyi mkaenda State House mkapewa pesa, mkakula, mkajifanya sijui ndo mnaongea na president, sijui mnaongea on our behalf of which hatukuwatuma, mkapewa mabahasha za brown, mkarudi kwa makanisa yenu, mnakula mapesa zenu huko, mnakula sadaka ya wenyewe, mnakula mabibi za watu. Saizi mmenyamaza when wa Kenya wanaumia. You people are nowhere right now. And then sile tutarudi kudemonstrate tena. Sile tutachukua sheria mkononi sisi wenyewe tuanze kutafuta hawa politicians. Ndo mtaanza kutokea, mwanze kusema don't pay evil with evil. Wewe, saizi tumeamua tumefika place tunaenda kupay evil with evil. Saizi mtu akituibia tunaenda kwake, tunachukua chenye alituibia na tunanyang'anya yake yenye alikuwa nayo. Hapo ndo mali tunaenda saizi. Saizi hakuna ile story tulikuwa tunaambiwa ati sijui kipigwa coffee huku hivi tunapeana huku pia pigwe coffee huku. Haya hapana, tumepita hiyo place saizi. Saizi ukinipiga coffee na kupiga ngumi, ukinipiga ngumi na kupiga fimbo. Saizi ndo tumefikia hapo kama wa Kenya. Because hizi stories zenye mapastors mlikuwa mnatuambia stories za kijinga. Na watu walikuwa wanatumia hiyo kitu kutu control na kuteka advantage on us.
So Mr. President, instead of inviting those pastors and bishops who they think they have wisdom but they don't have. Invite Kenyans who are suffering, Kenyans who are facing the same problems every day. Invite them. Those are the people who will open your mind and show you what is really happening on the ground. Like our brother here had to say this, had a message to send to the president. Listen to this.
Mimi nataka kuambia Ruto kitu moja. Mimi naweza kuwa personal advisor wake. Sitaki pesa, sitaki gari, nataka tu unisikie. Nataka nikufunze kuna kitu inaitwa frequency. Frequency ni intentions, thoughts na feelings zile uko nazo. Na whatever frequency unapatia raia, hiyo bado ndio itakurudia. Kila mtu anaona wewe ni ignorant. Kila mtu anaona uko na deaf ear. Ile frequency yenye wewe uko nayo ni frequency yenye uliintroduce na watu wako majuu. Invitations za majuu ukienda hizo ofisi au unajua ni nini unaintroduciwa kwa hayo. Unanipata? So wewe unafaa kufanya hivi, unafaa kurudi home kama ni Sigoi. Enda kwanza hata ujaribu ile kitu yenye hujaifanya. Enda utoe viatu uingie kwa maji ya nyumbani, uoge na maji ya mtoni, jaribu hata kama utakunywa changa kidogo ya huko, ndio at least hiyo ifungue kitu fulani yenye umefungwa. Either way, ile kitu yenye tunakuambia ni ati tunataka urealign na ile frequency ya watu wenye uko connected nao. Connected with your family, connected with your country. Na zile vitu zote zenye ulifanya, maliza, ulitumia jina ya God. God akaona hapana, ukijana wangu anafanya kitu poa sana kwa sababu anatumia jina yangu na anataka kwenda kusaidia watu wangu. Along the way alichanganyikiwa. Amesahau alikuwa anauzaga kuku pale Mile 9, kidogo akajenga kanyumba Sigoi, saizi yako State House. Nini imehappen hapo katikati? Unanipata? So ile kitu yenye tunajaribu kusema ni ati hakuna kitu yenye, hakuna makosa yote jenzi wako nayo. Jenzi wanakuonyesha hao ni last born wa God, hao ni watu wenye wamelelewa na Google na net, na hao ni watu wanataka kukuonyesha in the next generation yenye inakam. Hatutaki kusikia ati mimi ndazaliwa, alafu unasikia ati mimi niko na deni ya kulipa na nalipa deni ya pesa yenye mimi mwenyewe sina. Okay. Unanigeta? Nimeshukuru sana ndugu yangu.
So guys, thank you so much for joining us on this show today, and may God bless you and may God bless our amazing country, Kenya. See you guys on the next episode. ShowNewTrend, Elvis Dairy. Bye bye.
This is the middle of a city. Kando ya city katikati.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Dairy. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
We are coming for you.
From Geoffrey Mosira cleaning the CBD.
Ukigonga hii kitu, mtu wa kutupa amekutuzi wewe mjinga wewe.
To students injecting.
Tutaweka bilioni 50 kwa kina mama mboga na bodaboda hawa.
Will it come to pass?
I have promised the people of this city, munipatie tu mwaka huu.
Jalango bills for police.
This is the work. Construction for police houses.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your today and my name is Elvis Derry. Business owners in Nairobi, they've been left shocked beyond words after the Nairobi Chief Officer for Environment, Geoffrey Mosiria, he went around at night in Nairobi CBD dismantling business signages. And I'm just wondering, who and how will these business owners be compensated? Listen to this.
Wananchi wa Nairobi ya mjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Geoffrey Mosiria, katibu mkuu wa mazingira gatuzi la Nairobi. Kwanza ni washukuru kwa ile support umetupatia kwa kushirikiana nasi tusafishe jiji letu. CBD, we are going to continue cleaning it daily. Wale ambao wanafunga walkways, wale ambao wanachafua mazingira. Ikiwa unafanya biashara, kama wewe ni hoka, ile masaa imetengwa, fanya, ukimaliza, safisha, okota uchafu yako, peleka mahali tumetenga. It's not going to be easy. Many of you are going to resist change, but I want to assure you, you all want a clean city, we must deliver it. Whatever it takes, we have to do it. It's not going to be an easy task. It's a tough one. We have to make some of the difficult decisions, but lazima iwork. Na ndio iwork. Kama walkway umeweka illegal structure, tutatoa. Kama umefunga mahali watu wanapitia, tutatoa. Tutasafisha jiji hadi ringare. Daily lazima tusafishe. It must work. Lazima iwork.
So business owners, do you agree with Geoffrey Mosiria or not? Take a look at some of these scenes of how your business signages were being dismantled in Nairobi CBD. Kata.
Hizi vitu zinaumiza wa Kenya. Hizi hawezi pita. Inaonga mtu kichwa ukipita.
Unapita mtu kama uko na kamzigo kako unaingia kwa duka. Unaingia kwa duka yako umebeba kamzigo kako umetoka ICD. Ukigonga hii kitu, huyo mtu wa kutupa amekutuzi wewe mjinga wewe.
Hii kitu hata inaweza kuua.
Hii kitu hata unaweza igonga na ikugonga na ikunyonga.
After Geoffrey Mosiria and his team removed business signages in CBD, this is how now Nairobi CBD looks like. Take a look.
Mambo ni live Nairobi, Kenya. Kiangazia huku Kanjo jana usiku wameamua kung'oa billboards zenye zilikuwa zimehangiwa hapa nje. Ukiangazia hapa ni Moi Avenue, nataka uone venye huku juu kulikuwa kumehangiwa hizo billboards, lakini tukiangazia ni kwamba Kanjo imeng'oa zile billboards. Ukiangalia hii ni billboard ilikuwa hapa, hii ni moja ilikuwa hapo, lakini wamefikia kung'oa lile billboard. Hatujui ni kweli kwamba hawa watu hawakuwa wanalipa ushuru ama walikuwa wanalipa, lakini tusemezane tu, ni kweli hawa watu hawakuwa wanalipa ushuru. Tukiangazia pia unaona hapa ni kung'oa, yote walikuwa wanang'oa. Naona mambo ni live kabisa. Hapa ni Moi Avenue. Ukiangazia pia hapa ni Galitos. Naona venye Galitos waling'oa hizo zote wametoa zote. Mambo ni live kabisa.
Even hawkers, they were never left behind. They went on to protest and occupy City Hall after they were ordered not to operate in the streets. Take a look. Gen Alphas have made Kenya proud. Like they went on to show the world that they also understand what is really happening in this country. They understand the politics that is taking place. Just take a look at this video of Gen Alphas injecting.
Tutaweka bilioni 50 kwa kina mama mboga na bodaboda hawa. Tutawatoa kwa CRD na Fuliza. Kila mwananchi atatunukiwa deni la Hustler Fund bila interest. Ama namna gani? Wangapi wanakubaliana nami? Kwa ishara ya
Soma swali la kwanza.
Tambua aina ya sajili na uthibitishe.
Haya, swali la pili.
Fafanua sifa 8 za sajili hii.
After Gen Alphas finished injecting, UDA offices in Trans Nzoia County were occupied. And how were they occupied? Just take a look. I believe our children, the students in Kenya, deserve to study in the best environment ever. But when you go to some schools, it's just a shame. Thanks to those politicians who have decided to be corrupt and chop the public's money. Take a look at this video of Professor comparing two different schools which are in Kenya.
Mangetu Chita Chronicles. Hapa mahali niko ni Murang'a County. Mahali naitwa Mbiri Ward, Kiharu Constituency. Hii shule inaitwa Maragi ECD. Hii ni ECD imejengwa na MCA wa hapa anaitwa Ben Ruiru na Governor nani Irungu Kang'ata. Wacha sasa nikuonyeshe shule inaitwa Gabuswa ECD bado kama hii. Iko Bomet County, Kibreres Ward. Governor ni Hilary Barchok, MCA anaitwa Livondo. Ndio niambie hii ECD imejengwa hapa na hii ECD ingine hii iko Bomet County. What is the difference? Kwa nini kuwe namna hii? Hapa ni classroom. Unaona hizi ni viti watoto wanakalia. And this is an ECD like the other ECD that is in my home. Hakuna tofauti. It is the same country, lakini pesa wanapatiwa wote. Munaona vile shule hii ni ECD lakini ikipelekwa kwetu Bomet County hii inaweza kwa university. So nikatoka hapa Maragi nikaenda another one that is not so far inaitwa Upendo ECD. Bado tu ni ECD nasikia inajengwa na MCA. Now angalia ile facilities watoto wako nayo hapa. Look at the classrooms. Angalia vile wanacheza hapa. Look at the facilities they have na ukompare na hii yangu ya Kibreres Ward ambayo MCA wake anaitwa Livondo. Hapa mahali niko Murang'a County Mbiri Ward, nimeulizia hapa nikaambiwa MCA anaitwa Ruiru Miako. Sijui kama nimeisema kwa juu ni jina ya Kikuyu. Now tell me, between these two, because these politicians usually call themselves honorables, between huyu wa hapa Mbiri Ward anaitwa Ruiru Miako na huyu wangu Livondo wa Kibreres Ward, who deserves to be called a honorable member? Because hawa wanasiasa wanajiita honorable. Be the judge na uniambia. Na ujue bado niko kwa ward, sijaingia kwa mashule ya constituency. Sijaingia hata yenye imejengwa na Didinyoro. Hii bado niko tu kwa MCA.
We all remember those days when the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, used to criticize Ruto's government. But during the Gen Z protest, he changed his tune and decided to go and sleep and go to the bed with the government. But Kenyans, since he has joined the government, what has changed? Has anything changed good for Kenya? Just listen to this.
Ruto was corrupt. We were told by Raila Amolo Odinga. Ruto was a thief. We were told by Raila Amolo Odinga. Ruto was not fit for presidency. We were told by Raila Amolo Odinga. What has changed? Wewe uliposikia kwamba he was not fit to be president, what has changed? Nataka mtu asimame hapa ni challenge. What has changed about Ruto for the ODM fraternity to support him? That is what I'm waiting for. But if nothing has changed for sure, for fact, and you are supporting Ruto because Raila supported him, there is something wrong with your brain. Tuko na wizara ya pesa. Wewe hapo mahali umesimama uko na pesa kwa mfuko wako. Pesa inalala kwa samaki nimesikia. Wanasifu. Wewe uko na pesa? I want to tell you for a fact. Hii kura inaokuja, jipigie wewe mwenyewe. Ikiwa kwamba utapiga kura kwa ajili ya kabila lako, kwa ajili ya chama, nitawauliza swali. Wewe ambao umeishi hapa Mombasa for the last 15 years, uongozi wa Mombasa imekweko ya ODM. Imekufaidi nini? When you are voting on party line, tribal line, ni nini yako iko hapo?
Kenyans and Gen Zs have been injecting since day one. And this time round, the pressure is increasing. King William of Netherlands was supposed to come to Kenya for a state visit. But who are Kenyans? Who are they? They decided to send the royal family of Netherlands so many emails, thousands of emails, forcing the King of Netherlands to call a crisis meeting, which later on, I guess they cancelled their trip to Kenya because Kenyans, they injected mercilessly. Let's listen to what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
So, King William of Netherlands has called a crisis meeting after receiving thousands and thousands and thousands of emails from concerned Kenyans asking him to cancel his royal visit to Kenya. Apparently, now Nabi, aka Kaongo, had invited him to come in March, and somehow Kenyans got wind of it. And they emailed the guy saying, why are you coming to visit someone who's abducting us, to visit someone who's taking us out, to visit someone who is killing us? And the emails are so many. I bet it's in like 40, 50,000. Oh my God, Kenyans. What? King William. And by the way, I need to tell you about these Williams. You see? William Gates, William Ruto, now William of Netherlands, William...
Sometimes it's good to appreciate the men and women in blue, our police officers, who work hard day and night to protect the Kenyan people. Lang'ata Member of Parliament Felix Oduor, aka Jalas, he has constructed new houses for Lang'ata police officers who are living in very bad conditions before. Take a look.
Guys, this is where my officers in Lang'ata live. And as you can see, it is not very habitable where the officers live. So I've also started some work around making sure that the officers get a good place to live. Like this is a room for the officer. All these are rooms for the officer. What I decided, the people taking care of our security cannot live like this. So within the NGCDF kitty, we've started working closely also with the Ministry of Interior, and we've got really big support also from the PS Ray Omolo, who will be coming to launch the project that we're already working on. We are doing more than 15 new houses that will take care of everyone here, and the first part of the houses, so we'll be moving from here and we are coming down this side. Now this is what I'm making for my officers now. As you can see, this is the work. Construction for police houses. This is funded by the Lang'ata NGCDF. So we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The first 8 officers will move. They'll move from that and they'll be coming here. So you have your toilet and bathroom there. You have your sink and kitchen here, and you have your room and your bed. That is what we're doing for officers in Lang'ata.
In Changamwe, things were boiling hot Kenyans after the residents, together with their shirtless airport MCA, stormed Changamwe police station, claiming that a kidnapper who had kidnapped a kid for 3 good days Kenyans, for 3 days, was being held inside the police station. And the people there, they wanted to send some greetings. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Sasa sisi tumekuja hapa kwa sababu mtoto wetu amepotea, is now 3 weeks. Mwenye ameiba huyo mtoto wako naye hapa wiki 3, hatujui nini naendelea. Lakini kufika hapa na tumekuja na watu wa kupeti ambao ndio walimu wanafanya kazi na huyu mzee ambaye ana shida. Kufika hapa polisi wametaka kufika hapa kuna mama hapa, polisi wa matako makubwa. Huyu mama ambaye ametutukana leo, mimi ni MCA wa Airport Ward. Mimi ni MCA wa Airport Ward. Mimi ni kiongozi.
Currently, the world's technology is more advanced than ever. In this new age and era of AI, things are changing. And people are using AI for business, and others are creating images and videos in just a click of a second. But it seems like this technology has fallen in the wrong hands, the hands of the Kenyans. And let me tell you, Kenyans are using AI to inject, to fight bad governance in the country and to call out corrupt government officials in the country. And it seems like some politicians are not having a good time with this. They're not loving it and they're not happy with it. Let's listen to what this man had to say about CS Kipchumba Murkomen not loving the AI technology.
Yesterday, Kipchumba Murkomen was threatening the young people who are creating AI images of leaders in coffins. Today, the young people have delivered. They have created an AI image of Murkomen in a very fine gold-coated coffin, filled with gold watches. And I'm asking myself, why is the government engaging in a fight they cannot win? The fight against the young people is a fight this government cannot win. Remember, we are educated, but jobless, hopeless, and broke. Meaning, we spend our time pissing off the people whom we think have stolen the opportunities from us. We spend our time pissing off the people who have stolen the future from us. And it is the political class who we believe have stolen the future from us. So the only thing that this government can do is create opportunities for young people. That's the only way they can win this war. Create jobs for us. Return the money that has been stolen and restore our future. That's the only way this government can win this war. There is no other way. They can threaten the young people as they like, as much as they like, but the young people will enjoy pissing off the government. They can abduct and kill, but believe me, another person will come up and piss off this government more than the person they abducted. So they are not winning this war with the strategy they are using right now. They have to think of another strategy of creating a better Kenya, of building a better Kenya.
With this technology, let me tell you, politicians, this is a fight that you cannot win. And if you want to fight back, if you want to fight Kenyans, then this is the answer for you. Take a look at this.
The only weapon you can fight Kenyans with is silence. Kaa kimya bubu, ukiongea ndo umewatuma. Haona Sam Seveni aliambiwa Kenya ingelikuwa ni yeye amekuwa kwa casket, angelikuwa shao madauti. Yaani hata baada ya kuongea tu hivi, hata siku 3 hazijaisha akaeka kwa casket. Who are Kenyans? Who are Kenyans? Yaani ukiongea ndo umewatuma. Yaani kitu mimi nazo washauri wa Afrika, mkitaka amani na wa Kenya, kaeni kimya. If you want peace with Kenyans, stay silent.
Even the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, was not left behind and he was injected by Kenyans and the Gen Zs. Take a look.
Guy, Museveni alisema ati akiweza ona mtu anafanya hiyo ujinga ya kumweka picha kama amekufa, anaweza jua hajui. Wakenya hata hawajamgojea hata wiki ishe. Yo. Okay. Wakenya munaogopaga ni nini munaonaga ni serious? Like, ni nini munaogopa nini? At least kitu yenye munaonaga like ni serious, hii kitu inaweza niua. Hata wiki haijaisha. Mumeona hizo picha za Museveni?
To be honest, Kenyans are very unique. They are unshakable, unbreakable, unbogable. Like you cannot put fear into Kenyans and think that they just keep quiet. They will fight back. And it seems like these politicians, they already know that the gig is up. And they cannot do anything to salvage the situation. And currently, many of them are speaking in fear of Kenyans. Kenyans, you have won. Isn't what Edwin Sifuna had to say?
Those comments are coming from a place of fear. Now they're afraid that time has run out. They know the government is extremely unpopular. They can't see anything in the horizon that they can do to reverse the fortunes of the government in 2027. They are speaking from a place of fear. It is only an animal that is afraid, that wants to attack people and threaten people, and it's showing its teeth, our claws. Oh, so we will do this, we will bring back 24 years. In which country? This is not 1980. This is not 1980. Ukianguka kura, unaanguka tu kura, unaenda nyumbani. Hakuna mahali utakatalia. Unakatalia wapi? This is not 2007, my friend. This is not 2007 where somebody can actually lose elections and impose themselves on the people. Ukianguka kura nyumbani. So mtu asitutishe hapa ati you will go and reinvent the 24-year presidency. There's nothing like that. The thing that guarantees re-election, as I have said, is you deliver on your promises, make the lives of Kenyans better. You will not have to fight with anybody. They will put you back in office. But for as long as you continue with the way in which you are continuing, talking to people the way you want, insulting the public, threatening the public, a public that is very well informed on its rights, threatening to violate the constitution, ignoring constitutional principles, this year, in fact, if I had spoken in Bungoma, I would advise the president, forget about roads, forget about railways. We need the software of this country to be reinstalled. That is the problem. It won't matter if you are telling us you are making us good roads so that our parents can zoom on those roads between police stations looking for their children and going to mortuaries. Then we don't need those roads. If the roads are for us to travel freely as we look amongst bodies in mortuaries to look for our young ones, our loved ones, we don't need those roads. What we need is, can you guarantee us the values in Article 10 will be respected by the government? Can you guarantee that the life of Kenyans will not be interfered with the way it is being interfered with? There are loved ones who spend Christmas without their kids. There are families that spend Christmas without their kids. So even if you tell that person that you have dualized Malaba to Mombasa, what are you telling that person? So that they can go and fetch their children from the quarries and the rivers. We don't want that. We want you to work on the software of the country.
And speaking of fear, Oscar Sudi has been going around Kenya making reckless statements. Like anytime he opens his mouth, it just sounds like a kicks of a dying horse. Listen to what Nick Nico had to say about Oscar Sudi.
I know you guys have seen what Sudi has said today about the presidency and the future of Kenya in terms of the presidency.
Manenda kusema sijui must go, hakuna venye tunaenda na msikie vizuri. Na nataka nirudie hapa. Hii Kenya hakuna rais ameenda kwa miaka 5. Kwani huyu ndiye atakuwa wa kwanza? Kama tunafanya nini? Kama tumelala wapi? Kama nini imefanyika? Kwani Kenya ni yenu?
We have lived in a time that we've seen the deputy president that has lived half of his term. So let no one lie to you that a president cannot be a one-term president. And please, politicians like Sudi are not the politicians of today. Politicians like Sudi are politicians of yesterday. The politicians of today are politicians that are focused, politicians that know policies. Please don't be mistaken, because it's only politicians like these that are going to be eliminated in the future 2027 election. So please, let this not scare you. These are just kicks of a dying horse. If you see someone saying things like this,
manenda kusema sijui must go, hakuna venye tunaenda na msikie vizuri. Na nataka nirudie hapa. Hii Kenya hakuna rais ameenda kwa miaka 5. Kwani huyu ndiye atakuwa wa kwanza? Kama tunafanya nini? Kama tumelala wapi? Kama nini imefanyika? Kwani Kenya ni yenu? Mjue William Ruto aende mahali.
Don't listen to people who have no future in Kenyan politics. These are people who currently are enjoying the power of the presidency, the power of friendship between him and the president. And now he thinks he can command the way Kenyans will vote tomorrow. Guys, these are just but kicks of a dying horse.
All Kenyans from different walks of life, from different religions, different beliefs are fighting for better governance and a brighter future for Kenya. But it seems like not everybody understands this. Like Beatrice Elachi, she went on to say that Christians, you are shaming the Muslims because you people, you are insulting the leaders. Like it seems like she does not understand what is written in the constitution. She does not understand what it means by freedom of speech in this country. Let's listen to what this woman had to say.
Lakini yetu hasa mimi mwaka huu ni wa kuheshimu viongozi. Kama wewe unaingianga kanisani unashika Biblia, basi usome hiyo Biblia vizuri. Wakristo tumefanya, Waislamu wanajua kuheshimu viongozi wao. Liwe liwalo, huwezi kutusi kiongozi Muislamu. Mbona sisi Wakristo tumekuwa mpaka kanisani hapa ndio tunatukanana tunafanya? Mwaka wa 2025 tunaambia Mungu hiyo hatufanyi. Na lazima tuheshimu venye bishop amesema, Mheshimiwa Rais. Yeye ndio baba yetu. Wewe ukienda Ulaya unajifikiria Matusi hii yote tumepeana hapa, wanakuangalia kama nani? Wanashangaa hiyo ni nchi gani tunatoka.
Kenyans, it does not matter what religion you believe in. At the end of the day, we are all living in the same country and we want a better future for this country and better lives for each and every one of us. So fighting for better governance, it is not between Muslims and Christians or different religions. This is for all people, the people of Kenya, the citizens of Kenya. The same politicians that Beatrice Elachi she's defending, the same politicians are giving us promises after promises. We will do this, we will do that. But at the end of the day, there's nothing to show for it. Let's take a look at this video.
I want to promise the residents of the city of Nairobi that Nairobi will not be left behind. Tutakuwa pamoja na nyinyi. Nairobi hii vile vile tuko na changamoto. Nairobi River hapa, watu hawajui katikati ya mji wa Nairobi iko sewage. Hiyo river imekuwa sludge. Inapitia kwenye estates, inapitia katikati ya mji. I have promised the people of this city, munipatie tu mwaka huu wa 2025 na mwaka ujao, Nairobi River will be clean. Next, kabla ya mwisho wa mwezi huu, we are finalizing the contract so that we can roll out the modernization of Nairobi River, tuweke barabara ya sawasawa, tupanue ile mto, tuhakikisha kwamba kuna mahali pa kuishi, kuna walkways ya wananchi. We will make something you have never seen in Nairobi City.
So Kenyans, do you think the promises that the president have made, it will come to pass? Do you think Nairobi River will be cleaned by 2027? Tell us in the comments down below. In the Bible, Hosea 4:6, it clearly says that my people will perish because of lack of knowledge. And a good example is Mount Kenya residents who have been urged to support the Kenya Kwanza regime for development. Like seriously, development? Like how many development projects have been promised to Kenyans? But yet, there's nothing to show for it. None of them have come to pass. Just take a look at a good example of Hosea 4:6.
Hii ya leo tulikuwa hapa kwa sababu tulikuwa tumekuja kufanya empowerment programs za National Government Affirmative Action Fund, na tumeweza kupatia watu vitu vya biashara. Tumepeana blow dries, tumepeana dryers, tumepeana welding machine, tumeweza kupeana vitu mingi vya biashara. Pia troli zile za barabara na mamvuli, ile form ya bottom up tumeweza kuinulia watu biashara zao. Tumepeana mashini za kunyoa, tumepeana blow dries za kuweza kutengeneza nywele. Zaidi ya yote, tumepeana pesa za vikundi za empowerment. Pesa ambazo ni za National Government Affirmative Action Fund na sio za deni. Wakipatiwa wanaenda wanafanya table banking, wanajisaidia na biashara zao na wanaendeleza maisha yao. Na zaidi ya kwamba wakati wa siasa haujafika, tungojee siasa 2027. Mambo ya mlima tutaongea 2027. For now, waache tuwafanyie kazi. Na nimewaambia pia hata president akija hapa, wamuulize barabara alizotuahidia, wamuulize mambo aliyotuahidia. Mambo haya mengine tutaongea 2027 wakati ambapo tutafika kwa kiwanja, ni wataamua ni nani alifanya hivi na nani hakufanya hivi, waamue ni nani anafaa. But for now, watu lazima wafanye kazi kwa sababu waliuliza kufanya kazi.
Tusaidia kwa accident, hata ukiweza anguka uwezi umia kichwa, uwezi gongwa na nyuma juu uko na reflector, so tumefurahia sana. Yes. Tunataka maendeleo juu sasa siasa mingi haiwezi tusaidia. Tunataka watusaidie na yenye walituambilia tu. Hiyo tu tutakuwa tumeshukuru. Ndio hata wao wa grab 2027, ndio hata wao wapate kura za 2027.
Abductions have been taking place in Kenya for quite some time, and some people are still missing till date. Some people have been found, and some of them have died under unusual circumstances. Even asylum seekers who should be protected under the Kenyan law are still being abducted in Kenya. Foreigners are also being abducted in Kenya. Like Kenyans, do you think asylum seekers should continue seeking asylum in Kenya? Because, let me tell you, this is not a heaven for any asylum seeker out there. Just take a look at this.
Okay, so there's breaking news is that a Tanzanian critic of Suluhu's rogue Tanzanian regime called Maria has been abducted by 3 men in Kilimani. And this comes barely barely 3, is it even 3 weeks since Besigye was abducted pia. Okay, so GOK's script is very much predictable. That wanker Sing'oei will go on that laundromat called JKL. He's gonna start saying the government of Kenya had nothing to do with it. They didn't even know she's in the country, but they are getting down to investigations and all the other ChatGPT crap he'll have generated by then. I don't know how many times people should be told, do not seek political asylum in Kenya. Kindly. This is actually in East Africa, okay? Don't seek asylum. This is a terrorist state that shoots kids in the middle of CBD and chops up others and puts them in sacks. So kindly do not come here looking for any sort of asylum. Okay, asylum huku tulishasema it's offered to warmongers. Kina Salva Kiir. Okay, those are the ones who come and get asylum and run their countries remotely from Karen. Okay, otherwise don't come look. If actually she's one of the lucky ones, at least as she got abducted, she's most likely going to be taken back. Others were not so lucky. Others got shot in Kajiado on the road and they started to say it's a mistaken identity. Okay, take care of yourself. Don't seek political asylum in Kenya.
The future generations and the future leaders of this country, the Gen Alphas, are also not left behind. Like these Gen Alphas, they're injecting daily. And let me tell you, the Gen Alphas, they clearly understand the politics and the games that is in this country. And they have also decided to fight for their rights. Just take a look at this video of Gen Alphas injecting.
Nataka kulima. Na tulimkataza jana vizuri, leo amekuja na trakta nataka kulima.
Akakuwa mkali.
Akakuwa mkali. Sasa sisi leo tumekuja tumefukuza hiyo trakta. Tena hiyo trakta na mimi mtu trakta tukanyana.
Patakeni hiyo polisi. Na muona chapeni kabisa, hata mfujeni mpaka mguu. Fujeni mpaka mguu.
Anapiga mwanafunzi anaiba shamba ya shule, arudi shule.
Hapana, wewe fanyeni hivi. Fujeni mguu. Fuja mguu.
Arudi shule.
Amazing. Like when you see the young people of Kenya, the Alphas also injecting like this clearly shows you that the country is headed in the right direction and nobody, let me tell you, nobody will be taken for granted. In other news, a lady has raised concerns online after she received 1,000 shillings note with a KEMSA stamp in Kangas. So is this fake or is this real? Take a look.
Za kwetu Langa, sawa pesa za Kenya zinakaa hivi zimeandikwa World sijui Bank of COVID sijui whatever, iko na stamp, it feels right, but yawa mtu ni chanu.
Let's make my favorite stir fry pork as we talk about freedom of speech in Kenya. Why in this day and age are we still being
wakamwacha akiwa paralyzed.
Kasongo mbona wewe songa libala oh yeah Kasongo mbona wewe.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
They're coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Brian Odhiambo's family denied justice to no jobs in Kenya.
Kama uko na kazi time, ambia Mungu asante.
Are Kenya conservancies safe?
Walinishuti risasi ya kwanza ikaingia hapa ikatokea hapa, ile ingine ndio hii.
Cop Shakur with painful story.
So mama alichomekewa ndani na mtoto, so mama akatupa mtoto nje, but the mother passed.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, if I asked today to describe the current regime, to describe the current government, the Kenya Kwanza government, how would you describe it? Just in 3 words. Listen to how Mumias East Member of Parliament Peter Selassie answered this question.
In three words, how can you describe the KK government?
KK government?
Yeah.
How can I describe?
In 3 words.
Hata siwaelewi. Siwaelewi.
Ni moja.
Ana hawaeleweki.
Na hawataki kueleweka.
Yani hawaeleweki na hawataki kueleweka.
When President William Ruto was in Western Kenya addressing the people, addressing the nation, the people there, the residents there fully backed Peter Selassie by just calling his name whenever the president spoke. And the ground was hostile towards the president and the comrades injected. Just take a look. Currently, so many Kenyans and graduates are looking for jobs every day. But it seems like there's job scarcity, which has led so many people, so many graduates into depression, stress, and even worse, some of them are unaliving themselves. So are you a job seeker out there? Are you looking for a job? Just listen to this.
Kama uko na kazi time, ambia Mungu asante. Kama uko tu na mali unaenda unaingia asubuhi na unarudi jioni, boss, ambia Mungu asante. Watu wanatafuta kazi. Mimi nakwambia watu wanakuja kwa shop, mtu anakuambia nimemaliza college, unaweza nisaidia na kazi. Na muuliza gani? Yoyote, hata ya nyumba. Na huyu ni mtu amefika a very wonderful course, anakuuliza hata kazi ya nyumba. Mimi wacheni niwaambie, Kenya hizi jobs ziko wapi? Si gava ina providing jobs, si gava wasaidia watoto wetu wakitoka college wapate kitu. Do you know many of our kids have graduated but they don't have jobs? They are still back to their parents' house to stay with them as they wait for these jobs in quotes. Zitapatikana wapi? Unajua mtafanya watoto wagope kusoma. Watoto wanaogopa kusoma. Juu mwingine I remember there's a video nikasema nimemaliza degree, nimemaliza masters, nikamaliza PhD, ninauza kwa duka. My friend, nilikuja kurealize watu wamesoma hawana job. Yes. Usione mtu anachoma mahindi pale umdharau. Huyo mtu ako na masters. Kuna mtu anasukuma maji na mkokoteni ako na degree. Imagine, alafu waambie mtoto anaingia uni this year. Ati unaona ule anasukuma maji ako na degree. Unaona ule anachoma mahindi ako na masters. Unataka kuambia mtoto nini?
What I know about Kenyans is that Kenyans are the most educated, the most learned people, the most intelligent, smart people, and the most hardworking people from Africa. As the saying goes, cut your coat according to your size. But it seems like the government has forced graduates who have master's degrees, diplomas, PhDs, you name it, to go and work jobs, to do jobs that are not their size. Just recently, says Kipchumba Murkomen, He dismissed job seekers who are ready to bring a difference in this country, rudely telling them that we don't give jobs here. Kenyans, do you remember this? Take a look.
Zia ni nini? Ndio pendi?
Mimi shida yangu ni kazi, mheshimiwa.
No, hatupeni kazi hapa. I'm asking you questions ya hapa.
So Kenyans, if I may ask, why is the rate of unemployment in Kenya hitting the roof? Why is employment in Kenya so high? Let's listen to what Monique Diary had to say about this.
Ambie wazazi kama nurses wametosha Kenya, wazazi wache kuwaste pesa yao wakilipia watoto wao nursing na hakuna jobs. Leo nilipost kuna nidika pharmacist in the morning mwenye ako enrolled na Poisons and Pharmacy Board, but majority of the applications zilikuwa kutoka kwa nurses. There are so many madem ni wengi nurses na hawako job. It does not make sense when you get application from more than 50 people. Yeah, the same, like nurses. Yes, kunadima clinical, whatever, but why? You mean why?
I'm not even surprised. Neither am I shocked that the Kenyan people are complaining about job scarcity in Kenya. Kenyans, let me take your affairs back in the year 2017. When President Ruto was campaigning, he promised the people of Kenya that if elected, over 100,000 graduates will get placements of paid internship by government. Let's listen to what he said.
Person listening to us this evening who will graduate next year either from a TTI or from a university. And we are talking about 100,000 of them. From next year, they will know that they are guaranteed by the Kenya government that on completion, as they leave college, they are entitled to a 1-year internship program paid for by the government of Kenya. They will have money in their bank.
I remember during this time, Kenya had a very different energy, a very different vibe, and people had high hopes. People believed that Kenya is headed in the right direction. But a few years later, when William Ruto was elected as the president of Kenya, he went on to turn his back on the people. So are you out there still looking for a job? If yes, then listen to this.
Kule nyuma wale watu ambao hawana kazi huko nyuma, hebu nione kwa mkono.
This is not a laughing matter. This is very serious. Like currently, so many people's lives are at stake. So many families are at stake. Many people cannot put food on the table, neither take their children to school, and also even access basic medical treatment. Like simply, so many people, so many Kenyans cannot access basic needs in this country. And this is very worrisome because it seems like the Kenya Kwanza government is weaponizing unemployment against the Kenyan people and the youth in this country. Like, is this the new meaning of development? Just listen to what We Don't Have a Country Here had to say about this.
First things first, Jambazi is highly unlikely to trigger protests. Okay? Hata mkisikia he's sneaking funny bills into parliament, Jambazi would rather not steal as much as he thought he can steal, but buy himself time in State House until where his delusions are telling him atafikisha, which isn't far. But Kenyans should understand the high levels of unemployment in this country. It's easy, it's not natural, it's not just happening. It's orchestrated by the state and it's weaponized against the youth. Sawa. There are no jobs everywhere. Okay? Upward social mobility in this country is almost non-existent.
To be honest, after all this nonsense coming from the political class, lying to the people of Kenya every day after they have been voted into office, this is what I can say about them.
Honorable member, we want to be fair to the candidates. They are not here because of the money that they have made. They are here because of the money they are going to make.
While the Kenyan people, the youths, are tamacking, struggling and being depressed every day, looking for jobs under the red hot sun, Charlene Ruto, who is President William Ruto's daughter, she went on to brag and showcase her illegitimate office of the first daughter. And I'm just wondering, what is the use and the purpose of this office of the first daughter? How is it helping the Kenyan people? How is it bettering the Kenyan people? And how is it taking this country to the next level? Listen to what Chege Majuis had to say.
This is Jermaine Momanyi. He's the head of trade and investments at the office of the first daughter. And this is... I don't get what's funny.
You see, she can't get what is funny.
The funny part is, Kenya, the department of the first daughter, we have the head of trade and investment in the office of the first daughter. But yesterday, Business Daily was telling Kenyans that Kenya economy has gone back to the Moi era. My friend, let me tell you, unless you are not in this country or you're not doing business in Kenya, things are bad. Those things, small things, Ruto anaweka zina more pesa in the economy. There is no circulation of money in the economy. There is none. Economy ya Kenya ndi kusema imesimama.
So, in that case, before we continue, take a look at this video of the president daughter, Charlene Ruto, dancing and celebrating the office of the first daughter, while you lambistics out there are suffering. In Nakuru County, Kenya Wildlife Services injured and abducted Brian Odhiambo, who is yet to be found. Brian Odhiambo's family were in pain after the Nakuru law courts ruled in favor of the Kenya Wildlife Services, stating that there is no evidence. And I'm just wondering, is this what we call justice? Take a look at some of these things, what happened after the unfair ruling outside Nakuru law courts. Justice delayed is justice denied, and I'm just wondering, will Kenyans ever find justice? And where will Kenyans run to when they're in trouble? Nakuru High Court Judge Julius Nangea has dismissed Brian Odhiambo's case, and the question still remains, where is Brian Odhiambo? Is he dead or alive? What a sad time to be a Kenyan. Apart from Kenya Wildlife Services injuring and abducting Comrade Brian Odhiambo, even our own forest Kenyans are under threat. Heinous crimes is taking place under our noses. Just take a look at this disturbing footage.
Haya wadau, this is Lily Lake hapa Karura. I'm sure you've seen these signs before, so msiseme siko. Haya, wacha nionyeshe kazi yenye inaendelea hapa hivi. Hizi ni miti zinakatwa fresh. Hizo chainsaw si moja, si mbili, ni kadhaa. Cheki tu mazee Karura vile inakaa.
Kenyans will remember conservationist by the name of Wangari Maathai, the leader of Green Belt movement. She became a Nobel Prize laureate. She carried out a much publicized campaign for saving the forests. Karura Forest later on became a symbol against controversial land grabbings in Kenya. But a few years later after her death, her hard work and determination to save our forests is not being respected by the rogue government. Let's listen to this.
Why are they logging and deforest? The deforestation that is happening in this country is unprecedented. Okay? Abadeas, Karura. I'm telling you, there's places in Mount Kenya where people are saying, giza inaingia hivi, they turn on floodlights. Logging is happening 24/7. Nini? Just because your regime is about to go doesn't mean you decimate everything in your vicinity. This can't work. And you know the thing about cutting these trees, some of these trees are indigenous. Some of them take 50-60 years to mature. Okay? Jambazi and Duale are logging trees left, right, center. Exporting all these trees. You know the thing is, trees unlike money we can recover. After Jambazi's regime is seated, we can recover money. But trees that take decades to mature, where the hell are we gonna get those trees from? Kazi ni tu doing fake tree planting exercises here and there that bear no water so that they can beg for dollars from this green army. Okay? And we're also seeing these forest fires in Isiolo. What's up with that? Is this a precursor to land grabbing? To forest fires in Isiolo? Since when? Somebody is literally setting up fires ndio waende huko waibe shamba. jambazi tunaonea 18.
The Kenyan people should stand and fight to protect our lands, our resources, and our forests. Take a look at some of these scenes of Wangari Maathai injecting a few years back.
We're going to shed blood because of our land. We will. We are used to that. Our forefathers shed blood for our land. We will do so. This is my blood. And it reminds me of the blood they shed trying to protect Karura Forest.
Our conservancy is a crime in Kenyans. In Isiolo, the court ruled that the Northern Rangeland Trust's community conservancies are illegal, citing violation of constitutional rights and also exploitation of our local communities. The court found that the Northern Rangeland Trust restricted access to essential grazing land and water, depriving pastoralists of vital resources. Just listen to this, Kenyans.
A landmark court ruling was issued today in northern Kenya, supporting local communities who said wildlife conservancies established on their land violated their constitutional rights. Judges have ruled in favor of the local herders. DW's Daniel Plafka has more from the courthouse in Isiolo.
This ruling has been more than 3 years in the making and has major implications on how proceeds from the sale of natural resources on community lands might be distributed going forward. The court has ruled that the activities of armed rangers under the management of the Northern Rangelands Trust, which operates Africa's largest soil carbon offset scheme, are illegal and unconstitutional. It's not the first time that community members have sued the organization, but it is the first time that a case of this kind has gone to judgment.
This ruling follows a documentary exposing the Northern Rangeland Trust's controversial carbon offsetting project, which critics claim that it lacks environmental benefits, undermining local land rights. Even activists have come forward and accused the Northern Rangeland Trust for human rights abuses, and also forceful displacement of communities. In the name of what, Kenyans? In the name of conservation. So they're committing all these atrocities on our land. In the name of what? In the name of conservation. But just take a look at how people injected, fighting for what rightfully belongs to them.
Ardhi kutoka Rapsu mpaka Moliti, na sisi ni watu wa malisho, wafugaji. Ikishikwa area hii hakuna mahali ambapo tutafuga. Mali yetu tunasomesha na watoto, hospitali ndio hiyo, chakula ndio hiyo. Tukikosa malisho hakuna kusomesha watoto, hakuna hospitali.
NRT na hakuna faida tunapata kutoka kwao, hakuna watoto wetu wanapata elimu kutoka kwao, na sasa wanataka kutunyang'anya ardhi yetu, waweke mpaka katikati yetu. Kwa hivyo sisi kama watu ya Kina hatutaki watu wanaitwa NRT.
Despite these allegations, the Northern Rangeland Trust continues to receive funding from major international donors and selling carbon credits to corporations like Meta and Netflix. The court upheld community land ownership rights and gave the Northern Rangeland Trust 14 days to appeal. The locals have hailed the decision as a victory for their ancestral lands and also for their livelihoods.
Wanapenda watu watano ambayo wanajiita wanasikizana na governor ndio wanatutisha hapa, na sisi tumejenga governor. Kama ni kujenga yeye, sisi yenyewe tumejenga, na wamedivide watu, wanatafuta vita baina ya wakaaji hapa yenyewe. Hiyo watu hata governor apate habari ya kwamba jina yake ndio inatumika. Wanasema sisi tuko na governor na hakuna mtu anaweza kataa NRT, na wanatulazimisha kwa njia hiyo.
Still in our conservancies, crime is becoming more rampant. Some men were tortured and almost killed at Oipajata and Lewa. And I'm just wondering, when will all these injustices stop? Human rights violations that are around these conservancies is becoming a daily occurrence. Just listen to this story.
Wakaniuliza uko na familia? Ndio niko na familia. Na hiyo familia unaipenda? Ndio ninapenda familia yangu. Kama ile kitu tutakwambia hautakubali, leo ndio itakuwa siku yako ya mwisho. Sasa walikuwa wanataka nipiduke, ndio niwaangalishe nini mgogo. Ndio wanipia risasi ati nikutoroka, nilikuwa natoroka.
So nani anakuambia hii ndio siku yako ya mwisho?
Ni Batian Kiring na ananiambia mbele yao.
Kumulika nikapata ni
KPR wa Repejeta. Na nikaona walikuwa 5. Walinishuti risasi ya kwanza, ikaingia hapa, ikatokea hapa. Ile ingine ndio hii. Wakanishuti ya pili. Kunishuti ya pili nikaamuka, sasa wakanigonga ingine ya mguu. KPR wa Repejeta wakasema sio wao walinishuti, ni KWS. Nao KWS wakauliza wao walinishuti wakiwa wapi? Wakasema wao hawakukua kwa kazi, wao ni kuitwa waliitwa.
Oh, so sasa Olpejeta wanataka uwekelee KWS.
Niwekelee KWS.
Sema hata upewa buduki. Mnyama atokea kigafla. Upige ni shida. Kwa hivyo afadhali ukufe, mnyama abaki. Hiyo ndio sheria yao.
Mercenaries operating in these conservancies. Some of those people who are killing our people are not KWS soldiers or game rangers. They are told first suspect anyone as a poacher. And don't arrest, shoot. We have to bring dignity to our people. Kenya is no longer a colony. You know, our people are being treated the way they used to be treated before independence.
Pejeta Conservancy has blocked Kenyans from grazing their animals, even during dry seasons. But a South African billionaire is allegedly grazing his cows in the same conservancy. Just take a look. In Bungoma County, a young mother was burned to death and leaving her 9-year-old baby with serious injuries. The attackers were targeting the Nyumbakubi chairperson, who recently moved out from the same house that the mother and the young baby were living in. The perpetrators, they locked the house from outside, poured petrol and set the house on fire. But the mother, before her death, she managed to throw the baby outside the house. Just listen to what Kop Shakur had to say about this.
So I'm here in Bungoma. You can see this house. Wakati tunaongelea femicide issues, there was a mother who was burnt. Alichomekea hapa mbele, alichomwa na watu. So this is the house. And it's alleged that the people who walimchomea hapa ndani, they are protected by the police. Naona. So kuna mama alichomewa hapa, alikuwa na mtoto. So walichomea, walikuwa na mtoto ndani, walifungiwa ndani kwa mlango, walifungiwa na nje. Walichoma na nini? Petroli. Wakachoma na petroli, so the mother hakuwa able kupita. Hakuwa able kutoka. So mama alichomekea ndani na mtoto. So mama akatoa mtoto nje, but the mother passed, but mtoto sasa yako ICU. This is the husband. Yeah, bro. Unaweza sema chenye ili happen?
Mimi kwa nenda nyumbani. Kushughulika mambo na ujenzi. Wote nilipata tu nikuje huko haraka. Ndio kufika huko napata.
Kuna nguvu kidogo.
Ilikuwa nikija huko haraka, nilipigwa tu simu kuja. Kakuja nikaona nyumba ni moshi yote.
Eyewitnesses identified the suspect, who is also well connected with the police, and yet the criminal remains free. Like Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country?
Walichoma na nini? Petroli. Wakachoma na petroli, so the mother hakuwa able kupita. Hakuwa able kutoka. So mama alichomekea ndani na mtoto. So mama akatoa mtoto nje, but the mother passed.
While crime is becoming more rampant in the Republic of Kenya, President William Ruto is going around just lying to the people of Kenya. Do you remember when he said that the Grammys will be held in Kenya after paying 500 million Kenya shillings?
Let me help you, Dennis. Actually, the money for Grammys we already paid. We are not about to pay. We already paid 500 million shillings towards that, and I'm sure the gentleman from Grammys can confirm that that is the direction we are going.
It is quite clear that Kenyans got played, you got played, and the Grammys were not held in Kenya, but were held in the US, in California. Take a look at this video of how Wizkid injected at the Grammys. Even actor Nyakundi Saboke was shocked beyond words after the Grammys were not held in Kenya as promised by the Kenya Kwanza regime. Just listen to what he had to say.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, lakini si Grammys zilikuwa tu zifanywe hapa hivi Kenya ama kuliendaje? Juu niko hapa nangoja kina Kendrick washuke, watu tunaona tu ni kina Mlamwa. What's happening bana?
And the question of the day is, are Murima people, the people from the mountain, confused politically? Do they vote with their emotions in every election season? Listen to what Jema Ulem had to say.
Bro, ati unaniambia watu wa Central ama watu ya Mlima mambo ya siasa wanakuaga mafala mbaya sana. Aje tena mzee.
Waja nikwambie
wako na marais wengi. Aje
watu ya Mlima kama zi numbers yao kwa kisiasa wangekuwa chini. If any other community ingekuwa na zile numbers watu wa Central wako nazo, wangekuwa mbele sana.
Ufala yao kwani inakujia wapi?
Ni juu kila time wakipiga kura wanapiga na juu ya emotion.
Emotion tena.
Their political decisions are based on emotion. Inakuaga, "Woi, huyu ni mtu yetu. Wanamutesa. Sijui wanataka kumupeleka wapi? Huyu ni mtoto ya masikini,
amenyimwa ndege.
Huyu Uhuru ati anamfanyia nini?" Si hivyo ndio Ruto kwani walipenda jua nini?
Hivyo.
Anatezwa na nani? Anatezwa sana na Uhuru. Wakapiga kura. Sasa saa hii wameingia kwa ujinga ingine, wanasahau Gachagua ndio alitengeneza hii noma wako ndani yake. Sasa wanaona Gachagua ameteswa, ametolewa, sasa wamejisahau. Hadi sisi hatuko kwa serikali ya Ruto sababu ya upuzi. Hadi sasa wako na Gachagua, na Gachagua ndio alitengeneza hii mambo wako. Kama kuna shida ya kisiasa ama ya maendeleo, Gachagua ndio alitengeneza.
Kwani ndio maana alikuwa anang'ang'ana juu asitoke.
Sasa anajua ni wajinga, amerudi akawaambia tulidanganywa pamoja.
Hadi
tulidanganywa pamoja. Sasa wote ukiwauliza, huyo Ruto vile ametufanyia. It's so sad. 2012 walivote na emotion. 2017 emotion. 2022 emotion. Na sasa 2027
ishaingiza kudumu.
Wanaelekea hivyo.
Sindano ya emotion.
Ruto ni mtu mbaya sana. Hiyo ujinga itafanya watu wa Central tubaki nyuma kisiasa, because all our decisions are based on emotions and not on issues. Ni ufala.
Gonjwa, ajali and everything else. And maandamano, and those people, they were praying for us. They were fighting for the flag. So let's pause for a minute.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them.
They're coming for you.
From Mashujaa Titans chaotic in Nairobi.
Hebu niwaacheni. Niwaacheni. Tunaweka kazi kubwa wamefanya.
To Eric Omondi disguise himself from arrest.
Huyo kijana ametusumbua sana. Nyinyi fanyeni venye mtafanya.
Criminals dancing to Anguka Nayo.
Anguka nao. Anguka nao.
Ruto must go.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. October Sunday 28th, 2024, Mashujaa Day in Kenya. Many Kenyans, Gen Zs, millennials, activists went to Uhuru Park to celebrate and also remember our heroes, our Kenyan heroes who took to the streets to challenge the corrupt government. And many of them lost their lives, many of them were injured, and many of them are still missing till date. Take a look at this video of Eric Omondi urging Kenyans to show up at Uhuru Park.
Tomorrow, Sunday, I'm urging and requesting Kenyans from all walks of this country, let us meet at Uhuru Park from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. We will be celebrating our fallen heroes, our brothers and sisters who died during the protests. Please come carrying a candle, please come wearing black, and please come carrying a flag. We will be with the parents and families of our fallen heroes.
Finally, it is Mashujaa Day, and many Gen Zs, millennials, Kenyans, and activists woke up very early in the morning to go and occupy Uhuru Park. But when they arrived there, to their shock, they were denied access. Take a look at some of these scenes on how things unfolded when the people of Kenya arrived at Uhuru Park.
Kenya ni home. Kenya ni kwetu. Yes. Wanatuzuia tuingie kwa ndani juu ya nini? Hatuna silaha, hatuna bunduki, tuko na candle, tuko na bendera. Wanatuambia nini? Enough is enough. Kenya is our business, na tuogopi. Hatutishiki mazee. Hatutishiki.
As you can see with your own two eyes, many Kenyans, patriotic Kenyans, were denied access to the public park, Uhuru Park. And this is what Governor Sakaja tweeted before the Mashujaa Day arrived. This is what he said in his X account. Uhuru Park has been opened and remains open to the public every day. Every Kenyan is allowed to come and is welcome to enjoy their park. You can also book for events. A public park is, however, not available to be reserved for exclusive use during the public holiday. Other Kenyans will also want to enjoy. It can be reserved to any other day. This is totally nonsense. How can you say that a public park is not reserved for a public holiday? Like Governor Sakaja, make us understand what you really meant. And instead of typing and tweeting nonsense on X, you should have come and gave us a solution, gave the Kenyan people a solution to where they should go and celebrate their Mashujaa Day. So to me personally, this tweet is just purely nonsense, because those other Kenyans are still Kenyans who wants to come and enjoy the Uhuru Park. But yet everybody, every Kenyan were denied access. This is nonsense.
Ruto must go.
While Kenyans were being denied access to Uhuru Park to celebrate their heroes, not far away from Nairobi County, Nairobi City, in Mombasa County, in Kwale, Kithure Kindiki receives the President William Ruto, and the First Lady to celebrate Mashujaa Day. The guard of honor was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Faith, but many Kenyans were not happy with Douglas performing Anko Nayo in Kwale County, and some of them went on X and tweeted. One of them was Mistress, and this is what she said. Latest traitors are Anko Nayo hit makers. We met them, but they don't know we can destroy them. Despite all this, Samuel Makore came and defended Douglas, and this is what he had to say.
You're shamelessly running a campaign to cancel Douglas on your page, right? Right? Because they performed at Mashujaa Day at a state function. You know, this country, be anything but an artist. There's no difference between you and that dictator which you're trying to oust. There's no difference between you and the system that you're pretending to fight. I'll say this because Anko Nayo is not a song that was born in the protest. It's a song that came out before the protest, before we hit the streets. You don't support these guys because you were not streaming that song until the protests came. But the young men were in studio working hard. Let me tell you, you cannot cancel these guys. If those young men keep on steadily at their craft and hitting the studio, they're gonna dominate the airwaves. You don't stream their music, you don't support them. When's the last time you proposed them for a corporate gig? For any Mashujaa Day celebrations that you planned, did you invite them?
Even Big Bad Ogre was not left behind, and this is what he had to say about Douglas and their performance.
But Douglas, nimesikia form ni kucancel wa Douglas. Hiyo ndio form. Tumekuwa na utoto hivyo. To the point wa vijana wanajituma, wamepata gig mzuri. Mashujaa Day 2024 kitu watakumbuka for the rest of their lives, bro. Wewe na ujinga yako na upumbavu yako na maskini yako umekaa kwa nyumba ya mamako Gasia wewe. Ukinyoka. Umekaa kwa kila kitu kuonesha tu cancel ase. Gagdis wa Judy City liwa build. Muli build nini mother? Noli lipia studio te. Noli lipia studio. Noli beba kamera kwenda kurekodio video yake shoot. Noli come up na hiyo dance move bro. Unaenda kucancel nini wewe? Unacancel kitu ku build. Tuache utoto.
This is my own take on this. It is good that Douglas went and performed Anko Nayo in front of those criminals. Even when they are dancing, you can clearly see the guilt on their faces. That day event finished in Kwale County. Our politicians went to wine, dine, and rest in expensive 5-star hotels, but yet our officers were subjected to sad conditions. Take a look at how these female officers spent their night. So as you can see, Kenyans, this is how our female officers spent their night after the event. But don't forget that the guard of honor in that event was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Faith Mogandi, making her the first female senior officer in this country, in this territory, in this land, to command the guard of honor. Like this country, this government is becoming day by day a joke to the world. Despite Mashujaa Day being celebrated in Kwale County, did you know that the Kaya elders boycotted Mashujaa Day celebrations in Kwale? Take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only, so family. A lot of people are talking about this, but the Kaya elders are not in attendance at the Mashujaa Day celebrations. They stood down and they said they were not planning to attend. So for the Kaya elders not to attend, that's a big deal because I actually think Kwale was chosen for spiritual reasons. But you'll start saying stories that Jabba Sigri, what. Anyway, I've also been told that some county staff have also failed to attend. So when you see all these, for anyone who's watching, who's wasting their time watching, that's like their bash. It's a way you can call people to your house for a bash, and then if you're a baller, you come with your choppers and everything, but it's not a national celebration. Guys are heading to occupy Uhuru Park.
Back in Nairobi County, Nairobi City, Nairobi, Kenya, while Kenyans, Gen Zs, millennials, and activists were striving to access Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes, some politicians, some government officials were seen accessing freely the Uhuru Park with so much impunity. Take a look at this. While the MPs were entering inside Uhuru Park freely, outside Uhuru Park, Julius Kamau was injecting and talking to the young people, the young Gen Zs, on why this government is not on our side and why we need good governance in this country.
This nation, with this country, is that we have refused to address the root cause of our evils, the root cause of our problems. Police killings, I've said so many times in this country, is a colonial vestige. And now we must address the root cause of this problem. It happens because we have refused to address the root cause of our problems.
While Julius Kamau was addressing the nation, he was violently arrested, and this is how things went down.
I'm ready to die for freedom. Freedom is a sacred right. Yes, freedom. Freedom is a sacred right. And you freedom. You must unite. Kenyans unite. Poor people from here unite. I'm not Kenny, they're just arresting everyone.
And that's not all. Even Geoffrey Mosiria, Environment Chief Officer of Nairobi City, was also arrested when he went to tell the people that you cannot access this place. You cannot access Uhuru Park during public holidays. But little did he know that he will also be arrested. Take a look.
Events are not held there because families come there to enjoy. Sasawa. Sasawa? Okay. You're it now.
Haina shida wewe, imetosha.
Chief officer have been arrested. Wait, Nairobi.
Patriotic young Kenyans had high hopes to be allowed and given access to Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes during Mashujaa Day. But yet they were met with violence and brutality. Look at how these young Kenyans are being mishandled. In Juja, the people decided to inject. The deputy county commissioner tried to read Ruto's message to the crowd, but yet the people there didn't want to hear any of it. Take a look at how things unfolded.
Speech by His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, PhD, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces during the 61st Mashujaa Day celebration held on Sunday, 20th, 2024 at Kwale Stadium, Kwale County. We, the people of Kenya, are proud defenders of our freedom.
While Juja comrades were mercilessly injecting and not wanting to hear Ruto's message, back in Nairobi City, Hussein Khalid, a man who has always been fighting for the rights and the freedoms of the people, he was also arrested. And not only him, but 30 other young Kenyans were also arrested. Take a look at how Hussein Khalid, was violently arrested.
Ule, wewe umesema tunaweza ongea? Tumesema tunaweza ongea. Hakuna kuongea hapa. Makosa gani nimefanya? Why are you arresting me? Why are you arresting me? For what mistake? Addressing the media. Is that an offense? Why are you arresting me? Wewe mkubwa. Why are you arresting me for addressing the media? This is why we need to change this country. Lazima tutabadilisha hii nchi.
Things got so violent to the point that even Hesbon Bahati, an award-winning poet, was also shot with a rubber bullet, and he got a fracture, and that fracture, it requires surgery. This is crazy. During Mashujaa Day, when Kenyans were still striving and fighting to access Uhuru Park and celebrate, many people are complaining that Eric Omondi never showed up. But he showed up, and he had to disguise himself because he got some information that some people are planning to assassinate him. Listen to this.
So a certain Gen Z policeman called me today at 6:30 in the morning, and they told me they've been given orders to deal with me once and for all. His exact words were, huyo kijana ametusumbua sana, nyinyi fanyeni venye mtafanya. So I'm here at Uhuru Park because I have to show up. Ndio hawa hapa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Gen Z ndio hawa. Gen Z ndio hawa. Ndio hawa Gen Z. Guys, I'm in town. The police are there. They don't even know I've passed them.
Even a fearless Gen Z, Marvin Mabonga, Kyoto Sonko, he was representing well in the streets, and he urged Kenyans, people to come out and represent and fight for the freedom of this country. Take a look.
Simkujeni trao bana. Sisi tunataka kufanya tu hapa a small task to remember our fallen soldiers. Ndio tunakimbizwa, sijui kama mnaona. Kujeni trauma jamaa. I don't like why do you fear coming to town? Hakuna mtu anapigwa huku. Just come. Man, just come, please. Because we need to do this. Else itakuwa noma, si ndio? Wase wakamu, wase watokee. Majamaa ndio makarao, sijui wanaenda aje. Lakini wametupiga hapa tear gas. Wanakuja hii side yetu.
Jeni umatoa mnatuambia. Hai. Hatuwezi ishi venye zako anataka. Tutaishi venye tunataka. So guys, watu wetu wawili wamekuwa abducted. Hiyo si arrest, hiyo ni abduction. Wewe sio ngokea mtu fafu unaweka yeye kwa gari. Kwa nini zaidi? Uhuru paka bila uhuru. Uhuru ni ya wake. Ndoale. Mambo nyinyi. Mambo kat. Wanakuja inside cup. Wanakuja inside. Twepe. Mambo zenu. Mambo.
Under all this chaos, brutality, and violence, this patriotic man came out to speak to the young people, and to be honest, his words were very, very encouraging. Listen to this. Peace, love and unity brings us together. Do you guys remember that tweet where Governor Sakaja said that Uhuru Park is not meant for public holidays, but meant for other people who want to enjoy themselves? Take a look at this video of this tourist who came to Kenya to enjoy himself, but yet he was denied access to Uhuru Park.
How come Kenyan police are shooting me? They shoot tear gas at me walking down the street. They tell me to go home. Why? What is the problem? I don't know what the problem is. They shoot tear gas at me, and then they told me, the police tell me to go home. I shouldn't be here. Why? Where are you going? To the park. I'm coming from my hotel. Why are the police treating me this way? Why do they talk to visitors and tourists this way? Tell them to go home. You don't want me here? Huh? You have nothing to say.
I'm still very, very confused and wondering who are those other people that the governor was saying that they can be allowed to go inside the Uhuru Park and enjoy themselves, but yet other Kenyans were being arrested, brutally arrested and denied access. Who are those other people, Governor Sakaja? Who are they? Are they those people who are entering inside Uhuru Park with vehicles and yet other Kenyans are being arrested? Are they the ones? While Nairobi County was the only county in Kenya which was very, very chaotic during Mashujaa Day, other counties were very, very different. Like Kisii County. Take a look at this video of how these Gen Zs were entertaining the people there.
Kiriwa kimita wabunge kizindo majenzi kiriwa kimbiza wabunge Wakenya wakiwa upande wetu ni nani aliye kwa keluto Wakenya wakiwa upande wetu ni nani aliye kwa keluto Walipokalipia kalepo na punge wabunge wakasikia mruzo wa magena kama mali za zina kumbe walikuwa ni wale majenzi waliojawa hasira mingi na mimi nikakajio rizazi.
Even in Nairobi city, despite all the chaos that was going on around, this man showed up in a very unique way and he put a smile on people's faces. Take a look.
Hata wanakuja maandamano. Buda tuko maandamano hizi ni gani bwana? Wazi. Maisha ni kujituma tu. Haya sawa.
Tough and patriotic Kenyans continued to fight for their freedom, to fight for access to Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes. Take a look at some of these scenes on how things went down. Those are just some of the scenes. So much happened during Mashujaa Day in Nairobi City. Also listen to this music song that Eric Omondi has dedicated it to our freedom fighters and also to the people of Kenya. Listen to this.
Msikize kwa makini. Ilikuwa Juni 25, vijana walishikana kupigania haki zao. Tulipoteza vijana kwa risasi, ili hali walikuwa kwa amani wakitembea. Eric Shiani, David Chege na Ibrahim wote walipoteza maisha yao nje ya bunge. vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe. Woi, woi, vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe.
Rex Kadike, Kennedy Onyango, Abdikadir
walipoteza maisha yao wakitafuta ukombozi. Woi, woi, vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe. Woi, woi, vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe.
Tunamkumbuka shujaa Besli Kamau aliyepotea na baadaye akapatikana ameaga. Tunawakumbuka mashujaa wote, hatutawasahau kamwe. Tunaendelea na safari ya ukombozi wa Kenya kwa ajili na kwa heshima yenu.
Ruto must go. 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 Ruto must go.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Uhuru Kenyatta supporting Gen Z.
My Gen Z, nyinyi ndio the story of the future.
Parliament of Kenya, we are coming for you.
To Cop Shakur released.
Chef, I'm out. Baada ya kulwa na chao kidogo.
Who killed Richard Otieno?
That was a true Kenyan patriot who was championing for good governance. Richard Otieno, despite being a Luo, was very active in Molo.
Elderly women protests.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm as of today, and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, it is quite clear that holding the government accountable is becoming dangerous day by day. Richard Otieno, who was a strong government critic, fighting for good governance and a better future for Kenya, he was murdered in cold blood. Angry Molo residents decided to take his body to the area MP, Molo MP Kuria Kimani. And some people are saying that Kuria Kimani, Molo MP, he was involved in Richard Otieno's death. Just take a look. The residents fearlessly injected, protesting against the killing of a comrade of a Molo-based activist by the name of Richard Otieno, also commonly known as Molo President. Just take a look. Molo President Richard Otieno, a government critic and a brave activist. He is always there since day one, holding the government accountable and fighting for the rights of Kenyans. Like I was heartbroken, and I'm still heartbroken the time that I learned about his death. But let me tell you, the more you kill the activists, the more you kill the people who are fighting for better governance in this country, the more stronger the people of Kenya are. The more the Gen Zs are becoming stronger and braver. And let me tell you, you will kill the people of Kenya. You will kill us, but you will not kill all of us. The journey still continues. Listen to what Chagama Juice had to say.
A very sad morning. People from my home county, Nakuru, a place called Moro in Elbagon, instead of going to church, they have woken up to demonstrate because of the murder of one Rich Raymond who was brutally murdered usiku wa kuamkia leo akiingia kwake kwa nyumba. Rich Raymond, aka Moro President, has been the biggest critic of the area MP, Kuria Kimani. And he was the Gen Z leader during the finance bill protest. In fact, after that, they were taken to court. You can see him here among the 17 who were alleged that waliongoza the Gen Z demonstrations in Molo yenye ilifanya the area MP home ichomwe. It's so sad such that such young people are being killed because of politics. Kwani tumerudi siasa gani? In fact, the other day, he was being even threatened, screenshots kwa groups zenye niko. Akakuwa threatened by some people we thought they are close to the area MP. Unaona mwingine hapa anamwambia this screenshot, huyu Raymond is really getting out of limits. Let's do something. Kuria Kimani is your agenda. You will be shocked. And Raymond anamuuliza, hey, nimefanya nini bro? Anamuuliza, what is this? This guy was at an event where he was saying how this government is not working na wanadanganywa daily. Are we together? Then anamwambia, what's wrong? Mmezoea muhesh vibaya sana. This round hapana, even you. That clip where he was talking is there. And it's not wrong to criticize the government. It's not wrong to criticize the leaders. Yeah? Even the area OCS alikuwa transferred just because alisema he's receiving a lot of threats ashike watu ambao haoni makosa yao. He had to be transferred some weeks ago. Yeah? Because anakata instructions from some people who think they are seniors in this government.
A brother, a father, a comrade, and a leader, Richard Otieno, may your soul rest in eternal peace. And for those who did what they did to you, may they never know peace. And for those who did what they did to you, to be honest, Kenyans, we have been pushed to the wall for so long. Those people who are walking around killing innocent Kenyans, abducting innocent Kenyans, torturing innocent Kenyans, they also deserve death. They also deserve to go the same way our comrades, the Gen Zs, have gone. The DCI has summoned 3 Molo MCS and a Safaricom engineer by the name of David Ndengwa, also known as Temesha, in connection with Richard Otieno's murder. Like, I'm just wondering, is the DCI trying to sanitize Molo MP Kuria Kimani? These ugly faces that you see on your screen, these are the ones who have been summoned by the DCI in the connections with the murder. And let me tell you, if these people are truly involved in the murder of Richard Otieno, Gen Zs, Kenyans, it is time to send some serious greetings to these idiots, to these fools, to these imbeciles who are killing our people.
Let's go.
Just listen to what Willis Evans Otieno had to say about our comrade Richard Otieno's murder.
I pass my condolences to the family of Richard Otieno. Yes. That was a true Kenyan patriot who was championing for good governance. Richard Otieno, despite being a Luo, was very active in Molo, agitating for issues that affect Kenyans, not Luos. And you noticed even yesterday, the people who came out to demonstrate and to demand for justice for Richard were largely people from the Kikuyu community. So it tells you that our problems are not tribal. Our problems are the failures of a regime. And Richard Otieno is a true embodiment of a Kenyan. Richard did not just die. Richard was killed. He was killed for agitating for good governance. And Richard Otieno had previously indicated those who have been harassing him. So those becomes persons of interest who need to shed light if they have anything to do with the killing of Richard Otieno. Richard did not just die. Richard was killed. And we must learn a very vital lesson from Richard Otieno. At the end of the day, tribe is just but artificial barriers that have been exploited by politicians to divide us. Our problems are not our tribes. Our problems are national. And when it comes to electing a leader, we must look for somebody based on his economic promise. What is he presenting as a solution to our problems today? And that cannot be the tribe of the person. That can only be the content of the person. So we must reject any attempt to turn us into tribe.
Our comrade, Richard Otieno, has left a very beautiful family behind. May they find peace in their hearts. May they find comfort in their hearts. And may they find strength in their hearts. And may their lives be restored. Kenyans and Gen Zs are with you in these difficult times. In memory of our brother, our comrade, our leader, Richard Otieno, let us all hear his last speech. In his last speech, his last words, he said that Molo Member of Parliament, Kuria Kimani, is persecuting him because of criticizing his bad leadership. Let's listen to this.
Na mimi ndiye yule kijana ambaye mliona kwa TV mara mingi hapa Molo akiwa anashikwa, anawekwa ndani, anatolewa ndani wakati ile maneno ya Gen Z ilikuwa. Na mimi ndio ulisikia mheshimiwa wenu Kuria Kimani akisema niye ni dai ya guko niweko ndani. Wakati ya ile maneno mingi si mnakumbuka? Adoitoni eno jie guko kweli. Ni ana ko ya guko kweli. Hapana. Mimi nilikuwa napigania vile Gen Z na Kenya itasonga mbele. Wakati kuna shida lazima tukosoe serikali. Mimi nilimwambia ndugu yangu Kuria Kimani, na najua ni jirani wa hapa, sisi watu wa Molo tukukutuma pale juu ukatimue Gachagua. Hatukukutuma uende ukapeleke finance bill, sijui kuna sha na shisho. Hizo wazazi wetu wanakufa kwa hospitali kwa sababu ya hiyo shida ya shisha. Ni makana ni maeni. Neguo doito. Si wanakufa. Mimi namuomba wakaaji wa area hii, vile Gen Z wameamua Kenya hii mzima, sana hii Molo, munisaidie, na kama kuna mwakilishi wa mbunge hapa, ende amwambie nahitaji kura yake ya kufukuza wasaliti wote hii Molo na Kenya mzima.
After Comrade Richard Otieno's death, Molo Member of Parliament Kuria Kimani, he called for a press conference to mourn his death. And I'm just wondering, Kenyans, you know, just listen to what he had to say and tell us in the comments down below what you truly sincerely think about his statement.
May I state that for the record, I have known Richard throughout my political career, and he has been a true champion on issues affecting youth, affecting women, and those less privileged in the society. His contributions to the social-political welfare of the community, living within the larger Molo constituency in Nakuru County by extension, have been profound and have impacted many lives. I have on various occasions celebrated his contributions, the social well-being of people, with great admiration and gratitude. Fortunately, the cruel hand of death has daunted one of Molo's true sons, whose bravery, steadfastness, and courage, even in times of adversity, even when you do not agree with Richard, you admire his courage, steadfastness. And this courage, steadfastness has really been dropped from the great of Molo people, something that touches us in many ways and I deeply regret. May I assure that my constituencies that I have been in communication with the Rift Valley Regional Criminal Investigation Officer, the Nakuru security team, and the Molo security operators, demanding that there should be expeditious investigations into this. And whoever is involved, and I repeat, whoever is involved must and should be brought to justice.
The former president of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he came on to encourage and urge the Gen Zs to continue fighting the good fight, to continue criticizing the government, to continue holding the government accountable, and to continue fighting for their rights. Let's listen to what he had to say.
My Gen Z, nyinyi ndio the story of the future. Fight for your rights, bwana. Sio kukakaa hapo wakaa hapo mambo mali yenu ichukuliwe na nini, mumeitolea jasho. Msikubali, pambaneni, muhakikishe mumepata haki yenu. Mnasikia nyinyi? Sio kukaa hapo tu. Kuna kitu inadumu. But everything is worth a fight for. If you don't fight for it, ikienda mtu asilie. Msimame mupiganie haki yenu. Na mko na hawa watoto wamebaki ambao wako tayari kupigania haki yao. Waungane pamoja nanyi. Can't just stand there and let people take your hard-earned sweat. Dunia iendi namna hiyo. Muwe watu ambao hawataogopa, wataishi kama my friend. Ameenda detention, si alitoka na akaendelea na maisha. Hata nyinyi teteeni haki ze. Yeah.
In that case, Kenyans, will it be wrong if the Kenyan people decide to arm themselves? Will it be wrong if the Gen Zs decide to arm themselves? Will it be wrong if Elvis Derry, the Gen Z Minister of Information, decides to arm himself against the evil that is taking place in the motherland? But many people are asking themselves, is Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, trying to hijack the Gen Z revolution? Listen to this.
Jomo Kenyatta sort of hijacked the Mau Mau freedom movement. Today, Uhuru Kenyatta, through his daughter Ngina, is trying to do the same to try and hijack the Gen Z movement. Let me tell you, Uhuru, one thing. Wacha kutubeba. Okay? Wacha kutubima. Sisi si wapumbavu. We are leaderless, but we have got a leadership forum. So ukifikiria ati Ngina ataingia hapa ati enda ufanye ni Gen Z sijui nini usaidia wanatusaidia na nini? Anatusaidia na nini? Someone who had all the opportunities in life. Anakuja kutusaidia na nini? Do you know what we go through on a daily basis? Okay? Do you know what we go through on a daily basis just to make it in life? Okay? So first and foremost, Ngina, stay away from this thing. We don't want you hijacking our movement. You go and do whatever you want to do. And if you think you're going to vie in politics, I'm telling you personally, I will vie against you in any constituency or county that you try to aspire for. I have no problem. I will be the last nail in the Kenyatta coffin. We have done away with Moi. Kibaki had no interest. Okay? Raila has got no one that can take over from him. So the Odinga family, the Moi family, the Kibaki family have no interest in politics. We are done away with them. Kenyatta family is the only one still interested in politics. We are going to be the last nail in your coffin. So Ngina, stay away from the Gen Z movement. Do whatever you want to do with your life, but stay away from us. This movement belongs to some people. We are not faceless. We have got faces now that we know. So stop trying to say, come and help us. We don't need your help. We are, in fact, we know you and Charlene Ruto are in the same ship. So we don't differentiate between the two of you.
We appreciate the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, encouraging and urging the Gen Zs to continue fighting for better governance and to continue fighting for their rights. But Kenyans, come on, let us just be honest. During Uhuru Kenyatta's time, there were corruption scandals, scandals after scandals. Kenyans, do you remember Pandora Papers? It is still stuck in the back of our minds, still fresh in the back of our minds. It just feels like yesterday. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, please make it make sense. We appreciate your support, but to be honest, in your speech, we as the Gen Z can detect and we can feel sinister intentions. Let's listen to this.
After 10 years of economic mismanagement, President Uhuru wants to tell the Gen Zs to fight for your rights. Why now, Mr. President? Could this be a ploy by the broad-based government to hijack the Gen Z movement and maintain your grip on power? Hear me out. Niaje wase, today's Make It Make Sense is dedicated to former President Uhuru Kenyatta, a man who took over the presidency when President Kibaki's national debt only stood at 1.89 trillion Kenya shillings. 10 years later, President Uhuru quadrupled this and left us with a staggering 9 trillion Kenya shillings in debt. For the Gen Z and the youth of Kenya, this massive debt meant fewer job opportunities, to develop ourselves. And why is it so? Because the government reduced spending on development projects, effectively robbing us of jobs and a brighter future. If President Uhuru had fought poverty and empowered the youth during his tenure, just like President Kibaki did, we would not be in this mess. So, why is President Uhuru telling us to fight for our rights? These words of wisdom look like a red herring, a well-planned strategy by the political elites through the broad-based government to control and kill the Gen Z's movement. Let me break it down. Remember Lee Njiru's words when he said, politicians are like wolves and we, the voters, are their food. These wolves, our political elites, are from the same family. They were together in KANU, then in the Uhuru and Jubilee governments, later in the handshake, and now under the broad-based family. And here's the kicker. On June 25th, 2024, these elites almost lost their power to the Gen Z movement. So now, they are regrouping under the broad-based family to reclaim control, possibly by deploying President Uhuru to infiltrate the movement. But here's the deal, guys. Stay vigilant. Not everyone who speaks your language has your best interests at heart. Stay united and focused on the Gen Z agenda, fighting for honesty, accountability, and transparency. Because this is your movement. Don't let anyone hijack it.
In that case, to you all politicians who are trying to hijack the Gen Z movement, the Gen Z revolution, just know that we can smell you from a long distance. We can feel you from a long distance, and we can detect you from a long distance. We as the Gen Z, we have information of each and every one of you, so you cannot come among us and deceive us.
Guys, mmesikia Uhuru ameambia ngina wake ajoin Gen Z na akatambia tusiogopeshe. Aaron, Pierre, that's my first oh my goodness. So does that mean si Uhuru alisuggest Kinali na Kabogo na Mutahi Kagwe? Does that mean hiyo visit ilikuwa ya bure ama alimwambia hao ni watu wakubwa wanaweza jidisaidia? Like what really happened? Anyway, tumeambiwa tusiogopeshwe na to fight for our rights, yes, until we get them. Kabisa. Me, I'm happy. I am happy. I am happy. Anyway, I don't know if I'm happy because of that. I'm just happy. I don't know, but I'm happy. Aaron, yeah, that's Professor Jesse Buddy. I needed that smile. Man, I needed just to laugh a little bit because let me tell you, this government, these corrupt individuals, these murderers who are walking among us are making the people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, and I myself, angry every day. Thank you for the smile, Gen Z Buddy. Aaron, Pierre, that's Professor. Oh my goodness. In Nyeri, there was some altercation after the former Monkey leader, Maina Njenga, stormed and disrupted a prayer meeting being conducted by Pastor Dorcas Rigathi at the Kamkunji grounds. Sources say that Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, also the wife of the former deputy president, the former impeached deputy president Rigathi Gachagua, was forced to leave the prayer event. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. Na tuona makihikania Jehova na mema wira-ini muthamaki na mena mĩciĩ yao. Ngai witũ no tũgagũcokeria ngatho. In every action, there's always a meaning behind it, and sometimes it might be good or bad. So Kenyans, if you ask yourselves, when the former Monkey leader stormed Pastor Dorcas Rigathi's prayer meeting, what was his intentions? What was the motive behind it? Listen to this.
What Maina Njenga has done today in Mount Kenya, let me tell you something. And this is, take this from me. Hii sasa ni vita ya entities, spiritual entities. I am telling you. Hapa sasa imevuka border. Two entities cannot survive in Mount Kenya. One entity has to leave. The true entity, the true spiritual entity itajulikana ni gani Mount Kenya. Hapa na mtaniambia hapa kuna vifo na si za binadamu, si mtu kuuliwa na mtu. Here they are going to be deaths hapa. This is a battle of gods. Mungu atajulikana Mount Kenya. Mungu atajulikana Mount Kenya.
So Kenyans, in your honest opinions, tell us in the comments down below what you think about former Mungi leader storming and invading Pastor Dorcas Rigathis prayer meeting. Do you think what he did was wrong? Or do you think that there should be some amount of respect?
Panapokutana watu kwa maombi, mnapeleka ushetani wenu huko na mnataka tuwaheshimu. Yet the same president huwa anaenda kanisani, anafanya maombi. Don't you have shame, Maina Njenga? Don't you have shame? That was a place of prayer. But for some reason, the entitlement in you could not allow that woman to finish her prayers. And you want us to respect you.
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. Like some Kenyans forget easily. Some Kenyans forget way too fast. This is Maina Njenga. And another word, Mungiki and leader. This was a former Mungiki leader. And Kenyans, do you remember the heinous crimes and the atrocities that the Mungiki unleashed on innocent lives, on innocent Kenyans? Families, men, women and children, they were tortured and murdered in cold blood. Do you remember that? But yet, some idiots, some fools, still cheer him on, still rally around him. Some Mungiki victims are still in pain, they're still hurt, and they're still traumatized till today. For those who lost their loved ones, they're still crying and seeking for justice till today. Justice delayed is justice denied. Just listen to how Apostle decided to talk about Maina Njenga, and he injected without fear of contradiction.
Have hired Maina Njenga to do some dirty work for him in Mount Kenya region. Maina Njenga, I want to warn you, the blood of those people you killed when you were Mungiki leader is still crying for vengeance in heaven. Is still crying for justice in heaven. You left Mungiki, you said you started a church, you said you are born again. And God said, okay, let's see if this man is ready to change. You are not ready to change. Your records in heaven have been reopened. How can you go and attack innocent people who are just gathered to pray? A woman, for that matter, Dorcas, Reverend. How can you do that? Let me tell you this. This is the voice of heaven. If you do not change between now and 27, you are a dead man walking. You are a dead man walking. Because God will strike you. Heaven has not forgotten the innocent people you killed. The women you made widows. The children you made orphans. God has not forgotten. Heaven has not forgotten the violence you meted on people. The cruelty, the murders, the slaughters. And you will pay very dearly for that. So you have two options. Get back to church. If not,
We all know Shakur the cop, a former police officer turned human rights activist. He has always been vocal since day one, fighting for the rights of the Kenyan people, fighting for accountability and fighting for good governance in Kenya. But yet, he's being frustrated by the government. He's being bullied by his own fellow police officers. And those same police officers that are bullying Shakur the cop, they don't see that Shakur the cop is also fighting for their rights. They don't see that. Recently, Shakur the cop was arrested and arraigned at Milimani law courts. But the brave activist, the brave comrade, he went there wearing a pretty t-shirt of Jacob Juma. And Kenyans, let us not forget that Jacob Juma was assassinated by the rogue regime. Listen to what Shakur the cop had to say after his release.
Jambo wa Kenya, I'm safe, I'm out. Baada ya kulwa na chawa kidogo. Kunguni, this is how my face looks like. People should pay for their sins. We still want justice for Jacob Juma and all other Kenyans that have been killed. Viva.
Even Dr. Mumbi Saraki, she was not left behind. And this is what she had to say after Shakur the cop was released.
So family, have you seen how Cop Shakur showed up to Nini today, to court? with the Jacob Juma shirt. Oh my God, the wicked will know no sleep, yo. So of course he was charged with incitement because he put Nabi in a coffin. Go watch my other video earlier today about why he's so sensitive about being put in a coffin anyway. So Shakur was appearing in the courts and, you know, he understood the assignment. I was not familiar with his game, yo. This is the same prison warden who was holding up those placards. I think I'll put some pictures at the end. Hey, the fear is gone. Hey, those are balls, yo. There's a friend of mine, I think her channel is called Zoe or something. Uwe or Zoo or something. Hey, balls of steel.
During the Gen Z protests, Shakur the cop, he went to the parliament building and protested outside the building, seeking justice for those Gen Zs who were killed, who were murdered during the occupation of the parliament. Let's take a look at this video of Shakur the cop injecting on the ground.
Message ni gani bro?
Wanapigwa marisasi na tuangalie. Unaona, hakuna vile mtu anaweza piga mtu marisasi.
Bima, hakuna mwavuli extra ya mheshimiwa tujikinge kama watu wa media.
Hapana. Unaangalia ni takataka? Hapana, ndio tapande. Hapa. Chapcha. Kila mtu akilia hapa nani? Una masikio? Kila mtu akilia. Peleka huko ndani.
In Jogo Road, chaos unfolded after traffic was brought to a standstill as elderly women brought their beddings and slept on the road, protesting against the demolition of their houses, despite a court ruling to halt the exercise. Like even our elderly mothers are forced to go and protest for their rights. Like, are we really safe from the injustices that is taking place in our motherland? Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Maandamano umetoka kwenye waandamanaji, umekuja kwa wazazi.
Makuja makuwe.
Election season is around the corner, the year 2027, and many Kenyans have applied for ID, and some people have lost their IDs and they need replacement. But it is now, it is taking years, it is taking forever to receive IDs. It is being delayed, and it is being delayed intentionally. Let's listen to what Clinton Degwa had to say about this. Let's listen to his story.
Mimi nimepoteza ID yangu mwaka imepita, sawa. Nimeenda kureplace hiyo ID juzi tu, ati naenda naanza kuitishwa pesa.
Ngapi?
Nilitishwa 1265 shillings.
Na unalipaga tax bado. Na VAT.
Na mimi ni Mkenya. The same time, Goria amefuatana na watoto ni sana mzima, hawana ID. Wanakuja Jondo, wana pesa, wanaenda wanapatiana pesa. Mimi mwenye sina pesa, na mimi ndo Mkenya.
Walipeana kanga ngapi?
Yeye ametoka huko Dadaab huko.
Walipeana kanga ngapi?
Wewe hata ajui maternity alizaliwa. Mimi maziwa wanatoa pesa wanatoa. Na si pesa mchezo. Kwa dhani kupata ID ya Kenya ni rahisi, na wewe si Mkenya. So hii gava inafaa iangalie mtu kama mimi nalipishwaje ID na mimi ni Mkenya. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa Pumuani mimi. So hii serikali iwache mimi kunipima na kwanza kutawaka moto vibaya sana, maana mimi sio mjinga. Mimi sio mjinga. Watu si wajinga saa. Yamaje jama.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
17 Eagle Contour.
We are coming for you.
From Morara Kebaso angry.
The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe.
To Mzungu injecting.
The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey.
Have you paid rent? I beg your pardon.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host for today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before I start today's episode, first of all, let us have a moment of silence for all the women that have lost their lives in these previous days and weeks. Femicide, the new cancer in town. When will these killings of our women stop? Because we cannot be losing our girls, our beautiful girls every day. Our women are being buried every day. Broken communities and broken families. People are crying out there. When will this murder stop? Just take a look.
And cases of killings continued.
Another femicide case. 500 cases of femicide.
And reportedly killed in Kenya.
Femicide, the deliberate killing of women because they're women. In Kenya, it's not just a word.
Sad what's happening in Kenya?
It's a national crisis. Over 150 women were murdered in 2023 alone, not by strangers in the shadows, but often by those closest to them,
by people
fathers, partners, and friends. The violence is no accident. It's rooted in toxic masculinity, fueled by a culture or patriarchy and made worse by a justice system that looks the other way. Victims are blamed.
Stop victim blaming.
Cases go cold, and the killers, they walk free. But the women of Kenya refuse to stay silent. Across the country, they're taking to the streets and demanding justice.
We have marched through the streets of Nairobi,
shouting a message that can no longer be ignored. Enough is enough.
The killing to stop.
This is not just about numbers. It's about lives, about a nation at breaking point. The question is, how many more women must die before Kenya finally says no more?
This is very painful and sad to watch. Kenyans, we should not tolerate such behaviors, especially killing, taking lives, destroying families, destroying people's lives. Justice for our women. Just feel free and take your time and write down in the comments down below #endfemicide and #justice for our girls.
It's a national crisis.
I know many of you are familiar with these words. Tumepanga, tumetenga.
Oh, tumepanga. Oh, tumetenga. Oh.
The governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja, and William Ruto, they are passing by Kayole. And let me tell you, the roads there are very pathetic. Like, I'm just wondering, how are they comfortable inside those cars while calling themselves leaders? Take a look.
Ruto!
Andika Ruto kikuja sowe.
Ruto! Yeah. Oye Ruto, finance bill. Na kona escort kubwa. Hey.
Today's question is, will Senator Okiya Omtata run for presidency in the next elections? This was confirmed by his wife, a former nominated Senator, Emma Mbora Omtata. She said that her husband will be running for presidency in the coming year 2027. Listen to this.
Ama nitumie title, I'm Honorable Emma Mbora Omtata. Yeah, I'm a former senator, Mombasa County. So nimekuja hapa, sitakaa. Mimi niko na spinal injury, nilipata accident miezi iliyokwisha. Na nimekuaga Khan Hospital for 1 month and 2 weeks. Hata hapa niko na mashini nimevaa, so siwezi simama muda mrefu. Lakini mume wangu ambaye ni senator amenipatia ujumbe wenu nilete hapa, na akasema mumuie radhi, mumsamehe. Angependa kuja kwa na nyinyi leo, lakini kwa sababu ya harakati zake za kutaka kugombea urais 2027 ameshikika kwa mikutano mingi ya watu kutoka nje na Wakatoliki ambao wanamuunga mkono. Leo ana mkutano na watu kadhaa ambao wanamuunga mkono, kwa hivyo wasingeweza kuja.
Kenyans, did you know that the national government has already released funds for counties? That means that your governor, your politicians right now, they have monies on their hands. And I just want to see, and we have, I want to see how these people are going to spend this money. Will they be paying the government workers? Will they put that money in development? Or will they put it in their bank accounts? Listen to this.
So, incompetent governor ya Bomet County anaitwa Hilary Barcho. Umeona leo national government wamerelease funds ya county sama namna gani? Pesa imetoka. Kagitia chepkondok inyechor saa. Sasa iba kabisa. Secondly, ile watu huko umelipa medical staff. I am told kuna medical staff ambao walikuwa kwa contract tomgelipan saa hii for almost 1 year. Kindly Bwana Barcho, pay those medical staff ama namna gani? Enforcement officers nilisikia mpaka kuna wenye walikupeleka mpaka kotini agi ignore not court orders. Pay the people. Pesa imetoka, usiseme tena hakuna pesa. Kuna wengine ECD ngakile ne ECD teachers. I also received information that wengi hawajalipwa, and also kakile at some point walikuongelesha kakile igure ngosengengishek. Pay them because the money is out now. Kakobwa rabinik matkota ko ngalagin iblembechwanon mi obisi en county legolenjogin pesa haijatoka.
Nyerians are injecting. In Nyeri town, the residents have decided to collect signatures to recall their MP, Duncan Madenge, just after a few days where the people, the residents of Madira, decided and started a process to recall their MP, who is Eric Wamumbi. Just take a look at how Nyerians are injecting. Imagine, just imagine, teachers, lecturers are not being paid. In a public university, lecturers went on to demonstrate and protest the government's failure to implement pay rise, among other demands. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. After all these politics, and nonsense that is taking place in this country, are you still a proud Kenyan? Many of our people are being taken to foreign countries to go and work there. Is it hard to create jobs in our own country in Kenya? Is it that hard? Many of Kenyans who are working in foreign countries, some of them, they come back home in caskets. Just take a look at this.
There's nothing to be proud of when you're sending your own people to other countries to go and build their economies.
Yeah.
Don't ever be excited and say, oh, you're opening,
it shows you failed to build the employment rate here in Kenya.
100%. Let's not be proud, man. The question is...
The pride of Africa.
No, it shows you have literally failed in your
the laughing stock of Africa now.
Yeah. If you fail to get your own people jobs in your own country and you're sending them abroad, why are you still in that position?
Yeah.
What do you stand for?
Do you know that we actually used to have Kenya used to be the host of the biggest factory for Guinness. We were the ones who originally did it in Kisumu. Guinness. We used to produce Guinness for the whole part of Africa. But then we overtaxed those guys until we chased them away, and then they moved to South Africa, Johannesburg. But Guinness was initially being processed in Kenya. Can you imagine that kind of an opportunity?
So if you look at it, there's a lot of countries, there's a lot of companies outside of
that would love to work
Africa
and invest here, but they can't.
They come here.
Yeah,
so if they see a potential here, why are we not seeing the same potential?
It's very hard doing business here.
Nairobi City County's Chief Officer of Environment, Geoffrey Mosira, he has said that he has successfully cleaned the flyovers in Nairobi City and also deploying officers there to maintain law, order and security. And apart from that, he also urged the residents to refrain from using such public spaces as restrooms. Like, who the hell goes to urinate or even take a dump or a flyover? What the hell is this? Take a look.
Tumeanza kureprocess all the flyovers kwa sababu zimekuwa infected na street families, wanaenda haja kubwa hapo, haja ndogo. So this one of them hapa Mdhurwa. Wewe ni aje? Wewe ndio unaishi hapo juu? Ni ndio mnaenda haja kubwa hapo juu? Nisiwapate hapa. Shuka sasa. You can see if flyover iko inapitwa sababu ilikuwa imejaa kinyesi. Street families wanaenda haja kubwa hapa. Watu angeza kupiga, wengine wangepiwa hata angeta. Wangekuwa eject hapa, wananyang'anywa vitu. So we are here to repossess all the flyovers in CBD. We clean them and repossess for the people of Nairobi to use them.
The son of the former late president of Uganda, Idi Amin, whose name is Lumumba Amin, he came out and revealed a shocking information to the world. And Kenyans, whatever happens in these foreign countries, especially the US, when they have policies, laws and all those shenanigans, it affects us here in Kenya in one way or another. Just listen to what the son of Idi Amin, Lumumba Amin, had to say about Israel and the USA. Listen to this.
A quick message to the American people. I know sometimes when things are said coming from Africa, people do not tend to take it seriously overseas. But I would just like you to take a minute and listen, because we have been following some of these issues for quite a while ourselves here. What you call the deep state in the US, the deep state with all these conspiracy theories about assassination of your leaders or people disappearing, JFK and all that. Well, the deep state is Israel. And what you call the Uniparty is Israel. What you also call the swamp, Israel. Thank you.
go. Tumechoka na huyu fala MUSTGO go. Sisi tumechoka uongozi bila mashindikana MUSTGO go. Hisi uongozi ni hesabu ya minus cradle to grave. Masha fragile extinguish the flame. Wili zetu lazwa ndani ya gravel. Ametupema na babble couple the trigger kwa battles like zikipenya vifua huwa zema hapa na pita speaker ita beat ndani ya drum into the beater letter feature teacher syllabus writer kuna kuficha future travel like the spirit of life unravel stories a jabba to go eagle now can check it over stanners ndio tinti ya ubawa wili siwe bana the apparel chetania mebaka unda suit juu ya saddle straddling cattle ni kanu kwa mto bila paddle ni Russian roulette sisi kugamo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
17 Eagle Contour.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
From minors illegally arrested
Tunanyamaza hazina ni watoto na mtoto ametumwa kwa duka.
to South Sudan tenants rejected.
And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese.
Are artists under siege?
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa.
Henry the whistleblower gets new teeth.
Yeah, look on the motor. Look on the side. Anguka na.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host today and my name is Elvis Derry. Police officers from Maulem Police Station from Embakasi West, they have been trending recently after they went on to arrest anybody they encountered on the streets. They even went on ahead to arrest underage children who were sent by their parents to go and buy supper at night. The parents later on decided to go to the police station to protest the unlawful arrest of the residents in that area and also the unlawful arrests of their children. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Sio poa bwana. Sio poa. Tunanyamaza hazina ni watoto na mtoto ametumwa kwa duka. Kwa duka, imagine kwa duka. Nimetuma mtoto unga. Na nimeacha kuanzia asubuhi wameshinda njaa. Alafu sasa wanachukua mtoto na unga wanafungia ndani. Mimi nakuja kuuliza mfungo wangu wako wapi? Mfungo wangu wako wapi? Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali. Hiyo ndio swali. Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali tunauliza, ameipia nani? Hamwezi sita hata kushika watu kiorero. Tulieni. Hapa mnashika watu kiorero. Tulieni. Nini yako nimechukua? Nini yako nimechukua? Mtoto anatolewa, tulia.
A South Sudanese comrade, she complained that she was denied and rejected from renting an apartment in Kenya. Just listen to her story before I give out my own opinion.
I'm so sure I'm not the only South Sudanese who has been told this. So I was going to look for a house. Yeah, I'm a South Sudanese staying in Kenya, yeah. And then there's this beautiful apartment, I went, and before I proceeded to the office, you'll obviously inquire a little from the watchman, yeah. So I asked the watchman if there's a vacant house, and he's like, no, there is no house. And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. Yes, if you can't tell from, you can either tell from my physical appearance or from my bracelet. I'm always wearing my South Sudanese flag bracelet. So he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. And we were speaking in Kiswahili, by the way. And I'm like, why? Why would you say that? And then he's like, because you're usually staying 100 people in one house. And I'm like, what? Huh? And that time I'm even like, how do I even defend myself from this? Let me tell you all something. When you compare the dependency ratio or the number of people that stay in a South Sudanese house compared to other nationalities, by the way, I was not so offended because a part of that is true, but this is beyond our control for some people. Because you might find, for example, let me use myself as an example. We are 8 siblings, yeah? And then my mother, and then my late father. Like, I'm just saying, if we were to stay together, because all my siblings are scattered by the way, but if we were to stay together as a full nuclear family, we would make like a family of 10.
This is totally wrong, unacceptable, and very sad to hear. My heart goes out to this comrade and to all those South Sudanese men and women who have faced a similar discrimination in Kenya. We all know that South Sudan has faced complex set of challenges over the years, contributing to its economic struggles. So many Kenyans are working, studying and living in different parts of Africa. And so many Africans also living here in Kenya, studying and working here. We are all Africans at the end of the day. These borders that you see here in Africa, they were set up by the colonizers, not us Africans. So let us learn to live, help one another, and to live together as one people, as one community. There should be nothing like you come from West Africa, you come from North Africa, Central or East Africa. Let us not have that discrimination mindset among ourselves towards our fellow Africans. Let us not practice xenophobia in our own country. And to this comrade out there, if you're watching this video, send us the name of the apartment. Even if you have the number of the owners of those apartments, send us those numbers and those names so that you can send them some good greetings, because I believe they deserve it.
But South Sudanese stay 100 people in a, oh my God, like that was so embarrassing and painful. Huh? Anyway, life goes on.
Our president, Kasongo himself, has done it again. He went on to lie about the Grammys being held in Kenya in the year 2025. But the Grammy organizers went on and they denied receiving $5 million from the Kenyan government. And also, they said that the Grammys will not be held in Nairobi, Kenya, but in Los Angeles. Take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only. So the guys who organized the Grammys have come out and said that they have not received any money from any foreign government because they are not for-profit organizations, so they can't do that. And they've confirmed that the Grammys of 2025 are going to be held somewhere in Los Angeles, not in Nairobi, Kenya. Imagine, this is so embarrassing. And why lie internationally? At least us guys, we understand you. But now, because these things are making international news. You tell Kenyans the Grammys are going to be held in LA, and Kenyans will go and ask the Grammys or the organizers, is this being held there? There's people lying to Nabi, which is making his situation worse, because it's just like, who is surrounding him? Who is advising him? I know he's a one-man show. Like Gachagua said, did you hear that? He was injected.
An incident of assault has been reported at Ruiru Sub-County Hospital, where a man was going to visit his wife in labor. He was violently attacked by a security officer from State Security Services Limited, and he was denied entry to go and see his wife, despite the hospital being a public facility. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Hivi ndio mnafanya kwa hospitali, si ndio? Acha vita na yeye. Hivyo ndio mnafanya? Ha? Ndio nakuuliza, hivyo ndio mnafanya, si ndio? Acha hiyo maneno. Hiyo maneno imeanza. Kwa hivyo mgonjwa atembee kutoka kwa ward mpaka hapa sababu umesimama kwa gate unataka kuzuia mtu kuingia. Si ndio? Ha? Wacha. Huyu mzee anafikiria aje? Wewe uko na familia wewe? Uko na watoto? Uko na watoto? Wacha. Sawa. Huyu mzee anafaa kuwa anafikiria. Namwambia niko na mgonjwa na hana mtu. Huh? Nimetoka mbali kufika hapa, unataka kunizuia kupeana bag peke yake na nitoka nje.
We are always here every day fighting for good governance, better governance, and a better future and a better Kenya for all. But it seems like there's some celebrities, some artists who are not with us. Like Guardian Angel, he went on to stand up for the president, praising the president. And I'm just wondering, are they not seeing what we are seeing? Just listen to what Guardian Angel had to say about the president.
Muona saa zingine rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we. Nasema mi unaweza nitukana hivyo. Juu mi ni boys bana. Maybe si ni age mates. Ama unanishinda rika. Kama mi washai nipasha sana washenzi. Lakini hiyo nishtui. Unajua life yangu iko mzuri. Unajua. But mse bro, hata Biblia unajua inasema leaders. Sijui ni verse gani, I think unaweza utatupostia hiyo verse. Mali Biblia inasema kwamba kiongozi anachaguliwa na Mungu. Anapewa hiyo responsibility na Mungu. Na wale watu wanaongozwa na huyo kiongozi wamepewa wako mandated kuona huyo kiongozi. So hapo kwa hiyo verse nilitafuta kutry kuangalia mahali wanasema lazima huyu kiongozi akwe mwenye amefanya kile unataka ndio muona. Hiyo pata kuna the fact that yeye ni kiongozi, kuna ile heshima fulani anahitaji kupewa.
This is just some PR. Just because the president shared one of your songs on his page, now you want to tell us that now the Kenyans are living the best lives ever? Get an angel? Seriously?
Muona saa zingine rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we.
We all know Henry Omondi, Henry the whistleblower, the young man who went to fight for JKA until the Adani deal was dropped, was cancelled. Courtesy of Eric Omondi, he took his first flight. Just take a look. And that's not all. Thanks to Port Florence Dentists, Hospital in Kisumu, St. Stephen's Cathedral SEK, Henry Omondi got his new pair of teeth. Just take a look.
What's up guys? Eric Omondi, President of Comedy Africa. Niko hapa na ndugu yangu Henry Omondi mazee. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Mungu halali. Finally, Henry akona onyeshe meno. Finally, ndugu yetu amepata meno mazee. Thank you so much St. Stephen's ACK Kisumu. Inaitwaje? Yeah. Thank you very much Port Florence Kisumu, St. Stephen's ACK, St. Stephen's Cathedral ACK. God bless you. Tumepatia ndugu yetu smile. Wapatie tena. Haiyelele. Upande He has all his teeth, man.
A Kenyan comedian decided to go and inject and also imitate Mutahi Kagwe after he was elected as the new agriculture CS. Just take a look at this video.
Good afternoon, fellow Kenyans. So in the last 24 hours, we have only registered 8 cases of cows and goats which has been vaccinated. This is not a surprising number, and it is very frustrating for us. And we want to ask our farmers to accept their animals to be vaccinated. We want to tell farmers, we are going to arrest all the cows which has not been vaccinated, and we are going to put them in a quarantine until they are vaccinated. We are also going to put a lockdown. We are not going to accept cows which has not been vaccinated to be transported from one county to the other. We also want to put curfews in cattle dips and in other places where cattle go. But if your cow is not vaccinated, we are going to put a curfew. It will not going to be allowed into a cattle dip. Because we have to take this thing seriously so that we can save our global, because of the global warming, and we can help these animals to stop fatting. We want us to ask you people to buy your cows masks so that you can protect them from being attacked by diseases. And I want to tell you very easy things. That if you treat your cows normally, your cows are going to treat you abnormally.
And that's not all Kenyans. Even Rapture the scientist, a comedian, decided to go and inject. And this is what he had to say.
William Samoei Ruto. Ni nini nasumbua huyu jamaa? Sakayo. Sagayo. Sugar. William Ruto ni muongo, kila mtu anajua. As in, hii ni fact, kila mtu anajua. William Ruto ameambia Wakenya uongo, but kuna uongo moja ambaye amesema kubwa kuliko uongo zingine zote. Zote. Na hiyo uongo ni ati anapenda Mungu. William Ruto hapendi Mungu. William Ruto anapenda mapasta. Yangalia Charlene Ruto, amewekelewa mkono kwa forehead mpaka nywele imeisha.
So, viewers, if you are given a chance to go and spend a day with Kasongo, would you do it? Will you take the challenge? Just take a look at this video showing you about spending a day with the president. Take a look.
Tokeaje iko sawa? Sawa, lakini mmenipatia kitu transparent bwana.
Tutaedit
bwana, tumetenga bilioni 10 bwana.
Bwana, usijali.
Alafu watu kuku na kitu bwana.
Hii achana.
Haya, chukua hii. Tutaedit.
Tutaedit. Kuna ngoma nyingine nilikuwa nataka kuweka.
Gani hiyo?
Ya Samawoka.
Ya Samawoka?
Yeah. Iko sawa mkubwa.
Okay, sina shida, lakini tunaweza tafuta ya Sama Flyer.
Sama Flyer.
Kasongo, Chai. Continue. Mombari nanga.
Pull up, pull up. Are you normal? Are you normal? Are you normal?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
From former IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati passing away,
Wafula Chebukati has been officially declared as being no more family,
to President Ruto's lies detected,
wanasema hiyo barabara yote ni barabara ya World Bank.
Is poverty increasing in Kenya?
40% of Kenyans are now at the level of absolute poverty.
Governor Irungu Kangata acquires mobile dialysis truck.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenya has had the same politicians since the 1990s. They keep on shifting camps, forming new parties and alliances to keep Kenyans hopeful for a better future. But recently, Kwame Owino from the Institute of Economic Affairs conducted a thorough research revealing the hard truth, revealing the high increase of the level of poverty in Kenya. This is what Chega Majuis had to say about this.
Listen to this. Ndio wewe unafikiria some other tribes are your enemy, ufungua akili. There is this guy called Kwame Owino of Institute of Economic Affairs. They have been doing some research and taking data. And they have discovered that 40% of Kenyans are now at the level of absolute poverty. Absolute poverty. Absolute poverty means that those Kenyans cannot be able to afford a meal. 40%, we are talking about almost 20 million Kenyans now, cannot afford a meal. Again, he said another 20% are in multidimension poverty. Ile ni ile kubahatisha. Huyo sasa ni ule mtu anabahatisha, leo na kesho anaweza kula, leo na kesho ako job, hizo zingine hajui. So we are talking about 60% of Kenyans now, 60% of Kenyans now are at poverty. Yani wako kwa umaskini ya kupindukia. Wanasema kwamba that even watu wamekuwa maskini than they were in 2000, year 2000. That watu wamekuwa maskini zaidi than even walikuwa before COVID. Young people have become so poor.
Kenyans have been voting for their enemies for years without even noticing. The same faces in government positions, the same faces on ballot boxes. But yet, Kenyans end up getting the same results. It is time to wake up. Just listen to what Senator Edwin Sifuna had to say.
So if you look at the current state of the country, what is the greatest threat to Kenyans? The greatest threat to Kenyans is not external. We don't need him to wield that sword against anybody, because he himself is the greatest threat to Kenyans. If you look at the year that Kenyans have had in 2023, it is the worst year. If you speak to anyone, people did not even have proper celebrations for Christmas because they don't have money. As we speak right now, many people have been unable to take their kids to school. Schools have opened. There is basically no money. If you look at the level of taxation, we don't have anything that he can use that sword to protect. That is why he wants to use it against us. When the leader of the country stands up and he tells investors that in this country there are only 3 options. Either you follow what I am telling you, or I send you to heaven, or I jail you, or you go back to your country. That is somebody who has been corrupted and with power. So he feels that the only thing to do is to use that sword against his own countrymen.
After announcing 2007 election results, Samuel Kivutu lived for only 2 years and 7 months. In the year 2022, after Wafula Chebukati announced the election results, he also lived for 2 years and 7 months as well. Kenyans, breaking news, IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati has passed away. So, to the next person who is going to replace Wafula Chebukati, taking the IEBC chair position, just know that the deadline is 2 years and 7 months.
Wafula Chebukati has been officially declared as being no more family. And the sad thing is, Kenyans are actually celebrating because of the anguish and the pain that has been caused by the last 2 rigged elections, allegedly. But the interesting thing for me, family, is why now? Okay, I know he was sick. He was really sick for the last 2 years. He's been in and out of hospital. But why today? Why now, just after they declared that they were going to be reconstituting the IEBC and Nabi was bowing to pressure and they were now starting the process? I know you guys, you think everything I see is a sacrifice, but there are no coincidences.
When our politicians work for the people diligently, we will keep on supporting and appreciating them. Governor Irungu Kangata, Murang'a County, has decided to do the Lord's work, acquiring a mobile dialysis truck to reach patients in remote and rural areas. Kenyans, check this out. Governor Irungu Kangata says that Kenya has a unique opportunity to transform the society through technology. The investments that need to be done to achieve this is not actually very expensive. Let's listen to this.
Yes, I think from where I see it, Kenya has a unique opportunity through which to transform the society generally and public sector generally through technology. I also think the investments that needs to be done to achieve that are not expensive as it sounds. It only requires goodwill. It only requires strategic thinking. I know Kenya has the know-how to do so. It has the right attitude to do so. And I pray in the next 10, 15 years, I think Kenya ought to be at that place where our technologies be able to make Kenya a better place for our children, for our future, and we prosper together holistically in a more logical and in a more tech-savvy society. Thank you.
Another politician that deserves a round of applause is Member of Parliament Githunguri constituency, Gathoni wa Muchomba. Kenyans, let's take a look at this development.
Mangetu Chita Chronicles. Hapa mahali niko munaona ni kitchen, sio ati niko kwa hoteli. Niko mahali inaitwa Ikinu, hapa ni Githunguri constituency, Kiambu County. Hapa is a central kitchen ambayo nasikia ilijengwa na mjumbe hapa anaitwa Gathoni wa Muchomba. This place they built a central kitchen ambayo inapikia chakula all schools ambayo iko kwa hii constituency. I'm told they are feeding over 22,000 kids. They have a program inaitwa chakula moto moto na madhe. Lazima madhe ni huyo wa mshopo. You see, they have mpaka hii saa nimeambiwa na Yesa nikatop up hii ndio wasasi una top up 20 bob inaitwa tap to eat. So mtoto mwenye ako shule anatembea na kitu kama iangalia maajabu. Una tap tu unapatiwa chakula. I arrived here 9 am. Malori ilikuwa inatoka distributing foods to all schools in this constituency. Unaona vile kitchen inakaa mpaka nimevalishwa kitu kwa kichwa because they are hygienic. Now let me tell you something. Maendeleo inawezekana.
Do you think Kenya is going to have a one-term president? Do you think President William Ruto is going to lose the coming elections? Honorable Anthony Kebagendi decided to be a prophet. Kenyans, listen to this.
Hivyo mimi naambia wale wajumbe tunatoka nao hapa Kisii County na Nyamira ambao wameungana na rais kugandamiza wananchi. Hawa wananchi ambao waliwapitisha wakawaweka bungeni watakutana na nyinyi tena hapo 2027. Na mimi nawaomba wananchi tusifanye makosa tena ya kuhadaiwa na Rais William Ruto. 2027 Kenya hapa itafanyika kama Marekani, itafanyika kama Nigeria. Hapa tutakuwa na a one-term president. Toi bwana nile. Si hata nyinyi mmechoka? Ni wangapi wamesema tunapeleka Ruto nyumbani? Mole tayari? Kaki asante sana wacha.
Senator Edwin Sifuna has recently attacked Honorable Oscar Sudi, saying that how can President William Ruto hang out with a class 2 dropout, in the process degrading Oscar Sudi to the world. Just listen to this.
There is very little that Ruto can do in the intervening period to save his presidency, and he knows it. That is why his allies are speaking the way that he does. That is why he is insulting the public and telling them off every turn he gets. He told us that he has a PhD and nobody should lecture him on anything. I've never seen a PhD who hangs out with class 2 dropouts, because what you do then is that you reduce the average intelligence to at least class 8. If you are just surrounded by, they say birds of a feather flock together. How are you a PhD hanging out with Sudi?
After Edwin Sifuna's statement on live TV about Oscar Sudi, Honorable Oscar Sudi being a class 2 dropout, Oscar Sudi got into his feelings and he decided to clap back.
It's yani, you insult this one, you rubbish the other one. Oh, you know, yani you. So let me. Can you go and ask people or ask your friends if and ask them to tell you the truth.
When news spread that Honorable Oscar Sudi is stepping back, the people did not hesitate to support and defend Edwin Sifuna, Senator Edwin Sifuna. Just listen to how the people, the comrades, were injecting at bunge la mwananchi.
Oscar Sudi ametusi Edwin Sifuna ambaye ni Secretary General wa ODM. Akamutusi stupid, sijui nini, ati Sifuna hana IQ yenye inaweza toshana na yake. Honestly, ati Sifuna hana IQ yenye inaweza toshana na Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi anaelewa maana ya IQ, yani in full. Does Oscar Sudi know how to calculate IQ? Anajua. To calculate IQ, you take your mental age divided by chronological age times 100. Does Oscar Sudi know that? Oscar Sudi ni level ya Edwin Sifuna. Anaweza toshana, can Oscar Sudi engage Edwin Sifuna in an intellectual discourse anywhere? Oscar Sudi aheshimu Edwin Sifuna. Edwin Sifuna sio klasi yake.
Juja Member of Parliament George Koimburi dramatically escaped on a motorcycle outside Kiambu Law Courts. His lawyer Ndegwa Njiru described this incident as a brazen abduction attempt. Kenyans, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Overcome, we shall overcome someday. Deep in our heart, we believe we shall overcome. We shall overcome.
Kenyans, Do you remember this?
Ndio barabara itoke Mandera, ikuje Ramo, ikuje Gari, ikuje Elwak, ikuje Kobo, ikuje pale Kotulo, ikuje Tarbaj, ipitie hapa Wajia, iende Samatar, itaremuke Modogashe, ifike Isiolo, iende Nairobi, watu wa Northern Kenya wakae kama Wakenya wengine.
Did you know it was just a prank by President William Ruto? The Kenya Kwanza government is taking credit on World Bank funded projects. Listen to this.
World Bank is trending at number 3, and World Bank is trending at number 3, reason being Wakenya wanasema kwamba Rais Daktari William Samoei Arap Ruto anapoongelea kuhusiana na barabara ambayo itoke wapi? Isiolo. Iende wapi?
Iende Burji.
Itoke Burji iende wapi?
Iende Koasi wapi?
Iteremke wapi?
Huko kote.
Wanasema
Samatar.
Hiyo barabara yote ni barabara ya World Bank.
Okay.
World Bank walianza kuitolea hela in 2020.
Ndio.
Na hiyo barabara tayari imetengewa pesa na World Bank.
Okay.
So sio barabara ambayo rais anapaswa kuiongelea sana kana kwamba ni yeye ambaye anaishughulikia.
Okay.
Wameweka paka mapicha kutoka katika mitandao ya World Bank kabisa wa Kenya pale, from Washington DC, September tarehe ngapi? Tarehe 8, 2020. The World Bank of Directors today approved $750 million in International Development Association financing to improve the movement of people and goods, digital connectivity and access to social services for over 3.2 million people living in the northern eastern region, where the Isiolo Mandera Regional Road Corridor traverses.
Okay, Samatar.
When President William Ruto was confronted, this is how he defended himself.
This is serious business. Ndio barabara itoke Mandera, ikuje Ramo, ikuje Gari, ikuje Elwak.
The many people who sometimes enjoy me about about this is serious business. I fairly know many places. I would tell you the roads in northern Kenya, the way I would tell you the roads in central Kenya, I would tell you the roads in western Kenya, in many parts of Kenya. And it's because it's my job, you know. This is the job I applied for, to think about the country, to know what to do, where, and to make sure that no part of Kenya is left behind.
We are approaching election seasons, Kenyans. Let's not make the same mistakes that we did in previous elections. Vote wisely. Listen to what Michael Joseph said.
Kenyans have peculiar habits, you know. Here you have an election, time to register. Yeah. And then on the last day, there's a long lines to register. And then the government announces an extension. And everybody goes home.
And wait till the other
last day. Come on.
Talking more about elections, Cyprian Sekundi posted an opinion poll on his X page. The candidates were William Ruto, Raila Odinga, and a mosquito. And the mosquito won by 70% of the votes. This clearly shows that Kenyans prefer a mosquito to be the president rather than these corrupt individuals in government.
Lakini Kenyans nyinyi watu mnakoanga wa maajabu sana. Yani Kenyans mnakoanga tu watu wa maajabu. So pale X kuna msee unajua Cyprian Nyakundi aliweka poll katikati ya Ruto, katikati ya Raila na mosquito. You understand? Katikati ya Raila, Ruto na mosquito. Mwenye saa 2027 tunaweza pigia kura. And guess nani amewin? Mosquito imewin kura against Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Aki Kenyans nyinyi. What? No. Kenyans lazima mchunguze. Hii breed ya Kenyans ni ngumu kuelewa.
Hii ID is more than just a card. It's the key to opportunities. Ni ufunguo to freedom, the change we have been waiting for. So bila ID yako msee, unajua nini itafanyika? You will be financially excluded. What do I mean by that? You will have no access to M-Pesa. You will have no access to M-Kopa phones. Like we the youth are very familiar with that. Hutaweza kufungua bank account yako, hutaweza kupata loan, hutaweza kununua shamba wala kuuza shamba. So, kwa nini hauna ID kama kijana? 2027, without your ID, you will not be able to vote. What are you doing without your ID? I will urge all of us to hold each other accountable. Uliza mzae, uliza madhe, uliza beshte yako kama kona ID. Identity yetu, Kenya ni yetu.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. From 2 men arrested for selling dog meat.
Hata hivyo polisi waliokoa na kuwapeleka hadi katika kituo cha polisi cha Narok Central.
To house help collaboration with thugs. Is this true?
He was expelled from the University of Nairobi for raping a second year's lady.
Where are the children rights activists?
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host today and my name is Elvis Derry. In Africa, instead of our children going to school to study and get the best education and have the best future, they are forced into slavery. In Congo, more than 40,000 children are forced to mine cobalt in Katanga province alone. A few days ago in Kenya, in Kakamega County, 2 children, 14 years and 18 years respectively, lost their lives while mining gold. Is this the future that you want for our children? The end of the year is near and so many celebrations will be happening. People will be traveling and this is the time for us to be safe while driving on the roads. Just a few days ago at the Thika Superhighway, 2 people lost their lives after their private car, lost control and rammed into the Ruiru footbridge. Take a look. And that's not all. Another man said to ditch his car after he rammed through an electric pole and also on someone's shop.
Kijana ni kama alimwambia chana anafuta bangi, lakini mara yake ya kwanza akakuja akaharibu gari yenyewe hapa na akatoroka. Hii gari amebeba sitima, watu wote anaona Hii imevunjwa ni yako? Wallahi. Si ni ile ice cream mama? Oh. Gari iko amebeba stima kila mtu shuhudia. Stima amebeba gari.
So for many of those who will be traveling these coming holidays, these coming celebrations, the end of the year, may you all be safe. Drive safely. Sometimes when you allow people to come into your house, live in your house, or even work in your house, sometimes you never know the evilness that is hidden in their hearts. Here in Nairobi, a CCTV footage captured where a house help opened the door for a criminal, allowed a criminal, a thug, to enter in the house and rob, and suddenly even attacking the owner of the house. Take a look. Back in the day when Babu Owino was still at the University of Nairobi, he revealed a very shocking information to the people. And this information, it involves Geoffrey Musiria, who is the Nairobi City County Environment Officer. Listen to what Babu Owino had to say.
One Geoffrey Musiria, he was expelled from the University of Nairobi for raping a second year's lady. I'm the one who brought him back. Ask him. The other day, he's barely a month in the university when he was expelled 2 years ago. I'm the one who brought him back. Now he wants to fight. We will tell him the reason why a baby can play with the mother's boobs in public, but the same baby will never play with the father's testicles in public. Never. The same Geoffrey Musiria, he slapped a lady, a fresher, at 3 a.m. in the morning. When the security reported and he was suspended 1 year ago, I'm the one who brought him back. Now, why must these people fight? Were they brought back so that they can be used by the administration to fight the current regime? No. Nobody will have a coup in this zone. This zone is as strong as it is called. Zone is feared by both the opposition and the government. I will not talk about administration because administration is useless.
You all have seen the work that Geoffrey Musiria has been doing around Nairobi City County, moving from one place to another and convincing the people, the residents and the public, the citizens, to do the right thing. But this time he was not lucky. When he visited Impala grounds, the ground was hostile. Take a look.
I've captured that.
So, what really happened? Listen to this.
You know, we're just vibing to the music. Kumeshika, zimeshika. Oh my god, kulikuwa tu like ilikuwa tu just fun vibes. Kidogo kidogo naona ule mtu wa environment ule anaitangwa Geoffrey Musiria ama Geoffrey. Huyo tukamuona like watu walikuwa na mixed reactions. Watu wanafurahi, watu kwa zile za ndio ule jona wanaanga like TikTok and everything. Wengine wanashtuka. But the bouncers were not too happy. Walikuwa wamejam. So at some point bouncers obviously juni event yao like walikuwa namzuia kuingia and everything. Umemsana kama mdogo lakini trust me, akona nguvu. Mimi sijui ametoa wapi nguvu. Lakini vile alikuwa amejam, he meant business. Huyu mtoto alikuwa anacheka, alikuwa tu anakaa tu. Alikuwa anakaa scary. But alikuwa zile za like I'm doing the right thing. But like alikuwa so scary, alikuwa like alikuwa nashtuka. But anyway, long story short, ngoma ilizimwa tukaenda home. Sijawahi experience such a thing, Ngoma ilizimwa watu tukanyamaza, kila mtu like tulikuwa so humbled. But shout out to that man, he's doing a really good job. Like anafanya such a nice job. Na niwaulize ameolewa. Is he married? I'm just asking for a friend. It's not even for me.
Even in Kenyan football, there's chaos all the time. A few days ago, the head coach of Gor Mahia, Leonardo Martins Naiva, he was saved from police officers after the angry fans attacked him after bottling a 2-0 lead against Moranga Seal at Machakos Stadium. Take a look. Apart from the chaos that is happening around Kenya, also Kenyans are representing internationally. They are representing worldwide. A Kenyan born by the name of Hulda Momanyi, not Huda, but Hulda Momanyi. She won the Minnesota House of Representatives seat.
All right, this is what I'm going to say right here. It is official. We have, for the first time in history, for the first time in Minnesota, for the first time in the United States, Congresswoman Hulda History, DFO, Minnesota. This is the DHA. Come on, people, let me hear the music. Give me the music. Hey. Come on, move it a little bit. I can't hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question of the day is, have we been eating dog meat or even cat meat? Like many of you like eating mutura, street foods that have meat inside, but yet you don't know the content that is in that food. 2 men from Narok County, they were arrested for slaughtering dog for their meat. Just take a look.
Kwamba watu wawili walinusurika kifo baada ya kufumaniwa na wakazi wa eneo la Total kumradhi, kaunti ya Narok, wakiwa na nyama ya mbwa. Wananchi waliojawa na hasira waliwapiga watu hawa ambao wanadaiwa kusambaza nyama hiyo kwa wanaouzia sambusa. Wakazi waliwalazimisha kuelezea walivyowaua mbwa hao na kupakia nyama. Hata hivyo, polisi waliwaokoa na kuwapeleka hadi katika kituo cha polisi cha Narok Central. Wakazi wamekuwa wakilalamikia kupotea kwa mbwa wao.
Kila siku bwana tunakula mutura. Kwanza mimi ni customer mkubwa sana, na anashangaa bwana, hii mbwa ni tamu, ni kama wanaongeza kachumbari, sijui wanaongeza nini. Kila mahali kunauzwa mutura na hata hakuna buchari. Tunashangaa tunakula nyama gani?
Mbwa yangu ilipotea, na niyo kubwa sana ya red, na ilipotea juzi. Kumbe ndio wanakuwa wamekatakata wanatuletea hapa kwa babuchari tunakula. Kama mimi nimekuwa nikikula nyama sana, nadhani hata jana nimekula hiyo mutura ya hiyo mbwa.
Hata sisi wanabiashara wenye wanauza substitute kama omena, samaki, saizi hatuna biashara mzuri kwa sababu hata sisi bei yetu tunapungua because tunajaribu ku catch up na market yao pia. Sasa yenye tumeomba the Kenya Meat Authority tafadhali itilie maanani nyama zenye wanabuchari wanauza, na pia waangalie mazingira hizo nyama.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Raila Odinga faulting Ruto's government.
The issue of abductions of innocent people. This is a primitive thing.
To churches siding with the government.
Let us make sure that we respect our leaders.
Are abductions fake?
Some of the cases of abductions that have come out, and I've realized that some of them are just total propaganda.
Why Uhuru Kenyatta quit social media?
Hata Twitter mnaona na hiyo, mimi niliondoka huko. Ngaona hii kitu ni bure, ni matusi tu. Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your of today, and my name is Elvis Derry. This Christmas has not been a Christmas for everyone. Some people are still grieving for losing their loved ones, and some people are still looking for their missing and abducted loved ones. Even the parents are being told that they did not raise their children properly. But yet, those same children who are protesting against the government, they are also taxpayers in this country, and they have all the rights to question the government. Listen to this.
Christmas is a time for merry, but unfortunately, we have to talk about abductions this year. Kibet was abducted, and no more Kasongo cartoons. It's really unfortunate because it seems this man will stop at nothing. He is in church, lecturing our parents, telling them that they did not bring us appropriately. He's forgetting that we are adults who pay taxes in this country. We are citizens and therefore deserve good representations. This is the Moi blood that believes that we are children. That's why he's saying we need to be guided. We need to toe the line. He cannot believe that we have, we have recruited our parents even in bowing off his commissioners when they come to read his speeches. First of all, why is the president's speech being read as if we are in 1970s, like in the counties? Is it necessary? People have TVs, people have phones, they can watch the president if they want to, and if they don't want to, forget about him. Anyway, back to the abductions. That is the topic of the day. It's serious, and many of us feel helpless. People are saying we should arm ourselves, we should fight these abductors because the police have said they're not the ones abducting people, so it is criminals. And people like Mother Karua have been on record saying that people have been recruited from other countries, neighboring countries, to come and do these criminal activities because it would be very hard to bring them to books.
It seems like some churches have decided to choose sides. Instead of the church leaders coming out and calling out the government on its wrongdoing, they have decided to defend the government, and to the point where they are telling the government to abduct and jail those young people who are fighting for good governance in this country, and also criticizing the president. Just listen to these fools who call themselves men of God.
We need to respect our leaders. As young people, we are always reminded that respect and discipline and obedience is what gives us success in life. Before we go to the social media with things that we cannot get facts of, please let us restrain ourselves. Let us make sure that we respect our leaders. Name calling does not make us have peace. Kenya has enjoyed peace, and we continue to enjoy peace. That we who are parents, if we don't take care of our children, then we are going to lose them and lose the country.
I want to urge our young men and the Gen Zs that let us be cautious on what we post on the social media. before we blame the government on the kind of abduction it is taking place in this country, let us be very cautious on what we boast. Let us have some kind of respect for our leaders. The positions we held today from the president are not individual positions, but position on behalf of the great people of Kenya. Let us respect those who are in authority and exercise constraints as we execute and exercise our democratic rights as citizens of Kenya.
It looks like the current president of Kenya does not know how to handle criticism from the people of Kenya. And I just want to show you guys of a video of the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, how he handled this kind of situation.
Hata Twitter mnaona na hiyo, mimi niliondoka huko. Ngaona hii kitu ni bure, ni matusi tu, hakuna kitu kingine inaendelea hapa. Right? Unakaa hapo unasoma hulali, nini wanasema nini? Huyu sasa wewe unapiga simu, unaona vile huyu mtu amenituka. Afadhali nilale bana. Niongee. Nipige story hapo na mama kidogo hapo. Nilale, niamke, niende kazi, dunia iendelee. Kama ni namna gani jamani?
If you cannot handle the truth, you cannot handle the heat, why not just close your social media accounts? Just listen to what Member of Parliament Gitonga Mukunji advising the leaders, the politicians, to close their accounts if they cannot handle criticism. Take a look.
And I want to advise leaders, because myself I also get a lot of issues in social media. I just want to quote when the former president found it intolerable to look at the social media. He left social media. Alitoka akafunga hizo account zake zote. Kama kiongozi yote anasikia kwa social media imemlemea, funga hiyo account, hakuna mtu atajua wewe wataka social media. Wazazi wafai kuumia kupoteza mtoto wao. They should be able to have their kid. If he is arrested, wataenda kotini, watafute wakili, watete hiyo maneno.
Some politicians don't really get it. Janet Mohammed came out and condemned all those young people who are expressing their views and their opinions in different and unique ways online.
Mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya, tafadhali msiweke mimi kwa coffin kabla wakati yangu hajafika. Unaenda unaweka President of the Republic of Kenya, unaweka yeye kwa coffin, unaweka yeye kwa Twitter na Facebook. Hiyo ni tabia chafu sana. Na watu wanapiga kifua wanasema hiyo ni haki yangu ya kusema. Huna haki ya kuweka mimi kwa sanduku, ya kudhulumu watu kupitia mtandao. Ati fulani ya sasa amekufa, amevalishwa tai na suit, iko sanduku ndani yake. Bana, hiyo ni jambo la kuhuzunisha sana, ambayo inafaa tutoe mfano mzuri kwa vijana wetu na watoto wetu. Unaruhusu mtoto yako anaweka mtu kwa sanduku, hatua ikichukuliwa unalia, unapiga kelele. Mbona ulizuia kuua mtu mwingine? Mtu ambaye amewekwa kwa sanduku ni kama mtu amekufa.
But you know, the more they condemn and the more they abduct and the more they keep on killing our comrades, the more the pressure increases. Just listen to what our brother here had to say.
Hao Wakenya walikuwa kwa maandamano, bado ndio hao mnaendelea kukasirisha. Kama mlishtuka, bado hamjashtuka vizuri. Kulingana na ile nimesikia mkisema mlikuwa mmeingia baridi, na hatukuwa na nia, tulikuwa tunataka msipitishe na mkapitisha. Haya, endeleeni hizo vitu mnafanya. Mtajua Wakenya, nyinyi mnaona eti Gen Z, mnabandika tu watu wamekasirika jina kwa sababu mnaona vijana ndo. Halo, endeleeni hizo vitu mnafanya, mtaniambia kama tutafika na nyinyi 2027.
We are all familiar with Kibet Bull's work, where he was making those cartoon-like images of Kasongo that has been trending on social media for several weeks. Later on, Kibet Bull went to meet Okiya Omtata. Then he was abducted. So was this a coincidence or was it planned?
Kibet Bull manze inaniuma sana. That guy was a revolution single-handedly. Those cartoons were speaking volumes. Alafu mnataka kutuambia it was a coincidence after tu meet Okiya Omtata, the guy is taken. Well, we know Okiya Omtata manzi, he had a secret meeting with Ruto's point men. Unaona, after they walimwambia you need at least 7 billion to run a presidential campaign. You don't, guys, don't be naive. Anything that looks like a duck walks like a duck. Please trust your instincts. Ikikuambia this is it. Stop convincing your instinct that, oh, sijui nini, but this guy has fought for us for a very long time. Oh, this guy, no. Let me tell you, it's not a coincidence. Mse aliseti boy wetu. Number 2, Morara. Mimi nataka uni-explainie kama mtoto. Ile siku likamatwa, after you are released, you said you were met by asijui na ambassador. Akakuambia utoe watoto wako Kenya. That must have been Meg Whitman, 100%. Number 2, to open a political party in Kenya, you need to at least open 21 county offices of your political party for you to be given a certificate by ORPP, Register of Political Parties. Who is this powerful person in government that assisted you to get a party certificate without opening 21 offices, Morara?
A Kenyan politician by the name of Samuel Atandi, he came out and said that these abduction cases are not genuine, that some of them are fake, that they are aimed in tarnishing the government's image. Like, is this serious about this? Like, Kenyans, just listen to this.
Because I'm also intelligent, I was also trying to analyze some of the cases of abductions that have come out. And I've realized that some of them are just total propaganda. There may be a few cases, but a number of them are total propaganda. And we want to ask people, the enemies of government, to go slow. Yeah. Some of these stories about abductions are not real. Now, if there are a number that are accurate and are real, we want to urge them to resolve them. But we want to say that all the stories about abductions, most of them are not genuine. They are aimed at tarnishing the name of the government. They are aimed at bringing the government down, the government of the day down. And we don't want to bring the government of the day down. Because one of the reasons why we joined government to support government is because we didn't want Kenya to collapse. Many countries have collapsed because of political turmoil. And our work was to bring stability so that the country can move on and the rule of law is respected.
Even the Interior CS, Kipchumba Murkomen, he came out and showed his full support to the police after the Inspector General said that they are not taking part in any kind of abductions in Kenya.
Kumekuwa na mjadala kubwa sana taifa kuhusu vijana ambao wanasemekana wamepotea. Ni kweli kama vile Inspector General of Police amesema ya kwamba kama idara ya polisi hakuna there is no policy, yani hakuna policy yoyote yenye tunayo kama serikali ya kusema mtu atashikwa apotee, na katiba haiwezi kubali. Katiba inasema mtu akishikwa kwa masaa 24 lazima afikishwe kotini, na idara ya polisi imesema wazi ya kwamba hakuna mtu tumemshika na hatujampeleka kotini. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kuhakikishia Wakenya, sisi kama serikali tuna vitu mbili ambayo tunakubaliana. Ya kwanza ni kwamba idara ya polisi kama vile katiba inasema lazima iwachiwe nafasi yao kufanya kazi independently bila kushurutishwa na waziri ama rais ama naibu wa rais ama mtu yoyote. The police is under command of the Inspector General and they will do their work independently, and we will support the independence of our police service to do their work independently. And therefore we will never allow a situation where any of us will direct Inspector General of Police of National Police Service on how to do their work.
After the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, came out and said that the police are not involved in any kind of illegal abductions in Kenya, Mwengi Mutuse, a Kenyan politician, he came out with a very shocking revelation after he said that the former Deputy President of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, is to be blamed for the abductions.
Kulingana na habari tulizo nazo ni kwamba mpangaji akisaidiwa na wandani wake wa siasa na wengine ambao wana vibaraka wake katika serikali na wengine ambao walikuwa serikalini mbeleni, wale wanahusika katika haya mambo wanaongozwa, the highest responsibility lies with Rigathi Gachagua. Kwa hivyo sitasema ingine, nishasema kwamba ni Rigathi Gachagua, na Rigathi Gachagua atueleze mambo yake katika haya maneno ya abductions ni happy, ndio nao Wakenya wajue ukweli.
In the middle of all this chaos, abduction chaos and protests, some Kasongo brigades came out and said that all these abduction cases are fake and that the people of Kenya, the Kenyans, the Gen Zs and the activists are lying. Like I'm just wondering, like which country do these people live in?
Wale culprits wawekwe ndani na wastakiwe.
What we are witnessing is a systematic intention and deliberate move to destabilize the country and to polarize the communities in the Republic of Kenya. I want to take this moment and condemn and to call upon every leader. As much as we have political difference, we have political scores to settle, it is not the right way to polarize the country and to cause mayhem among the communities, including the fact and falsehood where we are being informed and we are causing Kenyans to believe there are abductions caused to the children of Kenya. DIG was here, and I have no doubt in the capacity of the police service of Kenya to conduct investigation and to bring order on those particular issues. But nonetheless, to say we will not accept, and this is a replication of exactly what happened during the GNC uprising. The people who took over the GNC demonstration and put our nation into shame.
Are trying to plot against this government, especially people who have been impeached, people who are at home. The best thing you're supposed to do once you have been impeached, you go and watch.
I really don't understand these people. Like I cannot believe my ears. Like I'm just wondering, which country do they come from? They don't see what is happening in this country called Kenya, in East Africa. They don't see. But on the other side, Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, he came out and criticized the President of Kenya over these abductions that has been taking place. And just listen to what Raila had to say.
The issue of abductions of innocent people, this is a primitive thing. And it is something that is very strange. You cannot live in a country where people disappear or people are abducted for no other reason and kept incommunicado for a long time. That shows that there is no government. The government must take this matter seriously. And this thing must end completely. People have been abducted. Families have been left in pain. Many parents have been crying. Our child was abducted the other day and by some people who were uniformed, and you have never seen this child up to now. These kind of things are very strange. So I want to urge the government to ensure that this matter ends completely this year. We want a safe and secure country. We want a safe and secure country. Gone were those days when they used to arrest you and take you to Nyayo House. But at least then you're being taken to Nyayo House, which is a government institution. These days you're being taken to unknown places. We don't want these kind of primitive things to happen in our country. It's primitive and it's unacceptable.
I definitely agree. These issues of abductions is taking this country, is taking us back in the dark days. Some young Kenyans, they went to go and look for their abducted comrade, but yet there was a car that was trailing them and following them in Peponi Road. Just take a look.
Hello guys, look at this vehicle. Imetufuata all the way from that location yenye tumeenda kuangalia comrades wetu. The number plate is KCQ 840G.
Lexus.
Ametufuata tukaingia petrol station alafu akatoka.
Nata haendi speed. KCQ. Acha nitumie hivi. Bede unajua tunaweza mfuata hivi, uone tu vile ko aimless. Bede tumfuate mpaka mwisho wa dunia. Kuna mafuta, rada. Nipana.
Since the protest started, the young Gen Zs, the Kenyans, have been called so many different names by some politicians in the government. But young, brave and wise Kenyan, he came out and asked very tough questions to the current Kenyan government regime. Just listen to this.
Wewe, sasa ulikuwa naambia watu ni mapepo chafu na ni mashaitani na ni demons. Nani alikuwa abduct wewe? Kuna mtu alikushika? Sasa ulikuwa unaji-express how you feel about the Kenyan public. Who arrested you? Who abducted you? Now why are you abducting us? For expressing ourselves? Huh?
So comrades, let's head over to Jacaranda grounds where Nuru Okanga opened his heart and shared his views and opinions on the current happenings, including the abductions that is taking place in this country. Just listen to this speech.
Raila Odinga, mdozi wake William Samoei Ruto, ambaye anamsaidia kampeni ya AU, ndiye anapoteza watu. Anakuanga na Ruto daily, State House pale. Hiyo sio maneno Raila Odinga kuja kwa public media kutuambia. Aende State House, aambie Ruto kwa nini watu wanapotea. Aende huko. Sisi kama wananchi, Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Hata mimi nilipigiwa nikaambiwa next ni wewe. I'm ready. I'm ready. Mimi kama Mluya niko na watoto wawili. Nikikufa watoto wataniita. Sina hasara. Mimi sina hasara kwa maisha saa hii, ni kukula na kukufa. Mluya ukishazaa mambo ni mawili, kukula na kukufa. So hii government, Mr. Speaker, sisi kama vijana hatutanyamaza.
So, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Some Kenyans have decided to arm themselves and not be defenseless like before during this time of abductions and so many things that is happening in this country. And as people plan for the 30th of December for the protests, let's listen to what this young Gen Z had to say.
Nyi watu si mnajua maandamano salama ni ya watu wajinga. Ati peaceful nini? So nyinyi mbebe flags, mbebe placards, wao wakuja na silaha. Na mnafikiria mtasikizwa at all? No. Tafadhali beba tool. Beba tool. E30th beba tool. Juu mtu anakuja na marungu, akona rubber bullets, akona shower spicy. Wewe uko tu hapo na kaplakad, Ebu beba tool na ikiwezekana mpaka pepper spray.
And in that case, I would like to show you what really took place during the 30th of December protests of ending abductions in Kenya. And let me tell you, the people came out, the Kenyans came out, the Gen Zs, and everyone else came out to support. And this is how the streets look like. Take a look.
Stop killing us! Stop killing us! Munatuua. Wanatuua. Natuweka familia kuendelea kusaidia jamaa wanaumia. Wewe jamaa tolewa hapo. Saidieni hiyo mtu. Wewe, hebu toeni huyo jamaa kwa nini? Peaceful. Anuka continua. Victory is certain. Victory is assured. Anuta continua. The struggle continues. We are peace. Struggle continues. The struggle continues. We are peaceful. The struggle continues. Release our people. Kenya ni home. Kenya ni home. We shall overcome. Tuko katika mikono ya mabeberu. This is the colonial system. Hivi ndio mkoloni alitaka mkwe mnafanya. Mnadhulumu Mkenya mwenzako kwa sababu anatetea haki yake. What are you doing? Kuja naenda wapi? Kuja naenda wapi? Where we are peaceful. We are peaceful. We are. Lazima upande. Lazima upande. People power. We are peaceful. People power. We are the people. struggle continues to victory. Yes, Ruto, your days are numbered. We are coming for you. We are coming for you. You have been nowhere to hide. Ruto, you are a coward. Nowhere to hide. Ruto, you are a coward. You have nowhere to hide. Ruto, you are a coward. Ruto, you are a coward.
Ako wapi? Billy Mwangi. Ako wapi? Peter Muteti. Ako wapi? Peter Muteti. Ako wapi? Bernard Kabuli. Ako wapi? Bernard Kabuli. Ako wapi? Kevin Muthoni. Ako wapi? Kevin Muthoni. Ako wapi? Justice Mutumwa. Ako wapi? Justice Mutumwa. Ako wapi? Martin Zioka. Ako wapi? Martin Zioka. Ako wapi?
Katiba tutaelewa, tumesoma katiba tukaelewa, kufanya maandamano ni haki yetu, kufanya maandamano ni haki yetu. Tumesoma katiba tukaelewa, tumesoma katiba tukaelewa, kufanya
Ngo alishinda juu alipeana ho ngo kamkataki withhold kibo ngo pia kuja tupeane kibo ngo alipromise amerudi akasema wasi kila mtu jada pia na yeye pia ni ngo
huku mawe hakuna, huku mawe bana.
Ndio ametupa moja. Kuna moja nalipukia hapa.
Mafala! Viva! Dogo. Atuwa bana. Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Oya, leteni. Huyu amelala. Mnatuua. Wanatuua. Unatuweka kwa gari yako badala ya kusaidia jamaa anaumia. Wewe jamaa tolewa hapo. Saidieni hiyo. Wewe, hebu toeni huyo jamaa kwa mweka kwa nini? Yes. Wacha tunarua bwana. Wewe wacha wewe. Wacha wewe. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua na seneta. 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 Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Mnatuua Nokia. Wanatuua Nokia. Wanatuua Nokia. Mnatuua.
Ni mimi nimesema Ruto ni takataka. Ni mimi nimesema president wa Kenya ni takataka. Bado nitasema Ruto ni president ambaye hajielewa, hana akili. Ruto hauna akili, wewe ni takataka. Wewe ni president takataka, umbwa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
170 go control. We are coming for you.
From abduction caught on camera to plane crash in Malindi.
Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha.
Why did he kill a daughter? Bukangesa Omole assassination attempt.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host today and my name is Elvis Derry. Tragedy has shaken Kenya, where an aircraft in Malindi crashed, busted into flames, and sadly, 3 people lost their lives. Let's take a look at the aftermath of the accident.
Oh, bad accident mazee imetokea hapa kwa chocha. Accident mbaya imetokea kwa chocha. Accident mbaya imetokea kwa chocha. Watu wamekufa mbaya. Watu wamekufa vibaya sana. Hey, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh. Eh. Hana ugua mazea. Yule hana kichwa kabisa, angalia. Oh. Hey, Jesus. Oh, mama. Oh, Jesus. Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha. Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha. Ndio hii.
So for those who lost their lives, may their souls rest in eternal peace and may their families find peace in their hearts. The Kenya Revenue Authority has launched investigations on a political activist by the name of Morara Kebaso for allegedly failing to file tax returns on 106 million shillings made from his businesses. Later on, Morara Kebaso went to Twitter, or formerly also known as X, and tweeted and said that, "I am willing and ready to sit down with KRA and understand how we disagreed on mathematics and why it is necessary to investigate me in the media without a chance to defend myself. I have been condemned without a fair hearing." Kenyans, if I may ask you, are you being paid to hold the government accountable? Are you being paid to question politicians and criticize their work ethic? The President of Kenya, William Ruto, thinks that the young people of Kenya are being misled and paid to misuse the internet. Just listen to what he had to say.
Mimi nawauliza vijana wale wengine wasipotoshwe na wanasiasa wa kuwalipa pesa kidogo ati waweke mapicha ya viongozi ati kwenye makaburi. Mimi nataka niwaambie hawa vijana, leo mtaweka viongozi kwa makaburi, kesho mtaweka wazazi wenu kwa makaburi, kesho kutwa mtaweka wenzenu, marafiki zenu ama ndugu zenu kwa makaburi. Siku hiyo ingine nyinyi mtaanza mambo ya mauaji. I want to ask you, those who are encouraging young people to continue this trend where they are putting people in coffins, let us be careful so that we don't build a generation that is going to self-destruct. We must tell our young people that good morals, good character pays. Instead of using the internet to have pictures, images of people in coffins, use the internet to monetize and create jobs for yourself, earn money and make your lives better.
After that, CS Kipchumba Murkomen declared that all those who are using social media accounts to criticize the government and to express themselves, they will all be charged. Like he has forgotten that in Article 33 in the Kenya Constitution, it upholds freedom of expression. Just listen to this.
I want to assure you, Your Excellency, myself and our team in Interior, we are going to relook at this behavior, and we will make sure that we will charge all of those who are using this social media to threaten others, because if we don't do so, we will not have a country that is in order. Ukiona wale wanatengeneza mapicha na kutengeneza picha kama wameweka mtu kwa jeneza na wanaweka jeneza kiongozi wa taifa, mimi nataka niulize, and I want to ask this question to every parent in our country, and particularly the church leaders who are defending this bad behavior, and all those politicians, including those who don't agree with us politically, who are defending this behavior. If tomorrow your child goes to school today, and another child whom they share the same class sends a picture, the same picture, when your child has been put in a coffin, will you still defend that behavior? Because when that message is sent to your child, what is that errant child saying? He is threatening your child that I will kill you.
The final year exams has already been done. It is finished. And currently so many students are waiting to join university or college. But a sad story has emerged from Bungoma County in Chesikaki, where a father beat up his daughter to death for simply scoring a D+ in her KCSE exams. Just take a look at this sad and disturbing video. A member of parliament by the name of Oscar Sudi, he went on to rant and call the Gen Z's names. He actually called the Gen Z's thugs for simply fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. Just take a look.
Si mnajua wale wakora wa mtandao kule Nairobi wanapiga kelele, wanasema sijui Ruto must go, sijui nini. Si mlisikia niliambia hawa jana waruke juu, waende chini, waende kando, hakuna penye Ruto anaenda. Ama ni aje? Si mnajua wale wanajifanya wanafikirianga lazima wao tu ndio waongoze inji. Hapana. Hata Mluya anaweza ongoza. Hata Mturukana anaweza ongoza. Mkenya yote ako na uwezo wa kuongoza. Si hata mimi mtanipatia rais kwingine.
Apart from Oscar Sudi's disrespect towards the Gen Zs, the other member of parliament by the name of Farah Maalim, who said that he would have killed 5,000 Gen Zs if he was the president of Kenya, he has come back to disrespect Kenyans and also the Gen Zs. I just listened to what this fool said.
Alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Kwa nina zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo? Kwani amekaa kwa kiti ya mama yako ama baba yako? Amekaa kwa kiti yetu sisi na tutamchagua, tutamrudisha with 99% from the Eastern Province, hapa Eastern wafugaji wote, na nyinyi mtaniahidi mtanipa mimi 99% ama 100%. Mtanipa ngapi? Mtanipa ngapi?
Like seriously, Kenyans, voters, is this how a politician, a leader should talk in public? Just listen to what the villager 254 had to say.
Tumetukanwa pamoja na mama zetu wametukanwa na ni mheshimiwa. So Ruto ameamua sababu tunatengeneza cartoon za kumtukana, sasa ametafuta watu wa kututukana. No problem. We will deal with Maalim Farah. You remember the last time he spoke, he said that he would have killed 5,000 young people June 25th. Now we have evidence that he has something against the young people of this country. Now ICC cases are building properly. Are you seeing what I'm saying? I think it is boiling nicely. Ruto is losing on every direction. Kamkete anasimama, Ruto is losing. Sudi akisimama, Ruto is losing. Kimani Ichung'wah akisimama, Ruto is losing. Natembeya alisema they are assisting to burn the mountain and the western. And once the mountain and western is burnt, then Ruto is cooked. I looked at Sifuna. Several times he has repeated that Kasongo's goose is cooked, served, plate and sufurias has been washed. They are waiting for the new occupant.
The Member of Parliament Farah Maalim's statement has sent shockwaves in Kenya, to the point where even Francis Gaido, a parliamentary aspirant, has said that on Monday 27th will be a public holiday. Just listen to what Mpanya had to say.
Ati hiyo falamarim, si falamarim, Wakikuyu mko wapi muite huu mtu falamarim? Ati ametuita nini? Ati kumanina by the way, kumanina ziu kwa nini by the way? Okay, tunajua kuma ni nini, but hatujui nina ni nani ama ni nini. Anyway, and to other news, our official opposition leader Francis Gaido has given us a holiday on the 27th of this month as a sign of civil disobedience to this abducting and unaliving of young people's government. Hapo ndio tuko.
To be honest, as the Gen Z Minister of Information, this is how I feel about the Member of Parliament, Farah Maalim. The General Secretary of the Communist Party of Kenya, Bukangeso Omole, he was attacked by assailants who were attempting to assassinate him. And one of the assailants lost his life. That is the day they knew that it is hard and difficult to find a communist unprepared. Just take a look.
Huh? I'm in a bit.
So, if you ask yourselves what really happened, the armed attackers stormed his residence at 3 a.m., leading to a firefight in which one attacker was neutralized, while 7 others fled. Police arrived an hour after the assailants had escaped. The party accuses rogue state militias and counter-revolutionary operatives, allegedly led by Benedict Wachira, of orchestrating the attack with the collaboration of the Kenya Kwanza regime, which Bukangeso Omole has heavily criticized. The party has condemned the attack, calling for an independent investigation to hold the perpetrators and their sponsors accountable. They view this as an attack not just on an individual, but on the broader revolutionary movement of Kenya's fight for justice and democracy. The party remains committed to protecting its members and continuing its struggle for liberation, socialism and justice, vowing not to be intimidated by such actions.
Huh? I'm in a bit.
Protests took place along Nyeri-Nyahururu Highway following the disappearance of our local residents from Muduini, Kenny West in Nyeri. Simon Mangi Gitinji, commonly known as Saimo, was last seen on Wednesday. His motorbike was found abandoned near Solio Ranch, close to Miyoge Secondary School. A joint search involved the National Police Service, Solio Ranch Rangers and local residents. During this search, Gitinji's phone was recovered, but it was found switched off. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. It seems like abductions is still taking place in the Republic of Kenya. Despite public and international outcry, we are still losing our people. Take a look at this video of a young Gen Z being abducted in Rongai.
Or something. Sio tumsaidie.
Ani abdata samba.
Kenyans, are you tired of hearing abduction cases every day? And how should the public react when they see someone being abducted? Just listen to this.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen that video that's trending of the kid that's getting abducted in Ongata Rongai. Yeah, he's literally getting shoved into some Suzuki and people are just standing around looking. And I hope you can see the government has changed MO from using Subarus and Tiguans. They've now switched to Suzukis and TXs. Maji 150, that's what they've switched to. Okay, so the people are just looking and they are like, abduct you, and the people are just looking. Siju, I don't know if he's chucked his gun or cocked it, and there's a fucking crowd. If you cannot get something flammable, just stone that fucking car to nothing. Kumejaa mawe, your politicians hakuna tama kwa meka on those roads. Anything that can be used as a projectile, direct it to that vehicle. Simple. These are criminals and they should be treated like criminals.
But despite being oppressed and denied freedom of expression and freedom of speech, the Gen Zs are still defiant. Just listen to this song.
Kasongo another ni ati to abduct tam respect. Kasongo another ni ati to abduct tam respect. Kazipata heshima na kazi yake tuna reject. Kazi yake tuna reject. Kazi yake theft. Ni theft. Kazi yake theft. Ni theft. Tunataka tuwa left. Anasikiza mabeshte madwanzi ndo maana tumrespect. Anadanganywa na madwanzi hatuwezi kurespect. No maana tuna inject. Tunataka tu a left. Kaongo uta left. Uongo tuna reject.
Inject party leader Moira Kipeso Senior visited the Keno Sagana Road 48 kilometers where a contractor was paid an extra 1.2 billion shillings for nothing from the 8.4 billion shillings that was supposed to be paid. Like, when will all this corruption stop? Just take a look at this.
And this is the story of the Keno Sagana Road, which was supposed to be 48 kilometers worth 8.4 billion Kenya shillings. Now see, this is an incomplete footbridge, the same as this one. Now there are like 5 footbridges before you get to Sagana along this road that were never done. These are the street lights. You just need to see the street lights. So the street lights ni chuma imesimama tu, hakuna taa, and part of this road is not even marked, and part of it the drainage is very bad. Now this road was supposed to cost 8.4 billion, but the contractor has been paid more than 8.4 billion. The contractor has been paid 9.6 billion Kenya shillings. That is 1.2 billion more than what he was contracted to be paid. Lakini ona, this is what we mean when we say wizi bila kazi. As you can see, these footbridges are needed because this place is dangerous to cross. And I'm going to show you more of these footbridges along this road. As you can see, there is a footbridge. Jamaa amelipwa, alikuwa nafaa alipo 8.4 billion, amelipwa 9.6 billion, which is 1.2 billion more. And this is the situation. Come, let me show you Keno Sagana Road, 48 kilometers, and after that I will show you the Sagana Marua Road, which is 36 kilometers for 6 billion shillings. So there were 2 projects. This road to Sagana, that's 8.4 billion. Then from Sagana to Marua, that is 36 kilometers for 6 billion. So this is phase 1. This is part 1 of the Vampire Diaries. This is another crime scene. This is along the Keno Sagana Road. You can see, this is how the contractor, after being paid all the money plus 1.2 billion shillings extra, hii ndio kazi alifanya. Mnalipwa pesa yote. This is a contract that started in 2020 August, and this is 2025. You can see it was supposed to run for 35 months. It is far much past that time.
George Ruto's matatus have not been complying and respecting simple traffic laws. The drivers of these two matatus, namely John Mwangi of Ambush and Dominic Amaya of Manifest, have been charged with driving unroadworthy vehicles after being arraigned at Kibera law courts. Both drivers pled guilty and were fined 50,000 shillings each, or 6 months in jail. The matatus were impounded on Thursday after video surfaced showing reckless driving along Magadi Road headed to Ongata Rongai, with both vehicles severely overloaded and several youths perched on the roofs and hanging from the windows. Just take a look at this matatu misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. One Kenyan tour guide decided to inject, teaching some tourists a name that is currently famous in Kenya. Take a look.
So the other stuff, we call them kasongo. Kasongo? Yeah, the Pumba. The Pumba? Yeah, we call them kasongo. Kasongo? Yes. Kasongo. 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 Yeah. They have a great song called Kasongo, yeah, yeah.
Kwa majina naitwa Anthony Muturi. Mimi nalisema Ruto must go, na mtu asikuwe na tamaa kama mimi, na Ruto ni mwizi kama mimi. Ruto must go, na ninaomba msamaha sana.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
17 Eagle Control. They're coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Raila Odinga losing African Union chairmanship seat,
Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf from Djibouti, 33.
to Deputy President Kithure Kindiki chased away. Did Raila Odinga betray the Gen Zs?
Wajira, do you feel betrayed?
Yeah, absolutely. We were not on the streets for ODM to get positions. We were on the streets to get good governance in this country.
Member of Parliament Peter Salasa celebrates Raila's downfall.
Ali ndio mwenyekiti mpya wa AUC gani? Sasa ona.
Anguka na.
They're coming for you.
Ndio mjue kuna mtu aliiba nyota ya baba. Baba anashindwa mpaka kwa city inaitanishwa na yeye. Hadis ya baba.
Allah, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. The former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, he was running for the African Union Commission chairmanship, but he lost. And Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf was declared the winner. Take a look.
Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf from Djibouti, 33.
After Mohamed Ali Yusuf winning the African Union Commission chairmanship, he went on to say that they had more power, more money, more big friends, but we defeated them because of God. And he delivered this speech in Djibouti.
ومعجزتي مدحوينه الشيغي علبا نغا هوريي نغا عود بدن نغا مال بدن نغا دد بدن نغا محان كودا هي واحد دونتين راعيه هدنا الهي بايري محمود علي يوسف باغوليسن.
After Raila Odinga losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, it sent shockwaves in Kenya and around Africa. And a Kenyan politician by the name of Peter Salasia, he could not hold his tongue, and this is what he had to say.
Mambo imeenda aje? Amepita. Ama bara amepita. Mohamed Yusuf Ali ndio mwenye kiti mpya wa ANC. Gai. Sasa ona hii maneno hii. Unajua tamaa ni kitu mbaya sana. Kama baba angetulia tu, aache huyu jamaa afanye tu all blunders zake zote. Pesa yenye baba mpata ni mingi. Yenye angesema tu mimi hata sina haja na pesa. Jamaa wanamcheza. Because mimi nilisema jana ya kwamba uliona wale wa SADC walitoa position. Mimi ni member wa committee nyingine inaitwa Regional Integration. And mimi naelewa hii maneno ya integration. Ya kwamba kama sisi EACC iko under sisi, angekuwa ameanza na hawa EACC yani East African Community ambayo Djibouti is not a member. A convince Uganda, Kenya na hizi ambiane nasema na tuandike statement because huyo ndio mwenye akukatika eneo letu peke yake.
So if you ask yourselves, why did Raila Amolo Odinga lose the African Union Commission chairmanship? What would you say? Listen to this.
Why did we lose, Why did Baba lose? And she told me that Kenya does not have a very good name out there. And it's not because we are bad people. People think of us as being, this was her exact answer, that there was an election going on at the Pan-African level, nice. And Kenya had presented a candidate, and when they were campaigning, she told me someone from Morocco just came and told her, you know what, you guys are not going to win. And she asked why. She was told, you people are too loud and obnoxious.
Despite the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni showed his support towards Raila, and this is what he said.
There was a young man from Djibouti, he came. The young man I normally see him that he's a minister. He came and told me that he was the one who was the candidate for Djibouti. Of course, I greeted him well. We took photographs. We had a cup of tea. But I told him, I said, no. I actually told him that I was coming here to support Right Honorable Raila because he's a candidate who is fit for this job.
While Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni showed tremendous support for former Prime Minister of Kenya Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship, Professor Vile Lumumba had a different opinion. He said that at the age of 80, Raila Amolo Odinga should be thinking about his family and writing his final book. Listen to this.
I pray and hope that Mr. Odinga will not listen to his immediate circle. That he does not get into Kenyan politics at 80. Let me repeat, at 80 years of age, it is his time now to reflect, to be on the speaking circuit. If he has a foundation, it is his time now to do what the late Sam Nujoma did, went to the farm, and what Mandela did, went to the farm and said, don't call me unless I call you. When he does that, he will be respected. Let him write his final book. If he did that, but if he is persuaded by his political hangers-on, who will tell him we are going to be orphans and who want to use his name to come to parliament, to go to Senate or to be governors, he will be embarrassed. He will be embarrassed. Of course, his base constituency will always be with him.
All right.
But his value in the political mortgage market is thoroughly compromised. Of course, the president, given the nature of our ethnic politics, will want to tangle with him. But this is the time for Kenya to re-examine. I was intimately involved in the process of constitution making. And one of the things that we did was to say that we wanted to create political parties which were of national character. Unfortunately, that has failed.
We all know that Raila Amolo Odinga has been in the political game for quite some time, like has been there since forever. One of his diehard supporters, she came around and expressed disgust in his politics, advising him to exit the stage and leave it for the younger people, the younger politicians, the Gen Zs. Listen to this.
Baba, I'm so mad with you. How could you do that to us? How on earth? When our children are almost getting a breakthrough, unakuja na we. Who are we? What people have been talking about you, I've been your supporter for the last over 20 years. People have come with so many stories about you, the way you are a con man. We tetea you, we say no, Baba is good and he's trying to bring us out of this shit that the other people are. Baba, I am so mad. I am so mad. When our children are almost getting a breakthrough, unakuja to we have discussed and we have accepted. You and who? You, wewe na nani? The last time I saw you, and I was still digesting this, I saw you in Uganda with Museveni and Ruto in Museveni's shamba. People were mocking us, your supporters, saying, here is your con man with the killers. I was still digesting that. But now, nimekutoka. Kura ikipigwa leo, ujipeleke kiwanjani, you will get 100 votes. Toka hapo. Tokayo. Muluya anasema tokayo. Wachia watoto. Mumeshindwa, wachieni watoto wetu wafanye kazi. Who sent you? Ni nani alikutuma? The day these kids started the movement, walikuambia vizuri, Baba, you have fought for us, tuachie. Na ukasema yes. Imekuwaje sasa umeenda ni kinyume after watoto wetu wameuawa? You're going to say that we have decided. You and who?
Kenyans, after Raila Amolo Odinga losing the African Commission chairmanship, do you think that devolution will work this time round? Do you think that we need to fix this mess of devolution? Listen to this.
Watu wenye wote wana support Raila na Ruto, be it government bloggers ama politicians, endeleeni kupiga kelele X. We really don't care. Amwezi to blackmail emotionally, mkitu unpatriotic alafu mnafikiria we are bothered by being called unpatriotic. If we're being honest with ourselves, the only thing Baba has done for this country other than kupiga kelele after every election is devolution. And devolution as we know it has turned out to be the biggest scam this country has ever seen. So yeah, keep calling us unpatriotic, keep saying that we are giving this country a bad rep. Endeleni kusema tunaibisha hii country, but mjue nyinyi ndo mlianza kuibisha hii country before we did. Sisi tulichukulia tu mahali wazimu yenu iliishia ndo yetu ilianzia. And yeah, before I forget, Baba alipoteza AUC set. And a lot of Kenyans, myself included, are very happy about it. Now the next government that is coming into office, you people need to fix this mess called devolution. Instead of moving forward, ile pesa inaibiwa kwa hii government right now as we speak is just despicable. Tungebaki tu na provinces, hii country ingepemenda mbali sana.
We all have seen President William Ruto supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship. But Kenyans, do you know who was Raila's chief campaigner? Listen to what Honorable Willis Evans Otieno had to say.
Who decampaigned Raila Odinga first to all the African heads of states? When Raila was the AU special envoy on infrastructure, one of the first things William Ruto did was to write to the AU to demand that Raila Odinga be removed as the special envoy of the AU on infrastructure. And the AU removed him. Raila actually had to stand down as the special envoy of the AU. Now, you wrote to the same body to the same presidents, telling them this man is destabilizing my country. Then now you go back to them and ask them, can you please make this man the chairman of the same commission? I mean, it's ridiculous.
A few months ago, Raila Amolo Odinga was advised to separate himself from President William Ruto. Apostle Michael Band sent a strong message to Raila Amolo Odinga, but it seems like his advice of separation fell into deaf ears. Listen to this.
Odinga, this is the second time the voice of God. Separate yourself from William Samoei Ruto. You have up to June this year. 6 months exactly from now. Separate yourself from William Ruto. If you don't, what will happen after that? Don't blame anyone. Don't say you are not.
We all remember during the Gen Z protests, Raila Amolo Odinga betrayed the Kenyan people. He betrayed the Gen Zs, going for a handshake with the Kenya Kwanza regime. That was the highest amount of betrayal. And he betrayed the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs have been seeing Raila Amolo Odinga for years, fighting. But he went on and turned his back on the people. Just take a look at how Wanjiru injecting on live TV.
Let Wanjiru speak.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be talking about Raila
But let me say something about that.
No.
I will say something about that. Wanjiru, you will be disciplined on this show. So that
I am very disciplined. It is you bringing Raila into this conversation.
So let me say this about Raila.
He betrayed us.
Okay, hold on. Wanjiru, do you feel betrayed?
Yeah, absolutely. We were not on the streets for ODM to get positions. We were on the streets to get good governance in this country. And had Raila joined us, we would be having a very difficult, a very different conversation right now. So we cannot start bringing him here and talking about how he was not respected. I don't know what, all of that history, honestly, it was rubbished the day he betrayed the Gen Z movement. History will not absolve him. That happened when he was fighting Moi and whatnot, but when the people needed him, he turned his back on the people. There is no forgetting that. And also, when you talk about discipline from the young people, I think the Gen Zs have been absolutely disciplined in defending the dignity of the Kenyan people. That is the discipline we need to talk about. They have absolutely fought to the nail that the Constitution of Kenya is respected and upheld, that human rights are respected and upheld, that the Constitution is what dictates the politics of the country. And when Farah Malim comes and say, I'm gonna kill 5,000 Gen Zs, when somebody says, if you give me 3 days, I'm gonna, all of that happens, and then we want to look at the indiscipline of the people. What about the indiscipline of the oppressors? Who really should be talking about indiscipline from the other?
So dear Gen Zs, can you forgive Raila Amolo Odinga? Yes, we can forgive Raila Amolo Odinga, but there's only one thing that the Gen Zs can never and will never forgive, and is this. Take a look.
Вы умеете прощать? Да. Но не все. А что невозможно простить? Предательство.
Despite Raila Amolo Odinga turning his back on the people, betraying the Gen Zs, politician Millie Odhiambo had a different view and a different opinion. And this is what he said about those people who are criticizing Raila Amolo Odinga. Listen to this.
I've seen a narrative that people are trying to sell, that Raila always loses. Honorable Raila was a member of Langata for many years. Madam Speaker, he even resigned his position and went for by-election and won. And he has served as Prime Minister. And the one who is saying Raila would never will never win anything, has never even won a village elder position, and will never win a village elder position. So really, be factual and wish your fellow Kenyan well is when God will bless you.
One of Bunge la Mwananchi brilliant political analysts by the name of Joachim Simiyu, he came on and gave his honest opinion after Raila Amolo Odinga losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, and this is what he had to say. Listen to this.
Wakati uko na kijana kwa boma, muda imefika ya kuoa na mnaona haoi. Mnamtafutia msichana, mnampatia, anafukuza, anasema huyo hajui kutandika kitanda. Mnatafuta mwingine, mnampea, anafukuza, anasema huyo hajui kuoga. Nyinyi mnadhani shida ni wasichana, kumbe shida ni yeye hataki kuoa. Sasa hii kijana yenu mnataka aoe, hataki majukumu ya kupigiwa simu, sijui chumvi hakuna, sijui maziwa. Kuna benefits anapata akiwa bachelor. Akienda mahali tu akunywe chai na matumbo, yeye ako sawa. anatembea na familia yake yote kwa magoti. Nyinyi mumekazana ati enda uoe. Nani aliwaambia anataka kuoa? The reason why I'm saying this, 2022 elections, I'm still on AU. I'm just bringing case studies. Raila Odinga went and voted in Kibra. Akaenda akapata an approximate number of 3,000 voters at that polling station. A person who really wants to be president would actually persuade them to vote. But Raila went ahead and voted alone. Voted. Then akageuka akasema vijana ria. Vijana hai. Akapanda juu ya gari, watu wote wakamfuata. Akaenda akawaacha mbali sana na polling station. Na hakuwahi panda juu ya gari akamwambia rudini mpige kura. Hakusema. Akaenda na kura 1000 ngapi? 3.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki organized a meeting and invited leaders from the Meru community only for him to be chased away. Like it's quite clear that this Kenya Kwanza regime, the Kenya Kwanza government, will not see or even reach 2027 peacefully. Just take a look at how the people injected. Ruto must go. As you can see, the people have been pushed the wall. People have been pushed the wall to the point where they're chasing Deputy President Kithure Kindiki in his own backyard. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Apostle Michael Band, who a few months ago advised Raila Amolo Odinga to separate himself from President William Ruto, but Raila never listened. He continued with the journey. Now, Raila Amolo Odinga has lost the African Union Commission chairmanship, and Apostle Michael Band has come back again, and this is what the apostle had to say.
I told Raila, don't go. He decided to do what? Now see. An old man of 84 years. You are being carried by an agent of the devil. Anyway, Raila did not fail. It is Ruto who failed. I said before. I said since Raila, forget this thing. He did not listen. Now, see what has happened. What a shame. What a shame. These people will learn to listen to their elders. If they will not listen to their elders, they have not seen shame. They have not seen it. Shame is coming. He said he has 1 bullet left. 1 bullet. It is him who said he has 1 bullet. Now it is me who is saying he has 1 bullet. 1 bullet like this left for him, left for Raila to use. What can happen, not what will happen, if he decides to be wise, is a repeat of 202, the Kibaki Tosha moment. And so my advice to Raila is that he need to change his inner circle, those who are advising him, and let him begin with Ida Odinga. Ida Odinga is the worst advisor Raila has. Raila is very strong outside, but at home, Number 2, he needs to get rid of useless people like Junet Mohammed, Kaluma Opondo Kaluma. That inner circle, afieke yote, afagie yote, atoe. Hakuna kitu hapo. You cannot have within your circle people who are tumbocratically oriented in their way of thinking.
After Raila Amolo Odinga losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, even radio presenters from Kameme FM were not left behind, and they decided to inject, and this is how they injected. Take a look.
Ndio mjue kuna mtu aliiba nyota ya baba. Baba anashindwa mpaka kwa city inaitanishwa na yeye. Hadis ya baba. Hadis ni ya baba. Alafu mnapea sijui Djibouti.
Au ni nani?
Ni nani? Hii msemo weupe mole.
Djibouti iko wapi?
Djibouti imepakana na nchi gani? Djibouti. Hiyo ni kama vile mumerudia vile Raila alishindwa na kura ya Tharaka-Nithi. Hatujasahau. We don't forget. Hatujasahau Tharaka-Nithi. Sasa mkatuletea Djibouti. Fadhali ingekuwa Nigeria, nchi kubwa.
Na baba alikuwa ameongoza mara ya kwanza.
Baba aliongoza mara ya kwanza. Ya pili wakasokomana. Ya tatu wakaengage gear 4. Ya nne tukaenda overdrive. Ya tano tukasema sasa ndio hii. Ya sita kabum. Hiyo ni nini? Na unajua sida ni mnasindiwa mahali ambayo tukipiga hesabu ya kuenda maandamano atona kitu.
Many Raila supporters out there were never happy when Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf was declared the winner of the African Union Commission chairmanship. And this is how many of Raila's supporters reacted. Take a look.
Kwani ni nini? Ni nini? Kimani ni nini? Ni nini Kimani? Ni nini imefanyika?
Raila ametoka. Mbona Raila ametoka?
Wapi?
Raila ametoka. Sijui amejitoa eti hataki kuendelea na sasa mbona amejitoa?
Sasa utafanya nini? Utafanya nini sasa? Ndio unalia? Mimi hata nilikuwa nafikiria ni mtu amekupiga.
Basi akuje Kenya, mimi nampatia kura basi. Akuje Kenya basi nimpatie kura.
Sawa, hata ukamgojea kwake.
Watu ya boda boda hawa.
Hakuna system ina work. Cripple the healthcare system. Sahim na cripple education. We all know that funding model is a disaster. Cripple agriculture na fake fertilizer. Pregnant women have to pay for deliveries. Tumetoa mpaka policy ya kulinda mama. Patients wa dialysis wanna pay out of pocket. Sayo mna launch shares to shift. This Taifa doesn't care. Even the banking industry is collapsing. Mna launch projects just to feed your ego. Put your ego aside na mtuskize for a minute. We gave you the benefit of doubt na mka abuse our trust. Je, huu ni ungwana kweli? Mnatuonyesha mambo kama Leonard Mbotela. Anything you say this nation will use against you. Wezi ndo wanakuwa promoted na mayutu wanaangush. Should we even talk about police brutality? Polisi wenyewe animals, kumbe you reap what? You saw what they did to that multimedia student. How watu wanaua hata kushinda armed robbers. Goons wana camouflage in police uniform ndo watuwe tukispeak our minds. The police force is compromised. Nyia muoni kwani? This is Moi all over again. Nikiturn left, an 8-year-old has been shot dead. Nikiturn right, Kebaso is being arrested juu ya kutupigania. There's a target on my back na mbele naona news. Kwa hiyo news umse anauliza if the boy that was shot is still alive. Nikatag ya ule producer flani. Yani, chenye umse anafanya kwa ofisi ni same na letter G in paradigm. Haina impact yoyote. Tunabebeshwa taxes kama punda. Anatukunja in all styles uteza dhani kama sutra. Bila bugdha umse anatugeuza bila shuka. 10% of Kenyans wanna go days bila kula. Sayo payslip wame-stretch kaile logo ya Puma. Now I'm sorry for being vulgar but umse ni cool.
It may be getting hotter, but look at the document, compose yourself and read.
I apologize basi. Kuna leader every month anabadilisha BMW. Na mwananchi akigonjeka yuko covered na bima. I swear mnatupima. Not Hamadi but umse aki-aim ku-raise taxes Hamisi. Mna flossy na net worth na nido ya public mnadishi. 10 billion is missing, something is fishy. I mean, how greedy can someone really be? Leader flani yako online ana flex na kibunda. Mi siezi elect these people, I'd rather vote for Sifuna. Bro mejituma, but the system is working against me.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Ndio mjue kuna mtu aliiba nyota ya baba. Baba anashindwa mpaka kwa city inaitanishwa na yeye. Hadisi ya baba.
They're coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From crime increase in Kenya to school children forced to risk, where is taxpayers' money?
Kenyans, aren't you tired of your money being taken advantage of?
Mental health and employment among the youths.
Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs.
We are coming for you.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa, so mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, dear Kenyans, are you not tired of corruption? Are you not tired of being lied to each and every day by the politicians, by the leaders that you voted for? Are you not tired? Aren't you not tired of your money being taken advantage of? But the same taxes that you're paying to your government. Are you not tired, Kenyans? Like you work hard each and every day, but there's nothing to show for it. Just listen to what Charlotte had to say about this.
So recently, the Kenyan Treasury has actually asked for a supplementary budget for 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Have you heard that right? 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Now, the biggest stakeholder of this 88 billion being asked by the Treasury is State House, which is going to take 3.1 billion Kenyan shillings. And in the 3.1, 1.3, Nilea, it has not been discussed. So anyone who has that 1.3 can buy a helicopter, can buy land, can just do whatever they want, and it won't be recorded in any history book ever. Out of the 88 billion Kenyan shillings, I want you to listen carefully how your money that you're paying every single month is deducted. Office of the Deputy President is going to receive 400 million Kenyan shillings. You think tumemaliza hapo? No, we're just getting started. The second one, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, is receiving 132 million Kenyan shillings. Bro, this is crazy. This money is sorting out salaries and it's sorting out vehicle maintenance. Vehicle maintenance, guys. Unafikiria nimemalizana? I'm just starting. The craziest thing is this. Deep breaths. There is an office of retired leaders that is being created. Guess who's there? Former President Uhuru Kenyatta is receiving 23 million Kenyan shillings. Raila, the Great, is receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. And then there's a vice president who is not said will also be receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. Office of the retired leaders. Can you imagine the audacity of a nation that is saying we were reducing expenditure is actually creating an office of retired leaders? Hatujachoka? We're not tired? Hamjachoka for real, hamjachoka?
In Masinga sub-county, Machakos, the community, the people there are outraged at their leaders for ignoring their pleas for a bridge, blaming Governor Vinya Ndeti, Member of Parliament Joshua Muyalo, and MCA Joshua Mwonga for inaction. Despite clear evidence of children's daily danger, no action has been taken and the residents demand urgent solution. Kenyans, just take a look at how these children are risking their lives daily to go to school and back home. The Nairobi City Council, also known as the Kanjos, they are currently walking with goons in the streets, covering their faces and harassing Kenyans. They have roughed up a pregnant lady who was selling tomatoes in the streets, to the point where they are pulling her legs side by side as if they want to tear her up. And I'm just wondering, Governor Johnson Sakaja, is this the best way to bring law and order in Nairobi CBD? Kenyans, just take a look.
Because na record. Anashika kamera. Acha kunishika. I'm recording. Anashika kamera. I'm recording. For purpose. For purpose. Wacha tu ni record. Wacha ni record video. Let me record. Wacha ni record. Wacha ni record. Na record.
And that's not all. Just recently, a woman, she fought desperately for the release of her child. After her child, she was locked up in a Kanjo's car together with her stock. Kenyans, do you remember this? While Kenyans are being frustrated each and every day just because they simply want to put food at the table, there's also high rise of mental health issues and unemployment among the youths. Kioti Sonko, also known as Mambi Mabonga, who is vying for Kimilili constituency member of parliament, he went on to address this issue, and this is what he said.
In electrical and electronic engineering, then coming out here, my friends kutamak left, right and center, hakuna job. And of course, as a young person, when you umepita 18 years and 18 years age, I think the government inasema you are a citizen. Yeah. So as a citizen, an adult, I mean, as an adult, you don't expect yourself to depend on parents. And so what you want to depend on ni mambo ya job. Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs. So you find out, just a minute. So you find out that hata ukipata job, like now for instance, those guys who are doing the interns in the health sector, my friends, there is other day tuliona wakilala hapo nje ya ofisi ya the CS. So you find out that even as much as you get that job, hata still bado that government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa. So mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Because of these mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, we have seen a high rise of depression and anxiety. And to be honest, some youths, some graduates, they end up unaliving themselves, Kenyans. Like we all know that the graduates, the Kenyan people, the young people in this country, they're highly educated, very smart, very intelligent, very innovative, and if given work, they will do it professionally. Now, I was just sad to see this video of graduates, but life is taking a toll on them. Just take a look. As much as we are talking about mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, even those same universities that those unemployed graduates have graduated from, there's high level of corruption, looting each and every day. Like nowhere is safe in this country. Just take a look at this.
This is a rallying call to the President, to the Public Service Commission, to the Minister of Education, Parliament and all stakeholders of goodwill. The University of Nairobi, as we know it, is dying. That is the truth. And we say this not to create panic or gin up unnecessary attention, but out of our care as WASU for this great national strategic institution. University of Nairobi has been hijacked by buccaneers, and it is now a theater of intrigue, mendacity, with the most toxic work environment ever witnessed before. As a rule, WASU stands only by the truth, by justice, and above all by the motto of the university, United et Labore, unity and work. Councils, chancellors, they come and go, and we have seen them. They come and go, but they leave the staff behind. And the staff only have the University of Nairobi to fall back to. It is that staff, it is the students and the parents who will suffer irreparable damage if this university is allowed to go down. And we fear that if nothing is done, the University of Nairobi as we know it is dying.
We all do remember how Moi University was rooted to nothing because of high levels of corruption. And I'm just wondering, what the hell is going on in these universities?
We have seen Moi University being strangled to death in our eyes. Public universities must get the protection they need. We are calling government to protect the University of Nairobi. It's a national asset that the public has invested for so long. We cannot allow it just to collapse. A chancellor prescribes and says, I do have my office on main campus to support the management of it. That is not his role and mandate. The mandate of the chancellor is found in the Universities Act. If you go to Article 38, it will tell you what is supposed. It's a titular head of the university. It's not supposed to engage in day-to-day running of the university. Secondly, what he's trying to do is actually going to do the opposite, weakening the management of the university. Now we have 3 centers of power. At the University of Nairobi, we have the council, saber rattling from one side, we have the VC, we have the chancellor. It is so confusing. These people are weakening the management of the university in order to loot and plunder. They say it very clearly.
Because of high levels of corruption, unemployment, which is causing depression, stress, anxiety, and mental health issues among the youths in this country, among the Kenyan people, crime is also becoming rampant. In Meru, a student from the Kenya Methodist University was attacked and sustained serious injuries. And this was the second attack in just 2 weeks, where a female student was also attacked and injured. Protests are being planned, but the student council is trying to sabotage them. Kenyans, just take a look at this shocking CCTV footage. Are you not tired, Kenyans? Are you not tired of talking about corruption each and every day? Because of corruption, even our own military, they are not spared. They are using equipments I don't know from which century, while other countries are using modern technologies to protect their countries and to fight wars. Just listen to what Senator Kajwang had to say about this.
We are spending only 1% of our GDP on the military. And yet we are seeing guns pointed at Kenya from all corners. We are seeing drones pointed at Kenya from all corners. Mr. Speaker, the war in Syria has confirmed that your enemy does not need to be your neighbor. That Turkey can hammer Syria from wherever they are. That even Kenya can be hammered from Yemen. Kenya can be hammered from the UAE. This is a time for us to ask ourselves, is our military getting the right budgetary allocation? And are they making the right decisions with those budgets? Mr. Speaker, every time we go for a public holiday, we see those jets flying past. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, since I was a little child,
it is the same jets I've been seeing flying past. I wonder if there was a serious strife or any battle between Kenya and a neighboring state, whether those jets will be airworthy or whether they'll be able to go and attack the enemy. We must have that conversation. This idea of saying that the military is a closed black box that we cannot talk about, if we have a weak military, no one is going to give us respect. You have seen instances where, in the old saying, that the tail can wag a dog. You are seeing a tiny country, and I'm not going to mention names, a tiny country being able to ambush, attack, invade, and overthrow the president of another country which is 100 times its size. Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation we must have.
Another corruption scandal is taking place in front of our eyes, Kenyans, where a contractor was paid 80 million shillings to construct Cameroon Stadium. But when you go there, there's nothing to see, there's nothing to show for it. And the same contractor is being added another 100 million this year, Kenyans. This year. And I'm just wondering, where are we heading to as a country? Just take a look at this. While mental health issues and unemployment is on the rise in the Republic of Kenya, some politicians are enjoying life. They are shopping life to the fullest. Recently, Millicent Omanga has given herself an Audi RSQ8. And I'm just wondering, is this the taxpayers' money? When Raila Amolo Odinga lost the African Union Commission chairmanship to Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf, Kenyans celebrated. Many Kenyans were happy. And let me tell you, in fact, Kenyans were supporting Mohamed Ali Yusuf to win the AU seat. And why is that? Just listen to this.
Raila losing is the best thing that could have happened when it comes to Kenyan politics. We are literally saying no when it comes to all despots. When it comes to people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics, just taking advantage of people, taking advantage of the economy, taking advantage of people's deaths, taking advantage of people being kidnapped and abducted, and screwing people over just so that they can get money and so that they can stay at the helm of power. Those times are gone. I mean, the Uhurus, the Matiangis, the Rutos, the Kalonzos, the Mudavadis, all these people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics doing nothing should not get any political power, even outside the country. Did you people see the entourage that the winner, the guy from Djibouti, actually went with, and the entourage that Raila went with? Raila went with more, I think more than 30 people, because I saw a list. Because why was Karenyamu there? Ati Kasmuel. So walienda kufanya nini? Were they needed? Was it necessary? And these people were funded by taxpayers' money. All those people who got on that plane to go and see Raila losing was funded on taxpayers' money.
And even those Kenyans who were supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship, they were highly disappointed. And this is what the ground was saying. Take a look.
Nimesikia watu wakisema eti Ruto amesimama na baba, amesimama na baba. Ruto amesimama na baba kwa hii muda tu mfupi. Sijui, I don't know how many months. Na ame lose. Kalonzo amesimama na baba for how long? For how many years? They have been losing. So the outcome is still the same. Kalonzo and Ruto are still the same. They have no effect on Baba. So you can't come here and tell us that Ruto has stood with Baba for this UCC so that Ruto is going to be elected for 10 years. It does not make sense. So Baba should be fair. The propaganda they are coming with that Ruto stood with Baba for this UCC does not make sense as compared to how Kalonzo stood with Baba.
What we can request Baba to do once he lands back to Kenya, he should put down the political pressure down by coming, declaring somebody to take the wheel of the role he was playing. I don't expect Baba to come back again to challenge the people at his Mara, oh, vijana, nini. He should take a neutral stand by the time he's getting back to the country, since he has failed us. He has really disappointed me. And not only me, plus other people who are supporting Baba. You've really failed us.
To be honest, the ground is becoming hostile and the pressure is increasing day by day. And the people of Kenya are tired. The people are tired of these politicians, corruptions, and unemployment, mental health issues, crime, and so much more. Just listen to this.
Someone is saying that Raila should not be touched. This is the first person that should go home. Raila worked with Moi, he worked with Kibaki, he worked with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. As per now, he's the pocket of William Samoei Ruto. He's the same person who suspended Ruto in 2008 when Ruto was in the Ministry of Agriculture and he sold 7 billion. Raila suspended him. He didn't return those money. As per now, they're working together. Kenya cannot even be redeemed by Raila Amolo Odinga. Kenya cannot be redeemed by William Samoei Ruto because he has messed. Kenya cannot be redeemed with the Rigathi Gachagua and the likes. Yes. We as Genesis, we have 16 million votes and we are not afraid. I want to tell you for free, we are coming one-on-one to meet these people. Bro, coming 2027, this guy used churches in 2022. He gave pastors something small. He gave them some sweets. Pastors gave in and campaigned for him in churches. He came to Mama Mboga. He knew Mama Mboga is having votes because he's having customers. Can lure for them some small fish, some omena. By 2027, Gen Z have a candidate which is going to meet William Samoei Ruto. But these cocoons, they are gathering together. Nothing.
And the question of the day is, Kenyans, do you think that William Samoei Ruto is trying to use tribalism to win the coming election, to win the next election? Just listen to what our brother had to say about this.
Ruto ameanza kuleta ukabila Kenya. Now that is the scorecard that he is planning to use to win elections. Of course, he ameweza kudivide communities. He has been able to bring animosity amongst two communities in Kenya. Kikuyu versus Somalis, Kikuyus versus the Luos. Na amesucceed kuleta shida kwa Somali kuchukia wa Kikuyu. Isipokuwa hao hapa Isiolo Mount Kenya. Wale wengine wa Garissa na Mandera wameambiwa kwao huwa kunakosa kunyesha kwa sababu ya Wakikuyu. Na hiyo jua ambayo inawa affect ni Wakikuyu wanaleta. Wakikuyu wakiondoka kwa serikali for 200 years kutanyesha kila siku. Hiyo haiwezi nishtua kwa sababu wa Somali is a special community, kuelewa ni ngumu. Ile imenishida kuelewa ni ya Wajaluo. A community that has professors, doctors. A community that speak English as if it's their native language. Wamedanganywa Wakikuyu kukosa kupiga kura Addis Ababa ndio imefanya baba ashidwe. A community that has been eating fish omega 3 kwa akili wako na omega 3 ya kutosha ya kufikiria. Wamedanganywa kama watoto. Initially, Ruto alijaribu kudivide Mount Kenya. Akajaribu counties, planting kingpins, Murang'a, Kirinyaga. Ikashidikana. Akaenda kuleta regional problems. Mount Kenya East, wa Meru, wa Embu, wa Kikuyu. Ikashidikanya. Rigathi Gachagua akakuwa sacrificial lamb. Akajaribu kuleta shida kati ya Wakamba na Wakikuyu. Akaleta Motuse. Ni ujiga huo. Hawezi tukia Wakamba kwa sababu ya Motuse. Ikashidikana. Akaenda kwa Wabaluya. Naye Rigathi Gachagua dakika 2 akamaliza hiyo na Musagarire. Wabaluya wakarudi line proper. Sasa anajaribu sasa kuleta Wakisii against Kikuyus. Na hiyo itashindikana kwa sababu Wakikuyu na Wakisii share a common origin. Iko damu inatushikanisha na huwezi wagawanisha. Tunaweza kuwa tumegawanya na milima na mabonde, lakini huwezi gawanyisha. Asa tena ataenda kwa Wamasai. Na Wamasai wanajua vizuri, we share a very long history with them. Kwa hivyo pia hiyo itashindikana. Gogoyo utusaidie huko. Ile ingine ni ya Wakalenjin versus Kikuyus. Atamaliza na hiyo. Lakini Wakipsigis wamekataa kabisa. Wakipsigis, they are educated people, wanaona bele. Wanaona huyu mtu ndiye akona shida. And I'm telling Ruto, this is the end. Hakuna community ingine, tosheka na Waluo na Wasomali sasa. Hakuna ingine utajaribu kudivide na sisi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa, so mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
We are coming for you.
From Nuru Okanga promised riches,
unipatie account, nitakuweka hiyo pesa.
To police caught collecting bribes.
Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala.
Is there extrajudicial killings in Kenya?
There will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya.
Gen Z evangelism in Nairobi City.
In the name of Jesus, we have to call you all the amazing names, oh God, that you are in the name of Jesus.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Mtukufu Rais, kikosi inachopita mbele yako hapa Bungoma Stadium ni kikosi cha Premier League, Manchester United na Arsenal. A few days ago, the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, he was in Bungoma and he promised the people of Bungoma County that he is going to build and allocate millions or billions to build an international stadium. And this is what the President had to say about this.
Sasa mtakuwa na international stadium hapa. Mechi ile inachezewa any part ile ya Arsenal ama Manchester United wanaweza kuja kucheza hapa. Ninasikia speaker ni fan wa Arsenal na hao wengine ni fan wa hiyo ingine. So msiniulize mimi ni wa kundi gani. Acha ni sawa sawa. So hiyo stadium tutakamilisha.
So Kenyans, do you think that this is a story that will come true, a dream that will come true, or do you think this is just stories ajaba? Even the Kalenjin people are not happy with their own son, and this is what this man had to say all the way from the Kalenjin community. Listen to this.
Yes, Kalenjin tufunge mdomo. Hii mdomo tufunge. Meno iko nje, kwanza Wanandi sana sana. Meno tu nje. Hey, Ruta na nyone emet ni nyone. Atara Ruta ni nyone emet kitu gani? Emet kitu gani unahangaika? Unaishi nyumba ya matope na tunaambia ati sijui Ruto ni wetu, sijui ni nyone emet. Wewe ni takataka sana. Wewe ni humbwa sana. Tumia akili yako my friend. William Ruto hakuna kenye atakusaidia. In fact, William Ruto anaanga hata interest na Wakalenjin. Nothing. Afadhali Moi mara 20. Angalia nchi kama, angalia kaunti kama Baringo County. Baringo County hakuna industry, hakuna factory, vijana wanalewa, takataka yote ni kama tu Nandi. Na hapo ndipo serikali hii imekuwa kutoka kitambo sana. Wacha niwaambie, serikali imekuwa Baringo for 24 years. Kalenjin mnadhania mtapata nini ambaye hamkupata enzi ya Moi? Hakuna kitu ambaye Kalenjin mtapata. Kama hamkupata enzi ya Moi hakuna, kwa sababu saa hizi term limit ni kidogo. Hata Ruto anaweza kutoka 2027. You never know. It is not sure bet. Wengine wanasema hakuna mwenye atatoa Ruto, sijui ataiba. Ataiba kitu gani? Hajaribu haibe. Devolution itakuwa katika Kenya hii. Tutafanya maandamano na tutachoma hii Kenya yote iishi na tuanze kujenga upya.
I believe many of you know that politicians, they go to the church and give out millions and millions of shillings. But yet, have you seen the conditions of our schools? Have you seen how our children are studying? Take a look at this video of this young Kenyan, this young Gen Z who decided to inject and show us this church that was allocated 30 million, but even has not yet been finished. The money has been stolen, in short. Take a look.
In a church, it's Bituka SDA church. Hii kanisa ilichangiwa over 30 million plus amount of money back in before August 2022, before the August election. So over kitu kama 30 million plus ilichangiwa hapa. So nimekuja kuonyesha cause when this building was starting, kulikuwa na story imetokeanga that the money may get lost over 20 million. Even it was not 20 million, over 29 million. So kama baki na mita moja ya kujenga nao kanisa. So me, I just assumed this was a big project, because most of the prominent people knew about it. That is Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Dr. Fred Matiang'i was here with his chopper. At that time was the CS for security, internal security. Honorable Simbarati, that time was the MP for, I don't know, in Nairobi. The current MP, Anthony Kibagendi, was here. The former MP for this area, the current Senator Mumaima, was here, was the one doing that fundraising. But when you look at the church, look at it. You can check out of from 2022, August 2022, it's almost 2 years down the line, but wameanza kwa pillars bana.
And talking more about stories ajaba, a few days ago at Oga Obina's live show, Oscar Sudi and Nuru Okanga were present, and Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga some professional treatment, like a house and some money, not just small money, but big money, some millions of cash. But do you think that Nuru Okanga received this money till date? Take a look at what Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga.
Nataka 1.3 million. Nitafungua account.
Niko nayo account.
Unipatie account, nitakuwekea hiyo pesa.
Niko na account.
Sio sahihi. Sikuwekea sahihi, nitakuwekea kama Lakini kenye nimekutafutia, fanya hivi. Enda tafuta nyumba hii ya affordable housing. Hii inajengwa hii sahihi. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Na nataka uende Kibera ama Mukuru kwa Jenga ama somewhere. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Hiyo mimi nitakununulia kama nimenunulia watoto. Na uanze sasa maisha uendelee.
Sasa hizi zijaisha.
Wow. Now we are talking. Now tumeanza kuongea sasa.
Ndio waje hii kusema 350 million.
Now we are talking. Unanunuliwa nyumba 3 bedroom. Self contained. Unanunuliwa toto.
Ujaze kila kitu hiyo.
Inakuanga wapi?
Si utafute wewe sasa wewe.
Unaonanga watafungua nyumba kiko all over the country. Nyumba hata Kakamega ililonjiwa. Hakuna penye yema nyumba affordable housing haijalonjiwa.
It's only a few months or a few years to election season here in Kenya in 2027. And at that time, we urge Kenyans, I urge you to vote wisely. Take a look at this comedy skit where it shows you how Kenyans they vote during election seasons. Take a look.
So hapa niko na corruption na accountability.
Kuchagua ni wewe. Kuchagua ni wewe. Haya, mnachagua gani hapa?
Mimi huchagua hii. Accountability mimi huchagua hii.
Uko na hakika? Haya, sawa, wekelea kura yako.
A few moments later.
Kumbuka siri ni yako. Kura ni yako. Umesema siri ni yako. Pia hapa wewe fungua. Haya, sawa.
Nini? Na nilikuwa nimewawarn.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back. And today we are still right at Paje, Zanzibar, Tanzania, East Africa, and right at a Hanoi restaurant, cafe restaurant. And we're going to be trying out some famous Vietnamese soup here. Are you ready to try the soup?
My first time when I'm trying this soup. This is the question, or?
I said, like, are you ready to try out the soup?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay.
I want to try this soup.
Try.
Yeah.
Like, it's so delicious, and also like they've put like different spices, like which it makes it even more unique, Delicious. So, are you enjoying your Vietnamese soup?
Thank you so much. I don't understand.
No, it's okay. No worries. Hakuna matata.
Pole.
Pole.
There's no justice in this country. There's no justice for the people in this country. The justice system in this country is broken. We cannot persevere. We cannot go like this. We must fight until the very end. I'm ready to die for Africa. Africa has suffered for so long. And I even read that coming. We are brothers. Release our brothers. Release our brothers. Where is your Tiagi?
This man is awesome. Oh my God. Let's welcome Broski Albistelli.
Let me repeat. For the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in my administration. That chapter we have closed. That is not my words, but the President of Kenya, President William Ruto's words. Kenyans, do you think this is true? Do you think that there are no extrajudicial killings in our land, in our country? Take a look at what President had to say about this.
Officers that you've appointed, how do you explain that? And what is the agenda of the government moving forward to ensure that there will be no such kind of activities?
Let me repeat, for the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya under my administration. Yeah, that is a chapter we must close and weld and bolt and put it behind us. The police, I have sat down with the command of the police from the IG downwards, and we have agreed that they will operate within the law.
Do you think Kenyans, our brothers and sisters, are incapable of running an international airport? Take a look at this video of Odash showing us how Kenyans are running an airport in Qatar called Hamad International Airport.
So, welcome to Hamad International Airport. An airport that is operated by Kenyans and almost entirely run by Kenyans. You can't walk, I think, 2 meters in this airport without actually meeting or bumping into a Kenyan airport worker. But somehow, someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of operating an airport. Well, look, this airport even has trees. Right, this airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport. Right? Adani must go. Ruto and his impunity must stop. Please don't be cheated that Kenyans are not capable of running or managing great things.
As you can see, Kenyans are doing a better job than the Adani group. You can see like Kenyans are maintaining the Qatar Hamad International Airport even better than the airport that is in our own country in Kenya, JKIA. Adani, bring back our airport and go home. It's simple as that.
Right, this airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport. Right? Adani must go.
A few days ago, our president, His Excellency, he launched a railway line in Ngong a few days ago, but currently when you go there, it is nowhere to be seen. It is just bare land. Mdomo tamutamu, sindio? Take a look at this video.
Mdomo tamutamu, reli imeanza.
kazi imeanza. Ndio hiyo leri yenye inaelekea Nairobi. Ndio hiyo, si mnaiona? Ndio hiyo. Kazi imeanza. Kenya tunasonga mbele. Ndomo tam tam. Jiwe ndio imebaki hapa. Look at this. Same story. Even the mental hospital, which is past those hills, a similar stone was left like this one. Nothing there. Actually, that one for the hospitals has already been vandalized also. This is Ngong. This is the place where you are shown that the works have started, but as you can see, there is no single rail, not even a meter.
So Kenyans, do you want to know, also learn how to collect bribes? I want to give you a free lesson on how to be corrupt in this country. Take a look at this video of our officers, our lovely, handsome and beautiful officers who are captured collecting bribe from the Kikuyu police station. Take a look. If you're a Gen Z out there, you deserve respect. You deserve to be saluted because the Gen Zs have brought a significant change in this country. The political landscape, the political arena, the political playing field has changed because of the pressure and the injection from the Gen Z. And also, like, the Gen Zs are also very spiritual. And I want to show you guys of this video of this Gen Z's evangelism in Nairobi CBD. Take a look.
We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. Indeed, wonderful. You are worthy. You are worthy to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified. There is no other God apart from you. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy, oh God, to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified, oh God, in the name of Jesus.
Why would you be angry? Why would you be angry because a young man has decided he can go around the country noting out the bad projects, the white elephants, poorly implemented projects, the waste of public finances? Why would you be angry as a Kenyan? Why would you even insult the young man when he says, I want to go to this place and find out if this project was implemented? If your public funds were used well, if what was launched was actually done, why would you be angry? You must be the biggest fool, bloody f***ing.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. From largest diamond found in Botswana.
What?
To President Ruto clapping back.
This road was promised, has not been built. That road is ongoing.
Is the justice system broken? What's happening in Nairobi Lang'ata?
Kwenda kujipendua hivi, napata dereva mkono yake iko kwa bagi yangu.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. After Mora Kebaso went to Isiolo County to reveal to us ghost projects, the level 5 hospital about the mortuary, and also the Isiolo County government headquarters that was allocated millions, but yet there was nothing to show about it. Even the stadium in Isiolo, Morara Kebaso went to reveal to us these ghost projects, but the Isiolo County government officials decided to clap back. And this is what they say to say. Take a look.
There is no money that is lost in this stadium. Ukiangalia vile tumeenda around, this construction should actually have costed over 500 million. But so far, we have only paid to that one, and the contract to that 1 million, and the contract sum is 345. The enemy of this government has been going around circulating the wrong information concerning the stadium. That at the same stadium, there is corruption in the construction. We are doing our work professionally. The governor is very particular and very concerned about this stadium, and for the best interest of the Isiolo people and the youth of this county.
So, to the county government of Isiolo, how can you prove to us that Morara Kebaso was lying? But yet, even in your own county, the county government headquarters, which was allocated 870 million, has not yet been finished. The money has been stolen. Let us just speak the truth, right? So, how can you prove to us that Morara was lying? You are the one who is lying, and you're trying to cover up for your own mistakes. We Kenyans, when you go there to Isiolo, when we see what we see there, when we see the ghost projects, it's quite different from what you are saying. You should be ashamed of yourself.
The enemy of this government has been going around circulating the wrong information concerning the stadium. That at the same stadium, there is corruption.
Not only the officials of the Isiolo County government decided to lie to us and cover up for their mistakes and clapping back to Morara Kebaso, even the President of Kenya, President Ruto, decided to clap back, and this is what he had to say.
So that conversation as to this road was promised, has not been built. That road is ongoing, but slowly that road is going on well. That conversation about issues, development in our country is a very, very positive conversation. It is the conversation that I always wanted Kenya to have. Not a conversation about our ethnicities or our differences in religion or other sectarian interests. I am very proud that we are having, as a country, the right conversation.
The Kenyan people are already frustrated by the level of corruption that is going on in this country, in all the counties in Kenya. Even Prophetess Ayo decided to come and prophesize to the Kenyans, and this is what she had to say about the state funerals that is coming in this country. Listen to this.
I am Prophetess Ayo, and I'm bringing you a special message, a package on how Kenya will undergo shortly the state funerals that await. The first state officer will enter the comfort of his office with zeal and energy to do his work, but shortly after he is seated, the author of the oxygen in the nostril will disconnect it and he will be pronounced dead then and there, seated on his chair. The second officer will be up and about on his duties, going about, but he will be airborne in the aircraft. But that aircraft will crash and everyone and everything inside it will be reduced to ashes. Nothing will be found. The third officer will be in the comfort of his own home, in the comfort of his own bed, sleeping. But he will not see the light of the day. The author of oxygen will cut it off. Him and his sibling, because how much he has defiled himself with the idols. The idol will sip his blood, he will be pronounced dead in the morning. The essence of this is nothing happened before God reveals to his messengers, I am your messenger. And the purpose of this is to prepare you that after the state funeral, where will you go? Hell? Heaven? The decision is yours to make, because I'd already called you to come for repentance, and I've already also given you opportunity to appeal. The world is prepared and Kenyans be prepared.
So Kenyans, what happens when your leaders are corrupt? When there's too much corruption in this country? When there's no development, no job opportunities, nothing is going on in this country. Even the people themselves, they'll become corrupt and find other ways to survive. Just watch and listen of this story of how this lady in Langata Road, how she was robbed while she was going back home. Listen to this.
Mtu wote ako Langata Road mjiadhari sana. Kuna Nissan iko na dereva na kondakta wake na iko na mademu wawili. Mmepanda hiyo gari hapo mbele, nikakaa hapo mbele. Huyo kondakta anafungua mlango, ananiambia angalia hiyo mlango yako inafunguka. Akaniambia tufunge hiyo mlango. Hebu chukua simu yako unimulikie. Nikachukua simu yangu. Kuchukua simu yangu nikamumulikia. Kumumulikia akaniambia hebu weka hiyo simu hapo chini, ushikilie mlango na mikono yote mbili tufunge. Tumengangana kufunga hiyo mlango, tukangangana kufungua hiyo mlango haifungiki. Sasa kidogo mimi nikasikia roho imekataa kufanya Kenya ananiambia. Kwenda kujipendua hivi, napata dereva mkono yake iko kwa bagi yangu. Nikashuka. Sasa venye nimeshuka kidogo sasa huyu kondakta wake ananishout. Chukua hii nini? Mlango juu nikufungie ama uanguke na uko chini. Nikamwambia hebu achana na hii mlango juu mimi nimekaa hapa, wachana nayo mimi nitaenda hivyo. Sasa kwenda hivyo nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Dereva naye alikuwa ameharakisha kunyorosha mkono yake mahali nilikuwa nimeweka simu. Lakini bahati mzuri ama mbaya, mimi nikachukua haraka, nikachukua simu yangu. Kuchukua simu yangu, sasa venye tunaenda kidogo hivi. Huyo kondakta akasimamisha hiyo nini? Akasimamisha gari akaniambia hebu shuka hapa. Na mahali wameniweka, by the way, ni usiku saa hii ni usiku, hata mkiangalia niko kwa barabara, si unaona? Niko kwa barabara, wameniweka hapa Langata primary hapo ndio wamenishikishia. Mjiadhari na hiyo gari saa hii bado inazunguka inaenda. Hata mimi nimesimama hapa naongoja gari nione kama nitapata gari ya kunipeleka home. Hao watu ni waizi. Venye roho yangu imekatana nikashtuka. Alafu nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu na yeye dereva alikuwa anaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Imagine wameniambia nishuke kwa hiyo gari. Nikashuka. Baadaye wameendelea na safari. But nimemark number plate yao. Nimemark hiyo number plate ya hiyo gari.
The level of corruption in this country, even the citizens are not spared by it. And let me tell you guys, ladies and gentlemen, I have also experienced the same thing that this lady has experienced. And let me just explain to you guys in Swahili. And let me just tell you what really happened that day. So hiyo time nakumbuka, ilikuwa hizo time za COVID-19, time ya curfew. So time nilikuwa nimeenda Migori County, nimeenda kufilm, nimepiga content yangu safi, manze laptop yangu imejaa content mingi sana. So kufika Nairobi nimefika hapo kitu kama kutoka Migori, nitoka asubuhi nikafika majioni late night. So hapo nikafika kitu kama 9 pm 10 pm hapo Nairobi. Nikashukisha hapo hivyo Kenyatta Hospital. And at that time nilikuwa na bahati sana nipata hapo matatu. Kumbe matatu sikuwa najua hiyo matatu ni ya wezi. So kamesimamisha matatu nikamwambia, cheki, mimi nataka kuishia home. Mnabeba? Akasema na yeye nabeba. Yo makanga kaniambia ati kako mbele na nani, nikako mbele na dere. Sasa mimi nikaenda kakabo mbele na nani na dere. Alafu kwa matatu kulikuwa na watu ngapi? Watu 4 people. Kulikuwa na driver, kulikuwa na tumbaba za mekapo kando yangu, makanga, alafu kulikuwa na dem mmoja amewekwa nyuma kabisa. So mimi kunyanga ndani kiasi makanga ananiambia huyu makanga amekaa nyuma yangu. Kwa hiyo kiteka makanga na amekaa nyuma yangu ananiambia ati wewe kijana bana, hii kama mlango wako iko na shida, hebu jaribu kuifunga. So mimi najaribu kufunga mlango. Mind you vile yako gari sikutoa bag yangu ilikuwa nyuma ya mgongo yangu. So bag ilikuwa nimekaa kwa kiti, bag iko nyuma. So mimi najaribu kung'ang'ana na kufunga mlango. Kumbe the same time majambazi, wezi, sasa kusema vitu mbaya hapa hivi. Ng'ombe wanafungua bag yangu, wanatoa laptop yangu, MacBook Pro. Like hiyo laptop niling'ang'ana sana kuibuy. That was my first MacBook Pro ever. But wakanibia. So mimi ng'ombe na ng'ang'ana kufunga mlango. Kumbe bag yangu inafunguliwa na tolewa bag. Rafiki sasa ananiambia hebu wakasimamisha gari, akaniambia shuka kiasi, tunataka kuangalia mlango kuna shida gani. So mimi nikashuka. Mimi kushuka tu hivi tu. No sooner had I done kushuka kwa hiyo gari, waka speed off akaenda na laptop yangu. So mimi natembea na shangaa, mbona watu wameenda? Kwani wamechizi nini? Mimi kufanya hivi bag yangu na shangaa, mbona hii bag iko light hivi? Kufanya tu hivi kuipendua kutoka mgongo kuangalia kufungua ndani. Na wala laptop yangu imeenda MacBook Pro. My first MacBook Pro niling'ang'ana na suti yangu, jasho yangu, machozi yangu, damu yangu kubai. Ndio imeenda na majambazi wa Nairobi. Like I was so disappointed. Kama ningepata mawe hapo karibu, wallahi ningetupa hiyo mawe kwa hiyo gari na ipasue hizo vioo. So nawaambia like the level of thievery, tagari, uwizi yenye imejaa Nairobi, thanks to kufundishwa na our corrupt politicians, imejaa sana. Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country? This is so sad.
Hao watu ni waizi. Venye roho yangu imekatana nikashtuka. Alafu nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu na yeye dereva alikuwa anaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Imagine wameniambia nishuke kwa hiyo gari.
A few days ago, Senator Onyonka went to JKUAT University and he decided to inject, and just opening the people's eyes and showing the Kenyans and the students that how rich this country is and the potential we have as a country. Listen to what Senator Onyonka had to say about this.
Kenya has enough money to provide free health, free education, free water. When President Kibaki took over, his revenue in this country, which he collected, was 710 billion shillings his second year. By his third year, when he was going to his second term, by the time he was having the coalition government, he was at 1.3 trillion. That is revenue he collected. Uhuru Kenyatta came, he picked from where Kibaki left, he pushed the money to about 2.7, 2.5 trillion, then he got out. But what Uhuru did, he made sure we've borrowed 7 trillion shillings in 10 years. And that is where our money is going to pay the debts. My argument is very simple. We have enough money. You don't have to tax anybody. Change what we are doing, because we are doing it badly. We are doing it. The system has deliberately been broken so that you cannot understand what they are talking about. Last point. Kenya is a capitalistic system that encourages and allows corruption to thrive. Our universities, which used to be the echelons of excellence and intellectual capacity, has become the trading markets where degrees are sold, where food can be provided for, where the people who are lecturing are the ones who supply food and equipment and stuff to the university. I mean, these things, you know them.
Senator, excuse me.
So my argument, Sammy, is
just hold on, Senator.
We reduce and stop the corruption. We rebudget the money and make sure 200-300 billion goes to taking all these university students and secondary school students for free.
To be honest, I will support Senator Onyonka in this. Let us reduce the corruption, because the level of corruption in this country is on a different level. It is on a high level that, man, it has to reduce. Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
So imagine
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
Mbere North Member of Parliament Geoffrey Ruku Kiringa. He's always on TV every day talking about controversial bills, but yet if you go to his constituency, it speaks something different. This is crazy. Just take a look.
Ndawa ward. This is a very dangerous bridge. This bridge reminds me of a bridge ilikuwa ya Kie. The bridge is so narrow na imekulika yote. Like if you look at, this is me who just passed through here. I have a small vehicle, but mguu ya gari yangu ilikuwa hapa. And then, I mean, we are just waiting for something to happen ndio tuchanuke.
How rich is Kenya and how rich is Africa as a whole? Take a look at this video all the way from Botswana, where the president of Botswana, Mogwitsi Masisi, showing off the second largest diamond in the world. Take a look.
What?
When this material is not in, these stones will be coming closer to these in terms of the color.
I see. All right.
Yes.
Oh, you just want my face hidden, eh?
It's the largest stone recovered in the world through a processing plant. So it's the second largest in the world because of the Cullinan. So our stones or our diamonds go through a processing plant. It was recovered in the mega diamond recovery.
Hey!
This shows you how rich and blessed we are as Africans. So, my fellow Africans, just for a second, just imagine if we were the United States of Africa. We were one nation, one people. We will be benefiting from our own resources if we never had these corrupt and pathetic leaders that we have in our continent. Muammar Gaddafi, who was assassinated and killed by the enemies of Africa, the enemies of prosperity. He had this vision of liberating Africa to be one. Look at how rich we are. Imagine if we were all benefiting from all these resources. Even you don't have to go to other countries to look for jobs and get frustrated there. And some of us come back home in caskets, dead. This is exciting and also sad at the same time, because we are not the ones who are benefiting from this gold and these diamonds, these oils and all other resources, but it's the enemies of Africa. But I believe one day Muammar Gaddafi's dream will come to pass. We are all one people. It doesn't matter which country you're coming from in Africa. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It doesn't matter what tribe or what food or your belief. It doesn't matter your religion. We are all one people. And I personally, Elvis Derry, I advocate for the liberation of Africa. And that time, it will come. It is just around the corner.
What?
Kenyans have not only been occupying, but they have also been rejecting since day one. Take a look at this video of this man who went to work but in a construction site, but he wore a UDA. That is President Ruto's party. He went with this shirt, but the people there were not amused, and they asked him to remove that shirt. Take a look.
Unakuja aje huku na t-shirt ya UDA? Toa hiyo kitu bana. Hiyo kitu toa man. Hapana man, hapana hiyo kitu toa. Man toa hiyo kitu man. Ama mutoke huku. Hapana. Ya man toa hiyo kitu. Toa hiyo kitu tukachoe man. Asiyo hata nayo ni utoe tuchome hii tunachoma leo man. Ai hatukuwa ati tuanze nini hapa. Man toa hiyo kitu man. Hata tufai kwa tunaongea meraba ile gate bio sana man. Hapana.
Do you guys remember of this video of this JSS teacher who was being frustrated?
I'm telling you cannot join the staff room. Can you give me the chair, one?
Joten. Ango mila record.
Give me the chair. Just try to do anything.
Ango mila record.
I do it, one. Whether you are using the phone or what.
Wherever you guy. No, don't push me. Don't push me.
This is the same situation to many other GSS teachers who are still suffering under this corrupt regime. 18.7 billion was allocated to them, but currently is nowhere to be seen. This is what Morara Kebaso Senior, Inject Party leader, had to say about this.
Papa le Président de la Officer Day promised JSS teachers, 46,000 of them, that he has set aside 18.7 billion to hire them on permanent basis. To date, JSS teachers have not been hired on permanent basis. They are still being paid a stipend of 17,000. And this useless Teacher Service Commission does not understand that it is an independent institution under the Constitution. How does a minister walk around with the TSC letters in a funeral? Alitoa wapi? Then that same useless TSC is the one that is firing 742 teachers. JSS teachers, 742. Ati juu walienda kudemand for better pay. I want to assure this government that their days are numbered. Mukifika 2027, ni bahati. Mukifika 2027 ni bahati. Me, I'm here. Niko hapa ndani ya msitu. I'm looking for illegal mining. Kuna illegal mining inaendelea huko ndani ya msitu.
Since the protest started, young youths in this country, the Gen Zs, they have been targeted. Some of them have died, abducted, and some of them have missed since today. Take a look at this video of how this young Gen Z was being mistreated, mishandled, and how he was being arrested by these officers. Take a look.
Tutakutetea kwa internet.
Unapiga picha gani wewe?
Chukua picha. Chukua picha. Chona mimi. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Shikia mimi. Shikia mimi wewe. Unaona sasa watu kama hawa watu kama hawa ndio wanafaa kutulinda. Ndio sasa. Watu kama hawa ndio wanafaa kutulinda. Watu kama nyinyi wanafaa mtulinde. Si right yangu. Si right yangu kurecord.
This is really insane. Every day when I wake up in the morning, the first question I ask myself, where are we heading towards a country? Because the things I see happening in this country is just unbelievable. So if you have the right answer of where are we heading towards a country, tell us in the comments down below. My name is Elvis Derry, this is ShowNewTrend, and see you guys in the next episode.
Tutakutetea kwa internet. Unapiga picha gani wewe? Chukua picha. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi, shikia mimi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Morara Kebaso angry,
the governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe.
to Mzungu injecting,
The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey.
have you paid rent? I beg your pardon.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before I start today's episode, just watch this video.
Umependa hii barabara? Umependa? Afande umependa? Acha niulize afande swali. Afande umeongeza mshahara kweli? Umeongeza mshahara kweli? Naona penye barabara inakaa na anatenga. Afande.
While I was watching this video, I was very speechless. Like, just look at how that road is poorly managed. But yet, millions and billions is disappearing every day. Every day, Kenyans. Every single day. In Embakasi East, the residents decided to inject. William Ruto went to visit them and talk to them, but the residents couldn't want to hear anything from him. Just see and hear how the residents were injecting. Viva comrades, viva! Take a look.
Uende nyumbani. Anahinga yuko hapa na tumekubaliana vijana 18,000 saa hizi, lakini tutaongeza vijana mpaka wafike vijana 1000. Ruto
I almost took a wank while watching this video. Like, people are injecting everywhere. People are pushing to end bad governance in this country. Amazing. Karen Nyamu, a Kenyan politician, she was kicked out of her house after she failed to pay the rent. Just take a look. These are the same politicians who will be flaunting on us online how they're living lavish lives, how they're living very expensive lives. But even if you go to their constituencies, they're not doing anything for the people. But yet, they cannot afford to pay their rent.
My lord, I wonder. Yeah? My lord, I wonder. Yeah?
Inject party leader Morara Kebaso Sr., who is also known for his Vampire Diaries episodes. But he was shocked that some people are watching his Vampire Diaries is just like another movie. And people are not actually, some people, not everybody, but some people are not taking it seriously. Like, just watch what Morara Kebaso had to say about this.
Why do you watch the Vampire Diaries? Is it an entertainment joint? You don't watch the Vampire Diaries for entertainment. The Vampire Diaries is to provoke you to take action about your nation. It is to provoke you to think of change and think of a better Kenya. The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe. Mbona hawajawaonea huruma? Kwa nini hawajasema mimi ni governor wa hii county, mimi ni Mkikuyu kama hao Wakikuyu wenye naongoza sitawaibia? Why?
While billions, taxpayers' money is being stolen, disappearing every day in front of our eyes, Visoi Ward residents were also met with another rude disappointment, where the governor launched dry taps.
7 kilometers. Alafu nakuja 7 kilometers na maji. Tabaka kidogo mpaka ya Shala. Hiyo nayo ikakuja kama kilomita ngapi? Kama 3 sasa ndio hapa. Sasa unafungua kwako nyumbani. Hebu tufungue na wewe.
Ewe Mungu usituache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Visoi Ward residents have been scammed.
Ewe Mungu usituache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
So Kenyans, I have a very specific question for you. Do you think that if funds were properly managed in Kenya, that Kenya would eliminate the need of external borrowing? The Treasury CS, John Buddy, said that 2 billion shillings is being lost every day to daily theft, to daily public funds theft. Just take a look.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there. Because when we invest it in Kenya, it will be more visible. You also bring money from Tanzania, some of it by road, na magari. Mnapitia, mnakuja hapa Kenya, you start constructing buildings around here. That is what we do. So, if we are stealing 2 billion per day, assuming we reduce the theft, we don't want to stop it, we just say, okay, if you have been stealing 1,000, please steal only 500 shillings. If you have been stealing 100,000, steal 50,000. If there could be that, I don't know whether to call it conscious decision, but if there could be such a decision, ridiculous as it sounds, we would be saving 1 billion shilling per day, which would accumulate to 365 billion shillings. That is more than the external borrowing.
So is your pressure increasing or decreasing? If your pressure is not increasing, that means that you are definitely cooperating with the criminals. Listen to what this man from Bunge la Wananchi had to say.
Wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto, wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto, nilikupigia kura mimi. Mimi nilikupigia kura mimi nikiongea kutoka hapa Bunge la Wananchi, mimi binafsi nikajitolea muhanga mimi kupigia kampeni wewe, mimi binafsi. Nikijua na nikiamini mambo yako na akili zako na misimamo yako na polisi zako, lakini leo mwisho wa kuisha umetusaliti, unatuletea takataka impeachment zenye haziko kwa agenda yako. Wewe President Ruto, wewe Ningetaka kuambia Gachagua mahali popote alipo, asiwe na wasiwasi. Hii tunajua yote ni siasa, ni siasa. Ruto wewe tunakujua sahii umefanya safari 66 plus kuendelea huko juu. Umenunua Boeing 6. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kuprint pesa ya Kenya. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kununua airport zetu. Umepeleka tenda zote za SHA huko kwa Adani. Wewe ni mwizi, ghasia, takataka hii.
Even the tourists and foreigners are currently tired of the current regime. They're tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired of the corruption that is taking place in this country. Listen to what this man had to say about the nuisance that is taking place in the current government.
From the streets in Nairobi to Port-au-Prince to Harlem in the USA, it's the same struggle, and it's the same imperialist enemy who lies to us, from Ukraine to Palestine to Haiti. How can these criminal imperialists claim to be broke when it comes to all of our needs in the belly of the beast, but they can send 150 billion of our taxpayer dollars? The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey, stooge, and sellout. U.S. puppet! U.S. puppet! In the streets of Nairobi, we tell you that you should be ashamed.
Death to Zionism, death!
Death to Zionism, death! Death to Zionism, death! Death to Zionism, death!
A director and home security consultant at Kinsight Security, Polo Kimani, he came out to address and talk to the youths of Kenya, and listen to what he had to say.
My youths, na mavijana, by vijana actually I mean, it's a unisex word for both females and males. And by youth I mean anybody who's born between 1994 and 2024. I believe nyinyi mko below 30 years. So listen, sijika nyinyi notice, but personally I have, that between ile time nilikuwa mtoi, time tulikuwa watoi, time tulikuwa naendesha mataya za gari na za pikipiki na za baiskeli, time tulikuwa vipi. Na hii time sasa hivi mimi nimegrow, in fact sasa mimi ni buda mtu, nina watoi. The political scene has remained unchanged. Wale watu walikuwa pale ile time wako hapa bado. I don't know what they are doing. But what they have actually been doing, waki-interchange this position. Wa left anakuja right, wa right anakuja left, wakati kati anaingia chini, wa chini anaingia left, wa left anaingia huko, anaingia juu. But they have been there and they have created their own blanket of political elites. Na wakagawana Kenya. Huyu ana represent Mrima, huyu ana represent sijui Kambani, huyu ana represent sijui Luo. And Kenyans for some reason went on with that unquestionably. Now listen, the reason I'm addressing youths is because I know you guys are smart. You know, sisi ni wase tumesoma, sisi ni wase tuko na madegree, sisi ni wase madiploma, sisi ni tumemaliza form 4. We are people who can make decisions based on our own analysis and observation, rather than making decisions based on what we have heard, like our parents used to. Sisi ni wase wa smart. And let me just say this. I will say, these old bastards, kina Wetangu na kina DVD, kina Kalonzo, all of them, there is nothing they are going to change that they did not change when they were in government. Nothing.
What Polo Kimani has said is actually very true. I approve his message. The problem with our people, our own people, the residents, the citizens, we elect the same leaders. We vote for the same leaders. We campaign for the same leaders every election season. For what? And yet they're not doing anything. No progress, no development in our country. And of course, in Africa. Just take a look at this video.
One of Africa's biggest cancers is that Africans, for whatever reason, seem insistent on electing leaders who've built nothing and then wonder why they build nothing. You've built nothing. You've created nothing. But for your words and political oratory, your ability to hold a tune and sing a verse, the ability to fill a stadium with poor people on the promise of a food hamper and a t-shirt. And then we vote for you. And we wonder why you don't know how to build roads or houses or balance a budget or just make sure that crime and law and order is in place. We elect clowns and then give them the seat of the headmaster's office.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From George Ruto Matatus impounded. To wife's knife attack. Who is St. Anne's Girls Principal?
Nimekaa kutoka asubuhi saa 4. Nimelipa school pass nusu. Na ndio niingia shule.
Kimalel Primary School students occupy.
Wewe. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. In Greenfield Estate, drama unfolded where a woman stabbed her husband. Then she went ahead to set the house on fire while they are still both inside the house. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Jamaa ameenda kwa usi na makarao. Udema ametoka. Udema ametoka. Ametoka. Ametoka usi mwingine. Usi atasalimiwa. Lazima asalimiwe huyo.
This photo that you see here, this is the man after the incident. Luckily, he survived. And another video surfaced online where a man shared a video of his wife stabbing him and attacking him with a knife. Take a look.
Na nikichukua usicomplain. Sitaenda. Nataka uniue basi. Okay, you see I'm bleeding. So if I attack you, it's a self-defense. Nataka uniue basi. Nataka uniue. So anything
thing I do, self-defense. Okay. Ni vizuri. Inaonekana mimi nataka hivi ndio nikifanya against react kwa ni ndio ni self defense. Okay. Okay. Continue. Wewe unasema kitu watu tuongee. Watu waongee. Hata kunipigia wewe.
Apart from these Kenyan wives going nuts, students from St. Anne's Girls, they were locked and left stranded outside the gate by their principal, Veronica Muli, after these students failed to pay their school fees. Just take a look.
Iko sawa. So, mimi mtu ajengililia ama kila mtu. So like Mimi kama kutoka asubuhi saa 4. Nimelipa school pass huku. Na dio niingia shule. Na kwa tu ni mbali. Mimi nimetoka Kiseri wewe Mombasa. So like wanataka tulipe fees yote 26 CGK. Lakini ukilipa nusu bado utaingia. Like so what's the point? Tukae nje tumelipa nusu. Na tunalala kwa tumekaa nje.
After this incident trended on social media, the public, the Kenyan people, parents and the Gen Zs, they were not happy with St. Anne's Girls principal, Veronica Muli. Let's take a look at this video of the principal hiding from her heinous deeds. What a shame, what a big shame to this principal, Veronica Muli.
Mimi kama kutoka asubuhi saa 4. Nimelipa school pass huku. Na dio niingia shule. Na kwa tu ni mbali.
Even Gen Alpha are not left behind. In Eldoret, Kimalel Primary School, the students there decided to inject where they chased away Rai manager over land grabbing and tilling of their school playground. Just take a look at how these Gen Alphas injected.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
This clearly shows you that the pressure is increasing and no generation in this country called Kenya is going to be taken for granted.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
Another incident occurred at Price Chopper Supermarket in Lucky Summers, where police were forced to disperse a crowd of angry residents demanding justice after a thief was allegedly locked up and mistreated and reportedly mistreated for hours. Take a look. Some young students were forced to walk barefoot to school, learning under the scorching sun, and they had no books, no desks, nothing. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, new classrooms were built, they got new uniforms, they got books, and they got everything that they need. Just listen to what Eric Omondi had to say.
Wanasoma kwa hicho. Mwalimu utaona ile video tuliona, watoto wanaandika kwa mchanga. Nataka tuwajengee classes hata kama ni 3 ama 4, tuwatoe kwa jua, tusaidie mwalimu na vitu za kufundisha, but most importantly nataka tubaie watu hii. Watu wetu wabaie viatu. Ukiona mguu ndogo kama hii. Mguu ndogo kama hii na kanyaga hapa ni it's very hot, yeah? It's extremely scorching, yeah? So we're going to get them shoes. We're going to get them uniform because shule inafungua Monday. Na watoto pia ni wa Kenya, si ndio? Hao pia they deserve the opportunity that other children have in this country.
Just take a look at this video of these students, these young Kenyan students learning before Team Sisi kwa Sisi arrival. Billions and billions of shillings is being lost every day in this country called Kenya. But yet, the children of this country, the future generation of this country, they're learning under inhumane conditions. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, they got everything they need just to learn in a comfortable environment. After this successful project, thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi giving these young children a new life, the Turkana Council of Elders, they came out to condemn Eric Omondi's actions, his projects. Just listen to what this fool had to say.
Kuingia kwa kaunti ya Turkana bila kujulisha viongozi wa Turkana kama unaingia hapa kufanya maendeleo. Hatukatai maendeleo kama ilikuwa ni maendeleo, lakini tunakataa ukora. Sisi tunakataa ukora kwa sababu katika sheria ya watoto hauwezi piga mtoto ya mtu picha kama msasi wa huyo mtoto hajakubali kupigwa mtoto wake picha. Sisi tunalaani hayo mambo ambayo Eric Omondi alifanya kwa watoto wetu. Ni mzuri kutoa msaada, ndio inakubalika, lakini utoe kwa njia ambayo inahusisha kila mtu. Lakini kuingia kama mwizi, hiyo ni wizi, hiyo ni haramu, hiyo ni mambo ambayo haitakikani katika jamii yoyote. Kwa hivyo tunataka tu ndugu yangu Eric Omondi, kama kuna project ulikuwa unatazamia kuletea watu ya hapo, kama ilikuwa ni kwa Harambee, kama ilikuwa ni kwa pesa yako, tafadhali kuja anzisha project yako. Wacha kubandisha project juu ya ingine. Ile wewe ulikuwa unaweka mabati, hiyo ni ya professionals ya hapo. Ndio walifanya hiyo darasa wakiongoja mpango yao wenyewe. Kwa hivyo tungekuomba tu kwa heshima, kuja tu uanze project yako polepole umalizie, lakini si kuweka kubandika juu ya ingine. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu na Mungu awabariki.
The only question I can ask this Turkana Council of Elders, where were you when these children were walking barefoot to school? Where were you when they were learning under the hot, scorching sun? Where were you when they were using the ground as books? Where were you, Turkana Council of Elders? What action did you take to help these young children? In Mumias East, Honorable Peter Selassie, he went to visit the schools that he has built and actually renovated. Take a look.
Kweli? Naona sasa tumeraise, alafu tumeweka tarazo, sasa tunatengeneza blackboard ya mwalimu. Si mko sawa? Sasa msome na msikize mwalimu, si ndio? Thank you so much. So sweet. Thank you so much. Oh, habari zenu. So we are supposed to build
South African first president who served from 1994 to 1999, Nelson Mandela, he said that education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. Recently, Kenya has been experiencing space debris falling from the sky. In Moyale, the residents were shocked to witness an anomaly in the dark night. Others were saying that it was an UFO, an identified flying object. Others were saying that it was an UAP, an identified aerial phenomena. My question is this: will extraterrestrial beings visit Earth soon? Take a look.
Mom! Toka nje!
Haraka hili.
Ili shoot hapana ni satellite. Debris.
Ishaenda optical bora. Ishanimira tinjigatini.
Yes.
Record.
Whoa! Ini UFO ama ni nini?
UFO kinaenda.
UFO. Apart from the extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth in Moyale, in Boni East Makueni, the people were shocked there to witness a partially burnt, high-density metallic object falling from the sky with a thunderstorm-like sound. Just listen to this story.
Kitu saa 9 hivi nikasikia kitu kinagonga, kinapiga bomu. Nilishtuka, nikaangalia kwa huko mbinguni kama inaona mosi, nikakosa mosi. Kama nitaona pumbe, nikakosa pumbe.
Tukaanza kuona tuko kwa mawingu, vitu ikiondoka, tutoko. Tukikifuata tunaona kitu kikubwa sana. Ni kiko moto, huwezi kusika hivi na mikono.
The owner of this home believes that the fall impact of the object a few meters from here is what caused the crack that we've seen in this building and in some of the other buildings in this location and in the vicinity. She says she doesn't feel very safe here in her home at the moment. Now, that correlation is something the BBC was not able to substantiate.
My question is this, Kenyans. If this space debris falling from the sky pose danger, cause harm, and even worse, loss of lives and damage of property, who will be there to repay? And what is the Kenya Space Agency saying about all these incidences?
Ini UFO ama ni nini?
UFO kinaenda.
President Ruto's son, George Ruto, was on the spotlight after his matatus manifest were caught live on camera breaking traffic rules. Take a look at some of this video of these matatus misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. After all this misbehavior on the Kenyan roads, George Ruto's matatus was seized by the NTSA, that is the National Transport and Safety Authority. A traffic police officer was also seen telling passengers who already boarded the matatu manifest to come down. Do you remember when the President of Kenya, William Ruto, said that parents should discipline their children, but yet his own son, George Ruto, is not respecting simple traffic rules? Listen to what the video at 254.
We have been reminded once again by Kasongo that we must take care of our children. The government will do its part, churches should do their part, and then parents should also do their part and mentor their children. While he's saying that, his son's vehicles manifest. They have been impounded for breaking the rules, being unruly on Kenyan roads. Talk about good mentorship. Okay, that's good mentorship. Very funny.
Even one matatu tout by the name of Freddy Psycho, he came out with this full chest and said that any traffic police officer who is trying to stop manifest will lose his or her job. That manifest belongs to the government. Just listen to this nonsense.
Itafanya makarao wengi wapewe transfer. Nishapo itafanya Nairobi alicheka. Yenyewe kama citizen nimewaambia hii ni mkubwa. Na mko na gati ya kuweka cruiser mbele yake. Na expect nini nyingine? Hii gari kitupa mbao inatafuta do, mtaenda tu home. Mko bali nimetoka Nairobi imewashinda.
So Freddy Psycho, whether those matatus belongs to the government or not, or whether they belong to George Ruto, who is the president's son, or not, traffic rules should and must be followed. Recently, a female chief in Nairobi decided to unite Kenyans after she recorded herself playing with her forbidden fruit. Like, instead of her respecting the uniform and working for the people, she's busy entertaining Kenyans online.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
Wewe bana oi, weka supu. Weka supu hapo. Weka supu bana oi. Weka supu, weka supu. Weka nyama hapa juu. Weka nyama. Hapa nje hivi. Acha baba atoke juu.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Ian Njoroge case withdrawn.
It's a day we've been long awaiting for, and finally it has reached.
To corrupt traffic police officers arrested. Are we eating cat meat?
Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia.
School children tear gassed. Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. Ian Njoroge, aka The GOAT, has finally been set free after his case of assault towards a police officer has been withdrawn. Police Corporal Jacob Ogendo forgave Ian Njoroge after Mike Sonko's intervention, and this is what Ian Njoroge had to say after his release. Listen to this.
First of all, thank the Lord for this day. It's a day we've been long awaiting for, and finally it has reached. For all the support I've received especially from former Governor Mike Sonko. He's been with us to the core until to the last time. I really thank him for all the help he's given us. For my parents too, my mother, my father, for the support they've been with me, and all parties involved. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
The DPP also withdrew robbery with violence case against Comrade Ian Njoroge. The legal team was led by Wakili Duncan Okach, Ken Echeza, Angela Wanjiru, and the assistant Angela Kamau. And this is what Mike Sonko had to say.
The lawyers have covered everything. Ian, the mother, managed to thank Corporal Jacob Ogendo for the good gesture he has portrayed. You know very well he was my bodyguard when I was an MP. So we are very thankful. We also want to thank the judiciary. We want to thank the DPP, the lawyers. We all of us saw this process together as a team. Kwa hivyo yetu ni kuwashukuru. Na sana sana Ogendo, you are a parent. Thank you very much for what you have done to Ian. Na wewe Ian, enda kwa kijana mzuri. Sawa sawa. Next time unapiga askari kuna chuma, unaelewa? So cheza chini, punguza hasira. You're still a young boy, you have a long way to go. Sawa? Yeah. Be good. Tuendelee na maisha. Thank you very much.
So before you continue, just take a look at this video of Ian Njoroge, Comrade Ian Njoroge injecting.
God.
Drama ensued in Kitui County after Ikanga MCA Cyrus Kisavi was dramatically arrested by DCI detectives. Just take a look at this.
Kwa nini mna abduct mtu wetu? Kwa nini mnafanya abduction pachama? Wewe nyinyi akina nani? Nyinyi akina nani mnafanya abduction? Wewe mjintroduce bwana. Wewe kubwa. Nyinyi ni akina nani? Introduction si mbaya. Hiyo ni abduction bwana. Hapana. Kwa nini mtampea ajilete? Kwa nini mnakuja kufanya abduction leo tuko na mambo ya chama? Hapana, hii ni abduction bwana.
So, if you ask yourselves Kenyans, why is Ikanga Ward MCA Cyrus Kisavi Musyoka being arrested? He will be arraigned in Kitui law courts over allegations of forging vehicle documents to defraud the county assembly of 2.2 million shillings Kenyans. He is accused of submitting false documents for reimbursement. The case stems from a complaint by Rose Kivate Ngoima, leading the DPP to recommend 5 charges, including conspiracy to commit a felony and forgery. This is clear that even sometimes the voters can be wrong. Next time, 2024, vote wisely and make sure the Gen Zs, the young people out there, take your IDs as early as possible.
My fellow young people, the Gen Z, it is high time we understand the politics of our country. We must understand what role politics play in our lives. And until we get politically mature, we will always be maneuvered, swayed, or deceived into supporting people politically, those who don't have Kenyan interest at heart.
Are you a lover of street foods? Chief Environment Officer Geoffrey Mosiria, he caught a man with a dead cat inside a bag, which was going to be allegedly used to prepare street foods, especially Mutura delicacy. Kenyans, just take a look at this.
So, mkiangalia hapa Hapa ni town. Tumepata jamaa amekaa hapa. Na jamaa kona paka imekufa. Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia.
Nimeandika bana. Ameandika.
Jamaa angalia. Mkiangalia hapa ni jamaa town katikati. Mtu tumempata amekaa hapa na paka imekufa. Ni kama alikuwa anataka kuenda sijui kuikula ama kuifanyia nini?
Hapana, yeye anaenda kuchanganya na mutura. Nipapo mnakula mutura. Kumbe hiyo mutura ni paka sawa? Huyu mjamaa alikuwa amekachora sawa? Alikuwa amekachora. Sasa ni kitu ajui. Si ndio? Alikuwa amesunda hapa Masai ifike asongeshe ripo. Sawa ukikuja Masai kula mutura, mother paka kumbe umekunywa paka.
Si ndio? Hiyo ni ukweli. Hiyo ni ukweli.
Hiyo ndio ukweli.
Hivyo ndio kwamba.
Hivyo ndio kwamba.
Vijana wa mtaa wameniambia hivi. Ati huyu jamaa alikuwa amekasunda hapo, anategea matime zake zifike. Alafu apime hiyo rienga aende nao wapi?
Hata unaona kitu shuka bama uone
kikosi bama. So hii ni motorai.
Police officers in Meru County fired tear gas at Njukinjiru Primary School, causing panic among pupils as they choked on fumes. Officers were dispersing Nkabune residents protesting poor road conditions when demonstrators sought refuge in the school. Police officers followed and threw tear gas canisters, exposing school children to harmful smoke during class. Just take a look at this.
Mara ya kwanza alirusha kwa gate. Hata kuna watoto walikuwa.
And that's not all, Kenyans. A steel company called Tononoka in Mole Mode is emitting poisonous gases and radioactive materials, which will eventually biologically cause breathing complications to the residents. Just check this out.
Wow. Tononoka jo.
Hii inakaa mawingu.
Hebu imagine watu wanaishi kwa ile goro man.
Hata kuwa watu.
Mole matuna CSR nini?
Viongozi huku ni kama walidedi man.
Wow. Tononoka jo.
We all know MCA Robert Alai, who is also a blogger. He has publicly admitted that he is a blogger for hire, like he's being paid to post stories in his social media handles. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Before you became an MCA, many people knew Robert Alai as a blogger.
Yes.
Have you ever been paid to publish something about someone or an organization on your social media pages?
Who is not paid?
Oh, okay.
Not, you know, for you to do everything in this world, you are paid. But paid by who?
Okay.
Are you paying yourself? Are you finding ways of monetizing your work? Are you, for you to be a journalist, if somebody asks you that you are a journalist, are you paid to write stories? You are paid, yes, but by who?
Okay.
You see, I pay myself or by the organization I work for. So I'm paid, but by the organization I work for.
So an enemy of somebody has ever paid you to?
No, you don't do that. In fact, I find it hard because, I'm not a believer in trending things. I don't believe I don't believe in those things, because I don't believe, and that's why I give my opinions. You don't find me tweeting a lot about the same issue. I tweet once, then I say how, because I just want to give my objective truth and leave the people to judge. If they judge that I'm wrong, sawa. If they judge that I'm right, sawa.
Dear motorists, are you not tired of corruption on our roads in a daily basis every day? Like recently, the EACC arrested 3 traffic police officers allegedly collecting bribes along the Naivasha-Mahimai highway, and even shots were fired. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Okay. Sisi shot. Yes, proceed. Unaanza kusimamia sisi. Tulia. Sawa. Tuko pamoja. Mara moja. Tulia.
Yanapiki. Toki. Waraka sana.
Tulia. Kuja.
Wewe acha kona.
Tulia. Unaanza kusimamia sisi. Tulia.
Ngoja.
Buka hii nani?
Just take a look at this video of how some traffic police officers are harassing motorists in a daily basis.
Tendi mahali kama umenishika. Record vizuri, onekane venye amenishika. Record. Wewe unacheza. Mimi niwache. Nitafuta hii gari nani? Niwache. Au nishiki hivyo, hebu niwache. Record. Wewe uko na shida, utatii sana wewe. Haki ya Mungu utatii. Utatii vibaya sana. Hiyo ndio vitu hawataka. Sawa. Mimi nilipitwa na
Joge.
Iko nadi ona. Onesha gari station. Onesha vizuri. Ndio mkono hapa. Ndio mkono. Onesha. Hiyo pesa ulikuwa unatafuta hata utapata.
The people of Kenya have decided to ask serious questions concerning affordable housing. Kenyans, is this a scam or not? Listen to this.
So tell me, how does this make sense? You take my money, build a house with my money, and then tell me that I do not own that house, that if I want that house, I need to come and buy that house from you. So what's your role in this? Why shouldn't I just take my own money and then go build myself a house? Why do I need to give you that money and then have to come and buy that house from you again? How is that not a scam? How is that not a scam? Because that is what the CS has said. Affordable housing is clearly a bigger scam. Take my money, build a house with it. I don't own that house, you own that house, and then I have to come and buy that house from you. This government is a big Shylock. God have mercy on us.
It is time. It is time for the youth of Kenya to unite, come together and agree on one agenda. Kenya and Kenyans deserve better. Deserve a better tomorrow. Deserve a better future. Development, school, health, you name it. It is time for change. And that change starts with you and I. Listen to what Polo Kimani had to say about this.
Vijana mnajuaniaje? Na sasa hivi ile iko, let me just say this. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Vijana lazima tuungane pamoja. Alright? Lazima tupatane. We need to move the conversation from online, just lamenting and whining. Lazima tupatane kama vijana. I don't know where, I don't know when, but it needs to be soon. To agree on agenda moja, what we want for this country. Because as it is right now, the ones running the show in the politics washaungana. Kuna bill nimeona mituma mahali, and money is being distributed among those who call themselves kingpin. Agenda ya tribalism? No. Wachana na. Agenda ya sijui wa mlima? No. We need to come together and speak as the youth of Kenya. Not just in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, kila mahali. Lazima tupatane tukuwe na agenda moja. But I'm going to make this very brief. That is the only way we are going to have one voice and demand a seat at the table. Alright? Thank you very much.
Tunataka barabara kutoka bypass, kutoka 44 ikuje mpaka Windsor, itoke Windsor ifike Ruaka, itoke Ruaka ikuje mpaka Limuru, itoke Limuru irudi Kino, itoke Kino irudi mpaka Njoro, ikikufika hapa Njoro ienda Digitare, itoke hapo irudi mpaka 44 tena ienda hadi bypass Kisumu.
Uongo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. From abductions caught on camera to patriots occupying the streets. Have we lost the young generation?
Power to the people.
Gachagua threatened government.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Derry. The year 2024 has been a different year, has been a year that has never been seen before in Kenyan history. And recently, abductions has been taking place. And the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, came out and announced that there's no abductions that is taking place under his government. And he went on and said that nobody has been abducted. Listen to this.
Yale yamesemekana mambo ya abduction tutakomesha, ndio vijana wa Kenya waweze kuishi kwa amani na vile vile wawe na nidhamu na wawe wangwana, tuweze kujenga Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Tumekubaliana?
So my question is this: will all those people who are still missing, who have been abducted, be released? Take a look at this rare video of a Kenyan, a comrade, and a young man who is being abducted at night in South B. Take a look.
Wanamuingiza kwa boot.
Wewe
ando anachukua watu wa mtu anapotea.
This is crazy and totally wrong. Like so many Kenyans own Subaru and Probox, but they're using this type of cars to conduct their illegal abductions in Kenya. And right now, so many Subaru owners are worried because the image has already been tarnished.
Hey guys,